and is on his way climbing down it. Instead of being stopped by such a huge journey to go on, he leaned into it. He's been working really hard. I rarely see people work this hard. And because of that, I wanted to talk to this man. Bill, how you doing today?
Doing good. Really good.
Let's see if I can change that. So, one, thank you for coming on this podcast. This will probably be, hopefully it'll be fun. If not, at least the tears will be genuine. So let's really start. You are on TikTok. You post these workout videos where at your size, you are busting your ass. You are lifting weights. You are doing your best to run around. You are doing these dead bug things. You're doing lots of things seemingly all the time, and you're documenting it in what I might add is a very honest and genuine way. How did you get here?
I wanted to change my life and I didn't know where to start. And for me, I just started. Like, what's an easy workout? Sit down, stand up. What's an easy workout? Shadow. Like, I don't know. I wanted to be movement again.
The idea of the weight of 274 pounds is truly extraordinary.
674?
674. Yeah, it's,
yeah.
Have you been heavy your entire life? What's that been like through childhood? What was your childhood like?
My childhood was, I was always the bigger guy. I was, like in 8th grade graduation going to high school, I was voted most likely to be a sumo wrestler because I was always the biggest, and that kind of sticks with you. I was always the lineman in football. I was always the big guy you'd come to call to, pick up the sofa and put it outside or in the truck, I was always the big guy.
So you were big, but you also were, to some degree, at least in your youth, athletic, correct?
Oh, yeah. Like in high school, Native American award for our tribe is the Jim Thorpe Indian Athletic Award, which I don't know if you're familiar with Jim Thorpe. He joined the decathlon. He's in the Olympics, and he won. He did the decathlon, and he became first, and he's a Native American. So,
what is your tribe, by the way?
Skokomish. We're a small tribe with 400 people, and we're a really small tribe.
In your tribe, in your class, you were the big dude.
Mm-hmm.
As a kid, you were the lineman. I don't know how old you are, but as you transitioned out of your teenage years into your 20s, were you able to some degree to maintain that kind of physicality? Were you able to maintain your athletic side to yourself for a period of time? How did you go from just being like the big guy who still was athletic, the lineman, to where you are now? Where you were, not now, where you were a couple years ago?
Well, when you're in high school, you get, you have the track and field, you have wrestling, you have football, actually I did cheerleading. So I did cheerleading and, you do all these sports and, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year. But then once you get to high school, you don't have those free sports and you get to do it every day. Free gym, free, let's go compete against other people. And my athletics just kind of dropped to my drive to go to it because I'm not a professional. I'm not going to get paid for it. So I'm not going to do it.
I do have to ask because you put it out there. What did you do in cheer? And what was your favorite cheer?
I was actually one of the people who threw people up. Me and one other guy, we threw the girls, and they always said, the men throwing us up, you're going 2 times higher than what the woman could ever do. And they said it's scary because they fly so fast. Yeah. I
have to admit, just at this moment, I'm just seeing you toss a girl up and her go
yep.
over the bleachers, and you just slinking away with your towel. Like, did anybody see that? Nobody saw that.
But the thing is, junior, senior year, I was probably the strongest, probably even more stronger than I am now, because we did powerlifting every single day. We hit the gym, and I was benching 440 pounds, deadlifting over 550 pounds. That's what I did, was just constantly work out every single day. On the weekends, I took my break, but I had weightlifting class instead of PE. I had, weightlifting after we had football practice. I had weightlifting when we came in before school. Like, I was constantly lifting weights.
So you also were uniquely primed to take up the endeavors that you've taken up in the past 2 years, because at the very least, it's not like you had a sedentary childhood. You were very active.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and in your teenage years, roughly how much did you weigh? How you were big, but how big were you? Did you know?
At the junior and senior year, I was 275 to 300. I was always in that range.
Okay, proper linebacker,
Mm-hmm.
proper linebacker size.
But that was in high school, so these guys are like in their 20s. So, yeah.
What was the incident that happened to you that created the explosion, expansion, however you want to? Did you have an inciting incident that took you from being, this 275, 300-pound guy to, well, double that?
I actually gave it a lot of thought because I wanted to make a video about it. Like I'm getting a lot of people asking me that on my TikTok videos. What got you to that weight? And the only thing I could think of is I didn't handle my depression, my sadness very well. And I took to food. I took to playing video games 10, 12 hours a day. Because when I was younger, my sister passed away. And then a few years later, my grandma passed away. A year later, my, so-and-so, like, in 2021, we had 20 tribal members pass away, family members. My dad passed away that I try to connect. Like, it's just constant death is around me, and I didn't know how to handle any of that.
I'm sorry for all of that, especially, there's no especially, all of it is individually tragic, and I am sorry for all of your losses. You had mentioned being bedbound.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? How, if you're comfortable talking about it, you can always.
I need to start telling this story more, anyways, because I also get asked that a lot, like what brought you to bedbound. And so 4 years ago, throughout my whole adulthood, I've always had gout. I take medicine for my gout. Take this medicine and it prevents flare-ups as often. So 4 years ago, I went to the doctor, said, "Hey, I have this foot pain. It's different than gout. Can you please look at it?" They're like, "Oh no, it's gout. Just take it easy and, let's up your meds." And I went in a month later, "Hey, this foot pain is really killing me. I'm telling you, it's different than gout." They're like, "Okay, well, your gout medicine's not work. Let's put you on a different one." Not even looking at my foot and telling them, say this is the foot. Your gout is usually in your big toe, right under it. Well, mine is all along the second and third toe, and it's on the foot, not on the toes. And they're like, "Oh, no, you don't know what you're talking about. It's just gout." And then a couple months after that, I'm telling them, "Hey, I can't even stand. What should I do?" They said, "Oh, just, compress it, ice it, heat it, elevate it. Don't stand on it. And come in a couple of weeks and see how you feel." So I did what they said. Literally didn't stand up, didn't sit up on the edge of the bed, didn't do any kind of pressure on it. And I called them up, said, "Hey, I can't even put any kind of pressure on it. What should I do?" And they're basically telling me for months on end, "You're just being lazy. Just come in, and we don't do home visits because, you're not on that kind of plan. You're not disabled. So just come in. You're just being lazy." This is what the literally people are telling me from the doctor's office. And
love that medical support.
Yeah. And so this is 5 months now of not even doing literally nothing, doing what they're saying. "Hey, take it easy. Don't walk on it at all." And then I just didn't do anything because I got tired of them saying, "Hey, you're just being lazy." So I just stayed there, and pretty soon my foot felt just a little bit better where I thought I could stand up because the pain wasn't there. And I couldn't, and I gained 50, 60, 70 pounds. And then an ER visit happened to where I had to get, but I couldn't stand up. And it took 8 men, grown men, to get me out of my room and put me on a tarp to get me out of my room. A tarp that like their medical beds couldn't fit on it. And yeah, it's just a big ordeal that happened. But that was the day one of my change in my life.
Out of curiosity, with your foot, did they ever determine what it was? Did it turn out that, like, hey, it looks like maybe you had a hairline crack?
Yeah. So 4 years ago, they were telling me it was gout. And then 3 years ago, when I finally got in-care help because I signed up for disability because I literally can't get out of bed. And those people were saying it's plantar fasciitis. Let's treat it like plantar fasciitis. So I was rolling my foot on ice and like pulling socks with my toes and trying to get any kind of mobility. So fast forward to literally 2 months ago, not even that long, like 2 months ago, they finally x-rayed it. 4 years later, they finally decided to x-ray it. And I got I forgot what the name is. It's some like 20-letter word. But basically, I have nerve damage under my second to last toe and the middle toe. And any type of movement, it's going to disturb them toes. So I have to get steroid shots every 3 months. And I have to go through this physical therapy. And they said, how come you didn't come in sooner? I'm like,
I've been coming in for 4 years.
Yeah.
I've been coming in for 4 years. Everyone's just going like, oh, it's gout and you're a wimp.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's lovely. It's good. It's good to see that there weren't enough challenges in your life. So the medical community in your area decided to make sure that you had yet another one. So awesome. But throughout that, because it looks like in the past 2 years, you've dropped over 135 pounds, somewhere around 135, 140.
135.
Which is about 70 pounds a year. So, no small feat. That's really damn impressive, especially 2 years in a row. And you make all these videos where you're moving a lot. And normally we save the plugs to the end, but if you're listening to this, you go to Instagram or you go to YouTube or go to TikTok. Though really, let's get you to Instagram or YouTube instead, and follow Bill at NativeSaiyan, and Saiyan like Dragon Ball Z, Kamehameha, and all that sort of stuff. NativeSaiyan, and see the kind of effort he puts in, because I know a lot of people whom are trim, they are normal size, and when they go to the gym, they put in 1/10 the effort that Bill does. And I don't say that lightly. I'm not just saying that to butter him up, because we've agreed not to actually have butter on this podcast today. But he works out really, really hard. You did that with nerve damage in your foot.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we see in these videos, you going up and down these stairs, you running around, you doing all of these things, you doing your dead bugs, like your foot's killing you.
Oh yeah, every day, all day. And that's not even the only thing that's in pain 100% of the time. I have a lot of chronic pain as well that I don't talk about. I've made one video on it, and that went under the carpet because it got barely 200 views.
Again, let people know that when they see you doing these things, what you're actually doing and what you're pushing through to do it.
So I have a sciatica nerve pain that I also get shot in every 3 months, which I just got it like last week. So on my left side, like the sciatica is right above your butt crack, and it's both sides. It's not just, hey, I got nerve damage on my left side. Can you fix it? My nerve goes on both sides. So the left side of my hip, it feels like there's stinging pain constantly going to my tip of my toe to my hip, like 100% of the time. And my right side, just imagine a blowtorch going up and down the side of your hip constantly like that. That's what I go through every day, every second of the day, and it hurts a lot. They said there's nothing they could really do about it.
As you drop more weight, will that take the pressure off, or is this now just like a permanent condition? Or they don't know?
They said it's a permanent condition, and losing the weight possibly will help, but they don't foresee it fixing the pain because it's in your nerves, and less weight on it will give it less pressure, but it's still going to hurt.
I'm sorry to hear that too. So yeah, so every time you see him doing these things, these are the circumstances that he does them under every day. There you were, hospital, 8 guys, tarp, pulling you around, and you said that was the day.
Yep.
That was the day you decided to make your decision. What was the day after that like? What was it like the first day you tried to do something?
What I asked them is because I seen TV shows about, these 600, 700 pound guys, 900 pound guys going into these like live at home, let's lose weight type of things. And I asked our doctor, that the doctor who seen me, hey, is there a program that we could do this with? And they said, yeah, here's the number. And we took it down. And in 2020, they only do that for celebrities. Like if you want to lose 50 pounds, because it costs so much money, and normal people, they even said it, normal people like you are never going to be able to afford it. So it's going to be a no, and yeah. So that was my first day back after I wanted to find a live at home program that could help me lose weight.
Can we help you? Yes. Will we help you? No.
You're too broke. That's basically what I heard. Yeah.
You broke ass plebeian. Go away. Good luck. Oh, that's so wonderful. Anyway, again, the support from the medical community that you've been getting truly, truly warms the heart. It does. So you tried out for this. You contacted this program that was sort of like, you too poor for us to talk to. Oh, don't even give us your name. You can't afford to even do that.
Mm-hmm.
What was the next step? How did you move on from that? Aside from the 5 minutes of cursing after you put down the phone.
So basically what I do when I learn any kind of trade is I spend days and days watching YouTube videos, looking at forums, looking at literally everything. And I put in how to lose weight, and billions of things pop up when you type that into Google. And I was like, okay, how to lose weight as morbidly obese. Again, billions of things. Look, literally I found out in 2021, literally everyone's going to put their 2 cents in if you're morbidly obese on how to lose weight. And if you lose it too fast, hey, you're losing it too fast. Don't lose it too fast. If you're losing it too slow, what are you doing? You're not losing it slow. Like, it, no matter what, people are going to say stuff about you. But I forgot what we're talking about. I'm just going on a rant.
No, feel free to go on a rant. First off, it's amusing. And two, it's informative, because the reality is that's true. One of the reason I'm doing this is I know it works for me, because one of the realities of weight loss of any kind and fitness of any kind is what works for one person doesn't necessarily work for another person, because we're all different. So even though I myself have been having struggles lately because of various circumstances, some degree of depression and whatnot, where my ups and downs, what works for me is if I'm doing keto and intermittent fasting, that works for me in a way that doesn't work for most people. And after an adaptation period, I can be very, very physical on keto, and I can work out really, really hard because I'm insane that way. But that doesn't mean it would work for anybody else or work for you. So it's not just finding the diet, it's finding the diet, which really needs to be an eating methodology, not a diet. This is how I'm going to eat from here on out, but also how you need to modify that methodology so that it works with your body and your mindset and your emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, a lot of people, it's like, yes, try this diet. It didn't work for me. Well, you didn't do it right.
Yeah.
That's my little rant. But what we were talking about before we both went all ranty on my podcast here is you were turned down by these, can you pay us an arm and a leg people? And then you did research on YouTube to find what can you do to save your life, change how your life is going, to get control back of your health and physicality.
So I watched a lot of YouTube. Like, I think I spent 2 weeks, literally nothing else. Didn't play any video games, didn't watch any other TV show. I think the wife was getting sick of it, but literally 2 weeks straight of watching YouTube videos on how to lose weight if you're morbidly obese. And then I came across the video of a guy who was 650 pounds and now he's 270 or something like that. I can't even tell you who it was. But then he said, the thing I started was just walk from your room to your kitchen, sit down. If you could do that once and you're not tired, hey, do it again. Do it until you're tired, sit down, and let's do it again tomorrow. See how many you could do. Walk from your room to the kitchen to sit down. Like, literally, he said it was that simple to start out. And I was like, what else can I do that's simple? And I was like, hey, I like shadowboxing. So I'd literally sit like this exact spot, and I would sit here and do it for 1 minute. I put a timer on 1 minute. I'd and then catch my breath for a couple minutes, and then 1 minute. Mix it up, upper hooks, jab, like 1 minute at a time. Like you don't have to go crazy. Let's do it for 45 minutes. Come on, keep pushing, keep it. No, just 1 minute. If you get in the habit of just doing it once, we're going to do it again tomorrow for 1 minute. We're going to do it again like 3 weeks, and then pretty soon it's a habit. Hey, I forgot to do my shadow boxing. So 3 weeks down the line, I'm just doing it just because it's a habit now. I didn't go crazy time, and then like 2 months down the line, I'm like, let's see how long I could actually do it. And then I got lost listening to music. Like I put my headphones on and I looked at my timer. I'm like, how did I do this for 45 minutes? It just the insanity of just losing your time in good music, And I found out if you put good stuff on that you want to listen to, you can just do it without even thinking.
And I love that you said shadow boxing because I love fighting and boxing. I've never actually fought, but it's a big, and it's fun. That's the other thing about it is there's just something inherently fun about throwing punches and kicks. And that helps, I think, with fitness too, where if you can do something, it's like being on a treadmill is boring as all hell. You can get into the music and zone, but it can be like a bit of a psychological torture just to be going and in the same spot. But when you're getting your cardio on by throwing some punches, it's a lot easier to get lost in it because there's just something satisfying about and very calming too, because you're getting all that aggressive out on doing these things. Mm-hmm. So you started small steps. Just if I can walk once today, that's great. If I can get 2, that's great. If I can get 50, that's great.
Oh yeah.
It just became an everyday thing. Small steps every day, small pieces here and there.
One of my favorite quotes that I heard, I don't know who it was. I think it was David Goggins, or I couldn't even tell. I listened to so many like these motivational speakers, but they said, do what you can do until you can do what you want to do.
If you can only do so much, put in what you can. Mm-hmm. And I'll give him a little bit of plug. Previous guest, Dr. Kevin Payne, who has developed MS and sometimes has to fight against his body to do things. He says, put in the bare minimum you can. If you can't do what you want to do what you can do. Even if it's just going down to the gym and he physically can't work out that day, he'll go down to his gym and he'll sit there and he will envision himself working out just to keep the time, just to put in that moment so that the habit building maintains. He did something as opposed to, I don't feel like doing this today. I'm not going to, I just can't do it today. So I'm not going to do it. And then the habit of letting it go because it was too difficult or there was a problem. So that's a very good step to be taking. Getting back to your journey into getting physical again. And also, in fairness, you were somebody who enjoyed being physical in your youth. And I think there's something to be said about being like, yeah, I used to enjoy running around and doing stuff like that. You began shadow boxing in your chair. You began getting up, walking to the kitchen and back. When were you able to then go, okay, I've got this, I've got that. I need to add. I need to step this up a little bit. How long were you going before you began stepping up your routines?
I think it's about 2 months into it, 3 months into it, somewhere around there. But I just wanted to get in the habit of just doing something, whether how small or how big ever it is, and just get in the habit of doing it. And then I was like, okay, I love anime. Like, I'm a big anime fan. And I love all the 1990s, early 2000 animes. And one of my favorite characters, I'd say in the top 10, is Saitama.
For people who don't know, name where Saitama comes out of so they can hunt this down.
One Punch Man. Saitama. And he does a workout, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10K run every single day. And I started doing like bed push-ups on my knees and, wall push-ups and dead bugs. And then I didn't do 10K, but as much walking as I can every day. And I started doing, when I first started, it took me 10 different sets to do 100, so I did 10 at a time. And then pretty soon I got to where I could do it. Hey, I can do 15 now. Hey, guess what? I can do them in 20s now. And now I could do them in 25s to this current day. Like 25 knee push-ups on the ground, no longer on the wall, no longer on the bed, but on the floor. And I could do dead bugs, and now I could do sit-ups now. Like I wasn't able to do sit-ups in decade, 2 decades. And now I'm doing actual sit-ups with being 530 pounds,
That is no small feat. You are, again, one of the reasons I wanted you on here is from seeing your videos and how hard you go at doing these things, which now is much more impressed. Like, it was impressive before, but just knowing your foot, your double sciatica, that's, especially with something like push-ups, that is not sciatica friendly.
Mm-mm.
Do you do any things like Superman's? Do you like lay on your stomach and
so I started doing at the it's December 1st, I started doing a DDPY yoga, and that doing the yoga poses and certain things just aggravated the sciatica in my foot so much more than doing my regular workouts. So the wife still does it, but I can't because that hurts too much.
When I'm referring to Superman's, what I'm referring to is it's a back strengthening thing, which, to be honest with you, I could see this sciatica being a real problem with this, is you would lay on your stomach. And then you would basically, just like Superman does his thing, you would basically try to arch your back so that you're lifting your chest and your legs off the floor, kind of making like a semicircle with your body.
I do have hip workouts that I do. I lay on my side, and we call them the clam workout, where you basically open and close your kneecap as wide as you can, and it stretches the hips really good. I usually do that every morning because it gets like my hips lubricated and ready for the workout for the day.
So you've been slowly adding on. You tried DDP yoga, which I did for a while. It is a good workout, but there's a lot of DDP and DDP yoga.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much DDP and DDP yoga. And he's a consummate salesman, I will say that. Even when you've bought the product and you're in the middle of the product, he's still selling you that product.
Yeah.
But that's irrelevant. For people who do have mobility issues, there are worse things you can do for yourself than DDP yoga. And I still do what he calls the broken table. Whenever I'm feeling a little bit of like an issue with my back, the broken table I find really helps strengthen and heal that back pain. But again, it's not sciatica.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine that could be terrifyingly painful if you have some back nerve damage.
Yeah, it's terrible. I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
Roughly in a given day, how much time currently? Because you've been at this for about 2 years now. Has it been 2 years?
I'd say a year and a half, because the first 6 months we just watched YouTube videos on how to work out and how to lose weight, and I found out 90% of your weight loss is going to be your food. So we focused more on food than we did any kind of working out.
Very smart. And we are going to get into your food in a little bit. How long in a given day, on days that you are working out, and days that are really your workout days, because I assume you're going to have days that you work out more, and then other days where you don't work out quite as much because rest, you still need it.
Mm-hmm.
How long are you going on your days where you are working out?
Some days I do 2.5, 3 hours, but on average probably an hour, because I spend 10 minutes warming up, like almost the moment I wake up. Like I get up and I check my phone for notifications and who I should get back to and all that. But then after I do that, then I do my, my clam workouts and then my hip thrusts and, stuff to get my hips going, because first thing in the morning is the worst. So I have to kind of like lubricate them up, put that oil into the joint.
On days you're working out 3 hours, regardless of how you break it down, that's 3-hour workouts are incredibly difficult, even for people who are good for working out. And I respect that. I appreciate that. But you mentioned food. So let's talk about your food. Because as you said, food is about 90% of the battle.
Mm-hmm.
Before we talk about what the changes you've made, give us a little hint of the horrors that your diet used to be.
Well, I worked as a poker dealer, and I worked graveyard, like swing shift. So I'd get there about 5 and then get off around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It depends on how long they wanted to play poker, because you can't tell a poker player, hey, we're going to shut down in 10 minutes. Get your playing in. No, we're there until they leave. And, I made a pretty decent amount of money, anywhere from $150 to $500 a day, not just a pay period, but a day. And when you have that kind of money, when you're young and you're like, hey, I could go to fast food. Hey, it's 3 a.m. What's open? Jack in the Box. That's only what I ate because it was the only thing open. So every day when I got off work was Jack in the Box. Every day when I woke up, because I only live 5 minutes away from work. Yep. I only live 5 minutes away from work, so I have plenty of time to get ready. So I'd go to McDonald's because I was never early, because I only lived 5 minutes away,
Your diet was basically whatever fast food was along your path.
Yep.
Working graveyard shifts, even for people who are adapted to it, that does tend to play havoc with your metabolism anyway, because you're not getting the rest you need at the time you need to get it.
Yeah.
People tend to gain weight when they're working graveyard shifts.
And then being a poker dealer, literally, we sat down for 8, 10, 12 hours. Like, we sit there and...
Yeah, so between the food and the poker and sleeping during the day, probably very little, if any, working ability or time to work out at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's a recipe for weight gain. You switched your diet, though. What did you decide to try? Or did you try numerous things before finding your thing?
Literally anything and everything you could think of, we tried it. And I found out, looking back now, that I was doing it all wrong. Like, I'd do it for 2 weeks and be like, oh, I didn't lose any weight, so it doesn't work. And I'll try a different one. And then I'll try a different one for 2 weeks, try a different one for 2 weeks, try a different, so I jumped fab diets over and over and over. And then my friend says, hey, I did keto and, I lost 50 pounds so far in, a few months. And I'm like, okay, let's try keto again, since he did it and it worked, so I just switched literally over to everything and everyone that everyone was talking about. And that is wrong. Like, do not do that. Like, one of my favorite stories is, this guy, he talks about, you go to the gym for 1 day, you don't see results. You go back the second day, you don't see results. You go back the third day, you don't see results. So it doesn't work. Let's just get rid of it. Let's not go to the gym. But I promise you, if you show up every single day with one rest day for 3 months, 5 months, 6, I can't tell you when it's going to start showing results, but it will. Just stay consistent with what you're doing. It's not going to show up really quick. Just stay consistent. And I don't know what video I watched, but it was saying all these people who are jumping around from diet to diet, they're not seeing results because they don't see results with it so quick. And so I decided to try I'm pretty sure it's a diet, or if it's some sort of like genre of diet, I don't know, but I took it one step at a time. For 2 weeks straight, I wrote down literally everything I ate. I had 2 soda cans for breakfast. I had, spaghetti. I had garlic bread. Like, I didn't write down calories of what they were. I just wrote down what I ate, took pictures, and documented it. And then after the 2 weeks, I was like, okay, where is all my calories coming from? Oh, I'm drinking 700, 1,000 calories of just soda. That is a huge chunk, Just breaking it down, 1 week we took out soda. We're not drinking soda at all. So for a whole week, everything else was the same but the soda. And then the next week is, what else are we going to work on? Okay, we have a lot of pasta, so we're going to cut down on the pasta, try to find alternates for, and we like a split or pea pasta, something, I don't know. It's a veggie pasta. Yeah, I think that is exactly what it is. But we substitute the pasta with, veggie noodles type of stuff. And, then the next week hey, let's add a salad to lunch, And then the next week, while we're doing week 3, we're also doing week 1 and 2. So we're slowly adding or taking away something that's more healthier for what I'm doing. We're not making it, just a fab. We're only going to do it for 6 months and lose 40, 50 pounds. We're going to make this a whole lifestyle change and not just a temporary fix.
Right. It's an eating methodology. It's not a diet. You're not on a diet. You're going like, okay, we're getting rid of refined sugars. At the very least, we're getting rid of things that are nothing but sugar. So off they go. That was week 1. That was the sodas. And out of that, as you said, at least 700 calories per day gone. And it's all sugars, simple carbohydrates, high glycemic and all that stuff. So what is it, if you were to take a look at it now, what would you say your eating methodology consists of?
Basically what, I don't know, the best way to break it down is high protein, lower carbs. Because I like my meat. I'm never going to be a vegetarian or a vegan. I love my steaks. I love my hamburger, my turkey, my chicken. You know, I love that stuff. And, you know, basically, I want to build muscle too. So that's what I found out. You want to build muscle, get more protein.
Yeah.
To carry in 500 pounds, you need to be stronger.
What do you do for your fats? What's your, are you somebody who does butter? Or is it olive oil? What are your relationship with your diet, your eating methodology to things like fat? What do you do?
I don't know. My wife does the cooking, so I really don't know. I know she switched from olive oil or vegetable oil to olive oil, I think. And she switched, like, we're making small changes literally even to this day, you know, 100 weeks later, you know. We're still trying to make small little changes here and there. So instead of flavored water, we're going just straight water. You know, I don't know about the fats. I really don't.
No problem. And do you do seltzer water? Do you get like have a soda stream where you get a little bit of fizz? That way it's water, but at least there's like a little bit of a kick to it. I found that helped me.
Oh, I tried that a couple years ago and it just tasted weird to me. So we never had it.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's all individual.
So you yourself said you were a certain weight. How did you change your foods?
When I was 270 pounds about 5 years ago, what ended up happening is I first tried to go lower carbs and whatnot, and that worked out for me a little bit. I then went to a gym. I go to a gym and still to some degree go there, by a guy named Eric Fleischman, Eric the trainer, and he put me on one of his diets, and it was called the Sleek Ninja Diet. And the thing about it is, when I was trying to lose weight, I had got involved in a stunt class, and that was my major form of working out. Like a couple times a week, I would pretend to fight and do all of that stuff and fall and roll and stuff that I do because mentally I am 7 years old and I never will not be.
Yeah.
He put me on this diet, which was incredibly almost no fat, but very low fat, lean protein, some fruit. And I ceased functioning as a human being for a month. I stuck with it for a month before, like I'd gone from where I could work out 3 hours at a time where I couldn't work out 20 minutes before I was totally gassed and out. And I realized that this diet had worked great for a lot of people, but it wasn't working for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to do keto, and keto is where I really began losing weight. And first I was just doing keto. Then at the suggestion of Eric, I threw in, he didn't call it an intermittent fasting window. He was like, I want you to stop eating at 5 o'clock at night. I challenge you. Stop eating. You stop eating at 5 o'clock at night for a month and I will give you $100. He never paid up. But I did it. And then that became a habit. So my good habit, what works for me is fairly strict keto and the intermittent fasting window, which worked out to be 6 hours. And I thrived on that. I've just been having difficulty, even with doing this podcast, in getting myself back on that track because I'm an emotional eater. You know that song.
Mm-hmm.
You know that song. And even right now, I'm ashamed to say I'm in a downturn. I've not been doing well with my diet. I've put on a little bit more. I'm having difficulty getting that control back. And I feel bad about that because I know what to do and I know how to do it. And for me, I'm like you. I love working out for 3 hours at a time. I had periods of my life where for 5-6 days a week. I was at the gym working out 3 hours a day with my buddy, boxing and lifting and flipping and being an idiot. Just right now, I'm having difficulty getting that back on track. I admire that you are chugging along in a very, very solid way with like some really good philosophies and decent ways of looking at things, especially when there are things that potentially could trip you up and you make the mental decision not to let them. I admire that a lot. One, you got your physicality on track and you're working that angle. You got your diet mostly through conscripting your wife to think about and structure your diet for you, which is wonderful. It is wonderful to have a supporting partner. It truly is, especially if you can't cook. And the other piece of this puzzle for you, I think, is the way you utilized social media. Because I encountered you on TikTok where suddenly in my feed, there you are doing what you do. How did you get to that? How did you begin utilizing this social media structure to assist you in your working out, your motivation? How did you become NativeSaiyan?
So basically what I wanted to do was I went through my own head, like, how can I keep myself accountable? How can I keep going every single day? Because I want to keep doing this and I want to do it for me. You know, when I was, let's say 30, I'm 36 now, going to be 37 this year. When I was 30.
We won't hold it against you.
Yeah. When I was 30, I weighed, I think it was 400 pounds, 379, like, I don't know. But I wanted to lose weight then, but I wanted to lose weight for X reason, for someone's reason, for someone else's reason to tell me, you need to lose weight because of this or that, and for once I wanted to lose it for me, for myself to be happy. So I was thinking in my head, where can I put this? I was like, I have a diary that I literally write it. Oh, it's over here. I wrote your notes on it. I have a diary that I literally write in every day. I was like, this will keep me accountable. No, I need something bigger, something that I'm going to see every day. So I was like, let's take it to YouTube. Let's take it to, YouTube is actually where I started. And then someone said, hey, this TikTok thing is growing huge. You should, take it to TikTok and funnel them to YouTube. And I was like, I don't even know what TikTok is. So I went on it and then I was scrolling. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. People just make some weird dancing videos or talk, so I was like, all right, I'm going to post my weight loss journey. And my first video was my week 2 weigh-in of 2021. And I got 2,000 or 3,000 followers day one of my TikTok. It hit 100 and something thousand views in 24 hours, and I'm like, oh, this is crazy. What's going on? It's just like, whoa, what happened? I don't even know what happened at that, how I felt. So all I wanted to do was to document for myself saying, hey, you didn't work out today, make a video, that you did something, anything, shadow box then, sitting down, standing up, walking to the kid, document literally anything. And that's the whole reason I started it, was to keep myself accountable.
How has been the response from the community?
Anywhere from, you're doing amazing, you inspired me to lose 50 pounds and keep it up, to you're just doing this for attention, you're not showing any kind of product. Like, it's literally anything and everything between that. Like, it's, yeah. But I do it not for the negative comment. I do it for the people telling me I'm the reason they're getting back on their weight loss journey. I'm the reason that they lost 5 pounds in this month. I'm the reason that, they want to also make content and show their story, because I'm giving someone inspiration or someone, their own voice.
Another question occurred to me that's slightly off tangent, but about TikTok is, do you have a couple followers that are like that? So you get your comments, and I can see from like, you've got like 400 comments. Like, any given videos can have like hundreds to thousands of comments. And of course, being a single human being within a very finite number of hours in the day, you put out 3 videos one day and each one has 500 comments. You can't read or see all of those comments. But do you have a couple followers who it's sort of like, there's Bob. I knew Bob was going to be there. Hey, Bob. I love you, Bob. Do you have your favorite followers? You don't have to name them. But there's like a couple followers that like they're always there and you always know and you're always happy to see them.
There is a couple of dozen people who, like, there's this one guy who comments literally the same thing on every single video. I'm proud of you. Keep going. I'm proud of you. Keep, like, literally on every single video. I could tell the videos he watched because he puts the same exact comment in every single video, which later on I'm going to count how many. And like, yeah, it's pretty cool that they're so invested in me, which in my eyes, I see myself as nobody. I'm just a Joe Schmo on a Native American reservation, and, to some people, like when I went to Anime NYC, I met this one chick. She's like 5'3", 5'2". She's a tiny little girl. And she was literally fangirling that she met NativeSaiyan. And like, I had to like pry her off of me because it was like, I
love you too.
Yeah. It's so surreal to me because like if I go to Walmart, I'm not going to get bombarded like that. If I go to the mall, I might get noticed once, maybe twice. But when I post a video on social media, hey, I get the, 500 comments. I get 20,000 likes. I get, average of 2,000 new followers every day. That's what I am on social media. But in the real world, I'm just me.
True. But then again, that's every celebrity. Who is any of them? It just so happens that your audience is through TikTok versus through a TV show. And it's the same kind of thing where to the end user, you are this personality, this persona, this person, and to watch you and to meet you. And of course, by doing the social media, there's that sense of knowing you, especially since some of the videos you post, you are very, very open and honest. You did a video that touched me earlier today when, not that I was going to I don't research or do anything because I'm lazy, but I opened up TikTok because I had some moments to kill before doing this interview. And there you were. And you were talking about friendship and the whole feeling isolated, that there aren't that many friends, which is, I think, a problem most people in the adult years go, especially when there's no work or the social isolation, because unless you're the person making all the phone calls and you're the person creating the event, usually there's no event. Like, friendships fall away after, they don't fall away necessarily, but the whole we all get together on the weekends and do stuff doesn't happen after college. Like, your friends are your immediate circle of who your coworkers are, or who's at a church if you're going to a church or a community center. But if you're separate from all those things, it's sort of like there's 3 people from high school that you talk to every couple months. And I think everybody's like that. So you did this very open and honest video, very vulnerable video about how that made you feel. And it was sort of like, oh man, and I was very emotionally invested. I had not spoken to you. I didn't know your name was Bill until we started, until a half hour before we started recording. My first question to you was so you, who are you?
Yeah.
I've seen you cry, but I don't even I've got to look at this piece of paper to just remember what your last name is, which is PIckernell.
Yep.
So but if not for that piece of paper, I would be doing some weird thing to try to get you to say it. People emotionally connect. God, I can talk. I have a little note saying use less words, and yet I never do because I'm in love with my voice. When somebody meets you, from your perspective, hey, stranger I've never seen before. Oh, you've commented. Lovely. But for them, they saw you pour out your heart about your friends. They saw you suffer on this, going up and down those stairs. They saw you doing the dead bug or the push-ups or shadow boxing, and they saw you sweat and suffer and talk about the setbacks and talk about the pain and how you're pushing through it. So they have a lot to be vested in. They are connected to you. Even if for you, it's I think I saw you comment once. Thank you.
Yeah, I get that all the time. Like, do you remember me commenting on this video? I want to lie to you and say I did. Like, I don't like lying to people. I could say, yeah, I've seen it and I appreciate it, but like, I get like some videos, like I think my most viral video has 20,000 comments on it. Am I going to see 1% of those? I don't think so. You know, yeah, I'm not going to see it.
In a lot of ways, it's a lovely thing to have a bunch of people who so vested in the journey you're trying to make. That's a lot of support.
Mm-hmm.
But you are doing really well.
Yeah.
And not that I'm somebody to be like, you know, Bill, I'm proud of you. But, you know, Bill, I'm proud of you. You're doing some damn good work.
Mm-hmm.
And let's do a little bit more good work. What thoughts, what final advice, what advice would you give somebody struggling with their own journey? Be the wise man on the hill for a moment. Even if you're not in a hill, even if you don't have a hill to be on at the moment.
The best advice I usually try to give people is, like, one of my favorite hashtags that I use is hashtag this is my story. People are going to say, hey, you're not losing weight like Bill, like I am. You're not losing weight like, you know, Zach. You're not losing weight like blah, blah, blah. This is your story. Don't let other people say you should be losing it faster or slower. Or, you know, if you're losing 1 pound in a month, you know, 12 pounds in a year, you know, you're doing great. You're losing. It's going downward. Like, don't let people, you know, put down your progress that you're making. You're making progress. Keep it up. You're doing amazing. That's, you know, my favorite thing to tell people is you're doing great. How many people in your life tell you that you're doing great? Not very many. You know, how many people, you know, my favorite thing also to tell people in the comments is, I appreciate you. How often do you get people to appreciate you? You know, I'm trying to positively tell people that I see them and I love them, and, you know, do it at your pace. It's your story. It's no one else's. It's yours.
I think that is wonderful advice. And again, let me say to you, you're doing great. And so, Bill, where can people find you when they're not finding you here?
I'm on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I'm on Twitter. If you just type in NativeSaiyan, most likely I'm going to pop up either in a Fat Gum uniform or a Naruto uniform or some sort of anime uniform. That I'm going to pop up.
Before I give my plugs, I will ask you one final question. Important question. The kind of question that I believe the people watching this really, really want to know. Who is your favorite Saiyan?
I am.
In the Dragon Ball Z universe, who is your favorite Saiyan?
It would be Nappa. I love just
Nappa.
how, yep, he's at the very beginning of the Z saga.
Oh, I know who he is.
Dragon
The
Ball
bald
Z.
guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
An
interesting choice.
Just how goofy, and all his whole life is about fighting and brutal, and he's, you know, he knocks out those planes in the sky. Oh, I thought these things would be stronger, you know, and, you know, can I beat him up now? No, Nappa, you can't yet. We're waiting for a Kakarot. You know, it just, I don't know. I loved his character since I've seen him.
It's usually always Goku, Vegeta, and then if not that, Gohan, which I'm gonna have to admit, like, to being I like Kid Gohan. Anyway, as for me, when I'm not watching anime, you can find me here on the Fittest Fat Kid You Know, and on my socials, which are TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, even got a Facebook page, and it's all at Fittest Fat Kid. If you want to reach out, if you've got a question, if you have some need or help with your fitness journey and you have nobody you can ask this question to, you can ask me, and you can do that at hi@fittestfatkid.com. And you can go to my website, which is www.fittestfatkid.com. So, no matter who you are and no matter where you are or what you're doing, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding. And I'll talk to you next week. I think if there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that Nickelback sucks.
Yes, I guess we can. It seems to be the widely held narrative.
So the question is, exactly why does Nickelback suck? Now, I don't mean, like, why are they a bad band? Because they're not. How did the narrative become they are the most hated band in the world? So to talk about that, I decided to pull in somebody who might be considered a bit knowledgeable on the history and wherewithals of Nickelback. Mike Kroeger will eventually be saying hello.
Hello. I wasn't sure if that was where I was supposed to say hello, Bruce.
That's quite right.
But I do know a thing or two about Nickelback, and and I do know a thing or two about the phenomenon of Nickelback sucking.
Let's start with that. Exactly when did Nickelback begin to suck?
Not remarkably, the time at which Nickelback began to suck started shortly after we started to sell millions and millions of albums. Until that point, we were sort of the beloved darlings who clearly had no chance, hopeless, hapless, never going to make it, and everybody loves an underdog until they're no longer the underdog. And then once you're not the underdog anymore, that's when you start to suck.
Can you nail it down to one of your album releases? Is there a particular artistic moment in time where you went from being the indie darling to, let's face it, sucking?
That is the time when we released at that time, our album that had, done the best for us. So it was an album called Silver Side Up, which was, sadly enough, released on September 11th, 2001, which was a day that did suck. Most definitely changed the world and not for the better. But that was also the day that our lives changed because our biggest record to that point came out that day. And we had a very, very successful single, How You Remind Me, was being played in the United States at the time that the album came out. They say that there was, at any given second in those days, that song was in play on radio somewhere in the United States. There was literally a continuous loop. Like there was never a moment in that year when it wasn't playing.
Look, I wasn't even listening to radio at the time, and that earworm burrowed its way into my skull.
Yeah.
And like I said, I wasn't even listening to music. So you went from having kind of, as you said, indie darling, you were moving along, you were being successful, but then that day happened and it blew up. Like, was it an immediate blow up? Was it a slow burn? Or just one day you're a working musician, the next day you are top tier superstar, however you want to phrase it?
We woke up, well, first of all, prior to the release of the album on September 11th, 2001, we had been out on tour. The album had been finished for some time. We had been working singles to radio, and the single How You Remind Me had kind of peaked a few weeks prior, maybe 6 weeks prior to the release of the album. And that was when it started to get weird. It got really, really big, and it just reacted in a global way, very, very strangely. We were getting played and listened to in countries we'd never been to before. People, we didn't even know were listening to us. They were, our song was everywhere. Crazy places like Bangkok and other places where we've never even thought about going. We're, consistently and continuously playing our music. And it just turned right there. And the thing about being sort of a critic's darling or whatever, that only lasts until you start to achieve a level of success. And then you're no longer the underdog that everybody's pulling for. Then you become sort of like a monolith. You become dehumanized, and you're no longer a band of 4 guys from Canada. You're more, now you're the big machine that feels no pain and everybody can take shots at, because what do they care? They're just a big rock band. No, nobody in a big rock band has feelings.
What was the first shot like? What was the first indication? Because I'm sure there was like early over the bow shots that hinted at what was to come, but probably wasn't recognizable at the time. Like, oh, there's something like a global meme is going to happen on our backs.
Right. When we started to notice a trend, it was when our own country came after us. When Canada started to viciously attack us, that's when we knew there was something more than just maybe a writer trying to put some sizzle down for their editor, and hopefully sell a couple of magazines or whatever. It turned, from those sort of, shots about maybe somebody's haircut or some, bullshit like that. And then Canada the Canadian media kind of came after us, and they had been friendly with us to that point. And that was, I think, when we recognized that the sentiment was somehow changing to the tall poppy syndrome, which, I don't know if you're aware of the tall poppy syndrome, but it's very much I believe, an English phenomenon, which Canada derives a lot of their culture from the English culture. And it's that the when the tall poppy grows taller than all the others, it must be cut down, back down to size to be just like everybody else, because it's grown beyond its means, or beyond its right. It's sticking out too much. And in that culture, the ultimate sort of the ultimate position to be in is one of conformity and being like everybody else. Even if you're successful and doing well and living your dream, that's kind of an offense.
Did you get it in in actual interviews where beforehand it was warmer and fuzzier, and then suddenly it became more of a combative, hostile sort of tit for tat?
Let me tell you, I've seen that. I've seen it where the person was nice and friendly until the camera or recording device started rolling, and then they just started coming after me, which
this
was a surprise. Yeah, just like this person. And there was other cases, and this didn't happen to me. This hasn't happened to me so much as it's happened to my brother. But for him, it's been particularly amazing in that, he would meet the journalist, do the interview with the journalist, go great, have a great interview, really, relating on a human level, and, maybe almost getting to the point where you think you made a new friend. And then you see the finished product and it's just a complete hit job, just absolute hatchet job. Chad told me a story once about how he recently, just recently in the last little while, a guy walked up to him. So he was out somewhere, and some guy walked up to him and said, "Hey man, nice to meet you. You're Chad from Nickelback, right?" And he said, "Yeah." And the guy goes, "Yeah, I used to write for Rolling Stone magazine." And Chad's like, Rolling Stone has been outspokenly negative toward us, very vicious toward us. So,
let's call it warlike hostile.
Yeah, okay, hostile, sure. Anyway, this journalist said, "Hey, I got to tell you a story." He said to Chad, "I got to tell you this story. You might get a kick out of it or whatever." And Chad says, "Sure. It's all fine. Tell me what your story is." And the guy said, "Yeah, I wrote I was asked to review one of your albums." He said, "I can't remember which album it is now." He was asked to review one of our albums, and he wrote a very, very detailed and well thought out review of the album, and it was positive. The guy said that the record was good. That
we can't have that.
He took it to his editor, and his editor just said, I'm not going to print this. And the guy was like, why? And he said, because we here at Rolling Stone are very anti Nickelback. We do not like Nickelback. We can't write good things about Nickelback. So go back and retool it, find the negative. That's what sells for these guys. You write negative things about Nickelback, not positive things. And for that journalist guy, it was a big lesson for him that day that, ultimately he didn't understand, or he was coming from an altruistic place of being an objective journalist who, just listened to an advanced copy of a record that wasn't even out yet. And he liked it and he thought it was good. And here's all the reasons why he thought it was good. But no one wants to read that. We don't want to hear the story about, the happy ending. What we want to hear about is how somebody's big, rich, famous, and we're going to take their pound of flesh publicly. That's more like what people like.
It must be terrible for Chad, whom, I have never met or spoken to him, but I can imagine people just feel free to shit on him at the drop of a hat. I imagine people possibly, that was like a positive, even though it was not a happy story to hear, it was a positive interaction. But I can imagine people feeling free to just be negative to his face. And actually negative to your face, simply because it's so accepted. People tend to assume that it's just common knowledge that the music, like, this is terrible, and the people who make it clearly are morons and terrible people. So fuck them. Hey, fuck you.
So it's never happened to me.
But he's
I think for two reasons it hasn't happened to me. Number one, being a bass player who doesn't sing in a rock band is probably it's the closest thing to the witness protection program you can imagine. So I'm pretty much totally anonymous, which is awesome for me.
You are in the band, right?
Well, allegedly, Bruce, allegedly. But the other thing is that generally people are cowards. Generally speaking, people won't come up to me and tell me, that they don't like my band, mostly because they probably get the sense that I might physically dismantle them, which is not inaccurate. But
what's your belt in jiu-jitsu?
I don't want to talk about anything like that. But I'm not. A spirited debate would ensue for sure, and that's something most people don't want. But it has happened to my brother. Usually in situations where the alcohol is flowing, the liquid courage goes a long way, and he's had to hand out a couple knuckle sandwiches over the years to people who had, outspoken opinions, who were begging for a knuckle sandwich. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. But for the most part, people are generally speaking fairly compliant, fairly easy. And when you tell them what band you're in, I can always tell if it's somebody who likes my band, is indifferent to my band, or hates my band by their reaction. It's just like, you're in that band. It's like, okay, I can see, that you might have a side hustle as a keyboard warrior, and that's cool. But yeah, you got any thoughts? No, never.
Interesting, because I remember when I had my moment, it was sort of like, hey, I have to ask, how did this happen? Like, literally the question I'm asking you on my podcast was one of I think it was our second or third interaction. I just was curious because
yeah,
just for the public record, I fell into the indifferent. I heard some of the songs were cool. I was good. I wasn't that into music at the time. I had other things on my mind. So I sort of just missed the entire phase. And meeting you, and the thing about you is you're just my relationship to Mike, for the listener, is Mike's my guy to ask stupid questions to. I don't know why he agrees to this, but you always need to have somebody in your life that before you go into a business meeting or before you do something, you can ask the stupid questions to, so that when you go and do it, you're not asking the stupid questions in the moment, so that people who might invest in you or work with you don't think you're a moron. So I'll ask Mike, and I'll be a moron in Mike's presence and he will set me straight, and then I will appear like I know what the hell I'm doing.
That's normal friend stuff, Bruce. That's what we do.
It's true, but I just want to kind of make it known, partially because if you don't have somebody in your life like this, go find it. You need it. Otherwise, you're just going to make mistakes left and right. And while I'm a big proponent of mistakes, the less you make still, the better.
Yeah, no question. That's true.
So yeah, that was how I met, just curiosity of how this happened. And I am curious beyond, so the big album hit, How You Remind Me came out and it blew up in the way that very few songs do. Those are the rare hits that just take you to the top. And that'll be fun for the mic. And the hate came. How did it affect you, not just you personally, because you're a pretty strong-willed guy, but how did it affect your family? And I don't just mean Chad, but your wives, and more importantly, your parents, and eventually your kids.
And eventually my kids. Yeah. Going all the way back to when it first began and became sort of not just, a writer taking cheap pot shots, but it became kind of a trend and kind of,
cultural phenomenon.
Yeah. It started to become sort of like a almost a constant, and it hurt, it really did hurt because, when you begin this sort of journey, there's sort of this understanding that you're probably not going to make it, and because you're just not, like, people don't make it, in music. Like it's very, very uphill.
The odds are so stacked against everybody. And that was even before the music
correct.
Fell out of the music industry with Napster and
exactly.
So forth.
You're at best fighting from the bottom. You're probably, most likely embarking on the journey of a very expensive hobby that you're going to be paying off as a mortgage when it doesn't work out. But everybody's going to want to get their money back, So when you're doing that, everybody's behind you and they're pulling for you and cheering for you when you're at your most hopeless. You're effectively homeless. You're poor. You're living consistently on the kindness of others. Like we had more home cooked meals out there, from just kind people than I could even explain to you, So you're very much almost like a charity case in the beginning, and people.
It took a while I think it took much longer for the turning point than people would realize for your band. You were effectively poor for much longer. Much longer.
Probably the first 6-7 years of Nickelback, we were completely living out of the back of a van, literally. And there is a certain sort of like appeal for people to get behind that and cheer for that and spur that on. And there's a real camaraderie amongst the fans, and, because it's their secret, right? It's the thing that nobody else knows about. It's a cause. Yeah, cause celeb. They're behind this thing. And it's only when everybody else figures it out that the bitterness begins, because it goes from, hey, this is, everybody should listen to this. This is this underground thing. They're doing really great, but nobody knows about it yet, to, you
sold out.
Well, and there's that middle phase where it's like, yeah, everybody get in, everybody check it out. This is awesome. And then there's the part where, well, I knew them before everybody else did. I knew them when they were cool, and then you're not cool.
Oh my
anymore.
God, they went so commercial, and I can barely listen to them anymore. I mean, oh God, that song Photograph. Like, I don't even think they like photographs, but they made a song about it. It's like so terrible. Sorry.
No,
you were saying something.
But you're not wrong. Like that is the type of sort of, that's kind of the mechanics of the thoughts or feelings of this thing. It's just everybody personalizes this so much, and it becomes like something, a possession thing that they kind of own us, and they get really bitter when other people find out about it. Like, I've heard stories of bands who, they were like really undergroundy bands. I'm not going to say the name of there's one in particular. I'm not going to say the name of the band, but the
we don't want to promote anybody but you right now.
Well, it isn't a promotion, unfortunately, but the lead singer person, like the creative driving force of the band, was like, oh, this is great. I get to, experience this thing and express myself as an artist. And then all of a sudden they start looking out into the audience and they start to see people in the audience that they don't think they like. Mm-hmm. They see people out there in the audience and they're like, oh, that's those jock fucks that used to, shove me in a dumpster or like be mean. I don't want jocks to like my band. And then they start hating their own music because they become widely popular. And it's not just the nerds and the outcasts that like them anymore. It turns out lots of people like them. And there's this kind of this odd sort of disconnect between like who should like a band. Like I think it's idiotic.
And it's also because music tends to be a very personal thing, because ultimately what music is effectively, and this is going to sound very pretentious, so I'm going to stick my pinky out while I say it, painting with emotions. And by doing this, if a song can evoke a feeling in you, when you have a feeling, you connect to the source of that emotion. So people connect to bands in a very personal way, even though in reality, complete strangers. But they start building images of who these people should be. And I guess that then ties into the selling out. Right. Or the feeling that you've sold out. And effectively by selling out, what you've really done is you've betrayed our emotions, Mike.
Right. It's just our relationship is no longer precious with just us. Everybody else knows now. And they're in it too. You did mention earlier the sort of effect on
your family,
our families and stuff. And yeah, like,
God, how did your mom take it? Because
I was going to go down the road of like, the Seinfeld road of, Jerry's mom, like, well, who wouldn't like him? Why wouldn't you like him? He's great. Everybody likes him. Right. Your mom doesn't ever want to think that there might be something that, somebody could, some kind of thing about your personality or your being that they could weaponize against you and hurt you with, because to everyone, everyone's in everyone's mother's eyes, they are still a little baby boy or girl, and you're perfect to your mother. So no one's mom can imagine anybody not liking you. So we did go through that.
Was she just defensive, or did it actually wound her?
Oh no, it hurts. It hurts all the way around. Definitely, it hurt, and there is some indignation and some upset coming from that. Of course, the worst was how our children were bullied. My children were bullied. The other people in my band who have kids, their children were bullied at school for just being the children of a guy from Nickelback, and horribly teased, and it leaves permanent damage in all of them. Although I know full well that kids are absolutely brutal, and you don't have to be the son or daughter of the guy from a band that people want to take shots at to get bullied.
It's a convenient hook.
Sometimes you just wear the wrong socks, whatever, you're getting it. They're coming after you. It's almost like the tall poppy thing. Like, don't try to be an individual, just blend in, be like everybody else. Don't stick out. Don't, be distinct, and, just stay under the radar and no one will notice you. And that's where you should be. And sadly for our kids, they were above the radar because of who their fathers were. That's something I feel a lot of regret for my kids having to deal with that.
Which of course was not in your control, and you shouldn't, but of course as a father you would. Here's my question specifically about your kids. Because, children are going to be pricks to children. That's just part of growing up. And you find a hook and that happens to you as a child. It's the thing that makes you stand out, as you said. However, while adults wouldn't feel comfortable approaching you as an adult, did you find that some adults were a little more freer to say disparaging things about you and to your kids because they are the children of celebrities. So
I don't know about that, Bruce. That's one you got me. I'm kind of stumped on that one. I never really experienced any adults coming at my kids that way, and no, I never. Not that I'm aware of. And if they were here right now, I could ask them, and they might have something. But I don't know. The other sad part about all this is both of my kids, because they didn't want to upset me or make me feel bad, they didn't tell me that they were being bullied. I only learned about it well after the fact, many years after the fact, after the damage was done, and ultimately, what could I even do about it anyway? I was already protecting them the best I could, and sooner or later they got to go to school, and I can't sit in every class with them and defend them from the slings and arrows of their colleagues.
We all enter the world at some point. Would you say that they've dealt with it okay as they've gotten older? Have they
yes,
come to terms?
I think they've come to terms with it. There is lasting damage with my kids, both of them. Stuff that they will carry for the rest of their lives, unfortunately. But I think they've learned a lot from it. And the other thing is their generation is sort of my children's generation is like the first generation that experienced cyberbullying.
Yes,
that they kind of that's their dubious honor of being the first group of kids to bully each other by electronic means,
and can be bullied by people they've never met.
Never met. You don't know who they are. You don't know how old they are, where they are, what their cultural background is. You don't know anything about them. So that whole thing about when you're meeting conflict, you got to first consider the source. Well, that's out the window. You don't have that.
Yeah. Well, we've experienced how this has affected your family, which clearly was a wonderful experience for them. How did it affect your career? So, boom, you went from being the indie darling to biggest band in the world for a little bit to most hated band in the world. How did that actually affect the day-to-day runnings of the band and the moves going forward? Did you find your sales dive off? Did it actually help them? What did it do to you?
So there's a number of ways that you can react or preemptively set up things to deal with this. So, the trouble that I have with it, and it's something that I've mentioned a lot of times with my guys in the band, is that, in being cognizant of these viewpoints or of these people that are looking for other things to attack, there's almost nothing you can do about it, and you become in danger of starting somewhat of a battered wife syndrome sort of behavior, where it's like, oh, well, if I say that, then they're going to come at me like this. And if we do this, we're going to get attacked for, doing this thing, and so on, until the point where you're essentially paralyzed by fear and you do nothing, because if you do nothing, no one can criticize you. And, that was something that, we really, I think, had to really think about and get real with that. Becoming so concerned what people are going to say about everything it's a paralyzing experience, and you can't allow yourself to be paralyzed with fear of critics or criticism. You got to go on, and that, truthfully, the only reason why we made it, well, I should say one of the biggest reasons why we made it through, was that we didn't quit. We just kept doing what we do. And, regardless of the naysayers and haters, because there's always going to be naysayers and haters when you're doing something big. If you don't cause a guttural reaction to people, positive or negative, I feel like you're not really getting all of it. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have lovers and haters, people just don't care. And that's
love
okay.
me, hate me, but just don't be indifferent to me.
Right. Indifference, and that's the thing that scares me the most is if people finally stop hating us we could be relegated
People
to
stop
like
hating us.
they
If
won't
we
even
stop
know.
sucking.
We'll just disappear because then it's people like there was one point where I remember there was a particular thread on, I forget what social media portal it was, but
Probably Reddit, because Reddit's a place where a lot of this shit starts.
Reddit's awesome. Yeah. But I remember one person was railing on how, awful Nickelback is, et cetera. And another person, came sort of to our defense and said, hey, this is, these are well-crafted songs that, resonate with people and people react to them and they
might be
love
some
them.
artistry there. Who knows?
This person was kind of trying to make a more nuanced argument of, oh, they suck, the person saying, oh, they suck, and the other person's, well, actually, here's some facts, there's all these things, and also, they seem to be pretty nice guys, and I remember the person's response was so perfectly telling. The person said, yeah, the songs have all the hooks and catches, and I bet you they're great guys, but they still suck. And I was just like, you know what? This is an established narrative that, that person doesn't want to diverge from, and that's okay. But that person was more afraid to say, well, maybe they're not so bad, because then all the rest of their co-haters would come at him. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to become sort of an apologist for the thing that everybody agrees sucks.
I think there are a lot of people out there who are very vehemently Nickelback sucks without actually really listening to Nickelback, without being that familiar with the songs. It's just a popular thing to do. You are in a club. It is a fun club. You guys fucking suck. Awesome. But they don't know the fucking songs. They don't listen to the music. They have no idea.
Bruce,
it's just popular to do it.
I think, I would never argue with you outwardly, but I am going to counter a little bit obliquely, let's say. I don't believe that the people who are saying this haven't listened to the music. I believe they have listened to music, and I think they have the records, and I think they come to the shows. I think someone's lying. But, here's the thing. There was one case of, a person who I was reading about. They were saying, oh, Nickelback, they're terrible. Mm-hmm. That's all that radio shit.
Yep, radio shit. And
I'm sitting there going, so if it's all radio shit and you don't like radio shit, but you're listening to Nickelback
on the radio,
unwillingly on the radio, where exactly is your indignation coming from about radio shit when you're listening to the radio?
I have to listen to something while I drive. It's not a choice.
And right. And the fact of the matter is, sadly, the reason why all these radio stations played this was not some Byzantine plot to melt everybody's minds. What was going on was, back then, that was the old days, they used to do constant testing of playlists. So they would actually do auditorium testing where people would come into a big room, they would play a song, and then they would give people a piece of paper to write down or record their thoughts and how they felt about things. And sadly for the hater sphere, we tested so strongly that the radio stations just had to keep playing it because everybody who heard the songs liked them. And that just turns out that's what they're trying to do, is please their listeners. Ultimately, what they're trying to do is sell ads. But in doing so, by having their listeners, their listeners listen, they listen to the ads, and then everybody's happy. But the fact is it was just working. It wasn't like it was getting jammed down everybody's throat. People liked it.
So I think what you're saying, if I were to distill it down, is that you sold a lot of toothpaste.
A lot of toothpaste, a lot of whatever they sell on the radio,
Hamburgers and sex, usually at the same time.
Sure.
But did we actually get to the answer to the question I asked? I'm not sure that we did, which is, how did How did it
affect me? Is that
no? We kind of covered how it affected you, which is you'd punch somebody in the face.
Oh, okay.
We've covered how it affected your kids, which is it made you want to punch somebody in the face.
Right.
I'm just summing that up.
Yes.
And then how it affected your mother, and she wanted to punch somebody in the face.
So, a lot of face punching. Yes.
Yes, a lot of face punching because it's just the way of the world.
Sure is.
But and you've established that people who you feel that people who hate you also are secret fans, even though they don't realize it. But as far as album sales, as far as popularity, did the Nickelback Sucks become a backdoor to Nickelback being more successful than successful?
It's still in that thing that we mentioned earlier or later, depending on how you edit this, about
or concurrently. We can go. Time is flexible here.
We can stretch and
when you're watching this, we're not even having this conversation. That happened weeks ago.
This is amazing. I need Keanu Reeves to jump in here. Whoa, because we're fully in the Matrix right now. But what?
I went Bill and Ted, but sure.
Yeah, that was. It is. Yeah, that's a whole other podcast. Anyway, I was about to go for it, but
he's a neighbor. He'll be back. Don't worry.
Yeah, he'll be back.
We'll talk about other stupid shit.
The apathy could have been fatal to us. If people weren't so outspoken in their love and outspoken in their hate of us, the apathy, we could have been like our career could have been over 15 years ago if there were apathy. So secretly, not so secretly now, and not so secretly amongst my band, I've been really clear with my guys that, all that hate has given our career legs that it wouldn't have had if everybody would have just one day went, irrelevant, who cares? We would have been done for.
It's a mediocre.
Yep. Mediocre, moderate, anything sort of measured in response would probably be the death knell of our careers. So
when I think Nickelback, I think of a mayonnaise white bread sandwich with no salt.
Fortunately for you, we haven't had that trouble of getting beiged out.
Remember, love you or hate you, just don't go beige.
Don't go beige.
Do not go beige.
Don't go beige.
Any other thoughts on the fact that you suck?
The thing about the Nickelback sucking that's most interesting is that no matter what, I have never once read, heard, been told that Nickelback sucks live, because we don't. We kick ass live. And that's how we've always, that's the importance we've placed on how we do our businesses, is that we're a band that can deliver the goods live. We can play. A lot of bands can't play. A lot of artists can't sing. We can play and sing, and we do our stuff. So,
you guys don't do the grid shit.
What's that?
You guys don't grid.
No. It's what it is. Up there, there's a human element to what we do live, and we're a good live band. So, ultimately, for all the hate that's come at us, we've never had anybody come at us negatively for our show, because it's good.
I think that is a wonderful note to leave the whole Nickelback sucks on. I really appreciate you coming here to talk about it, because again, like, my relationship to you is one of a friend, and I find the whole thing ridiculous and silly. And now that I'm doing this kind of thing, I wanted to put that out there publicly, that I find the whole thing ridiculous and silly. And I think just as you're the only member of the band that I know, but as a person, you're just this great guy. And
thank you, Bruce. You're a great guy too.
I know. You suck. And I feel totally undeserving of this kind of negative bullshit being thrown at you.
Well.
And speaking of negative bullshit, I want to take this moment to say, by the way, if you're out there and somebody from Nickelback contacts you, kind of asking you for money or anything like that, it is not them. They do not contact their fans in that way. And they're not offering you any sale of crypto. There is no nickel coin. Well, aside from the actual coin that is
We're working
nickel.
on that. We're working on that, but we haven't done it yet. But you're absolutely right, Bruce.
So
we don't need your money. We don't want your money. Unless we're selling you a concert ticket or music, don't want your money. Don't want it.
So if you're contacted by Secret Chad 343,
God,
that is not them.
it's so true. That is, you're so right on. And
I just wanted to bring that up because
you.
I think enough people are being ripped off in weird ways and they shouldn't be.
It's really pathetic. It's pathetic that people are doing it, and it's really, really sad that people are falling for it. It's tremendously upsetting to me. I hate the idea of our fans being taken advantage of by, well, anyone.
Yeah. And on that note, since the whole idea of this was fails, falls, and fuck, this is a little bit of a departure, even though this is probably going to be one of the first few episodes. Give a little piece of advice to, as I mentioned, that you're the guy I throw things off of. Just young musician, young artist. It doesn't matter what the art is. What's something they shouldn't do? What's a thing to avoid?
Should not do?
Should not do. And then throw in something they should do. But
well, I think it's the same. It's the same answer, only presented in slightly from slightly a different angle. Number one, if anybody ever comes at you and says, "If you really want to make it, here's what you got to do," that person is usually trying to tell you how you can be like them. Ignore it. So don't listen to other people when they tell you what you should do, be, say, think. And the counterpoint is do what you want and fuck everybody else. Because ultimately, all anybody else wants is for you to be like them because they know the way. You got to avoid that at all costs. You got to not listen to them, because the fact of the matter is the world is full of artists and musicians, actors who never did it because they listened to people who told them they couldn't do it. Don't let that happen to you.
be yourself.
Be yourself.
And
do
fuck
your
everybody
thing.
else.
Fuck them. Fuck them. Everybody's going to have an idea of what you should or shouldn't do or be or say or think. Fuck them. Don't listen to anybody. Don't listen to anybody. Be true to yourself, and you will succeed and fail on your thoughts and ideas.
And if you want to find Mike and Nickelback, where do we find Mike and Nickelback?
Do you mean in the social media way, or
Yeah, I mean,
like
so
the showing up at my
I
house?
actually want to give your home address.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say some people showed up at my house this morning. Actually, first thing, still played out from the Super Bowl. A gaggle of girls that weren't wearing enough clothes. They looked cold. Got dropped off in front of my house for some reason this morning at 7 a.m.
That is like
And they were
specifically
not-
for you, or just accidentally?
No, they weren't wearing breakfast attire either. Just funny. But anyway, yeah, I'm not going to invite anybody to my home because I frankly don't want anybody to come to my home. Anyone. But I think that Nickelback is on all platforms of social media. So come and hate at your leisure. That's great. And
Look for the blue check mark.
Yeah, only the blue check marks count. The thing is that only Daniel and I exist on social media. If you see my brother, Chad, or Ryan, it's fake. They're just not there at all. And I'm Michael _ Kroeger 555 on Instagram. If anybody wants to come and say hello to me on Instagram, and keep it clean. No blows below the belt, please.
There it is. Love him or hate him. And if you do hate him, you certainly don't know him. That was Mike Kroeger of Nickelback. Was there a question that I just completely failed you by not asking him? If so, leave it down in the comments. And while you're at it, follow me on all the socials. And tune in next week, where I talk to prolific podcast host Lindsay Graham.
So, but I went home to my wife and told her that, well, guess what? I was fired today, but she is, fully employed and we had savings. So it wasn't horrible.
Sometimes the challenges in our life feel insurmountable, but that isn't usually or necessarily the case. We're going to talk to somebody who really fit that description and yet thrives. Hit the music and let's get started. Joining me today is Dr. Kevin Payne, a man, a data research analyst, a survivor, a man who had to battle with multiple sclerosis, incredible weight gain and weight loss, and has come out thriving. And he's here today to share his insights with you. Dr. Payne, Kevin, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, Bruce, and I am delighted to be here with you.
Thank you so much. I really look forward to talking to people on Monday because most of my family won't do that for me.
I'm right there with you.
That's why we're in small basements. So, Kevin, the reason I asked you on is because, man, I don't want to make a big deal of all of your issues because you've spent the majority of the last 20 years making sure that you weren't making a big deal of all of these issues. But I think it would be helpful for my listeners, all 5 of them, to hear a story of somebody who has really overcome some potentially soul-crushing odds, and yet you didn't let it destroy you. You gained 120 pounds, you got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and yet here you are, thriving and jumping out of any plane that will open its door and let you. So please,
yes.
How did you tell us a little bit about this really intense journey?
People often have that sort of reaction to it, but for me, it's just my life. It's just what I've had in front of me, and for a long time, I'll be the first to admit, I did a pretty good job of failing spectacularly at what I wanted to do in my life. And that was really frustrating to me because I have all the book learning in the world. My doctorate's in sociology and psychology. I'm supposed to understand how people work. But understanding how people work in the abstract is very different than putting all that education into action in your own life. And so for me, a lot of my journey for the last 15 years especially have been figuring out ways to practically translate that knowledge into things that I can use myself and that I can share with other people to try to help make their lives better as they're dealing with some of the same things that I've had to deal with. So me in a nutshell, probably 3 things. 1, a lot of education. I love the book learning. I spent 15 years as a professor. I left the academy a decade ago, which is probably a strange decision to become a startup entrepreneur and a data scientist. And so I left the safest job in the world as a tenure track academic for the riskiest in the world as somebody building tech companies.
I'm just kind of curious, what made you make that decision? How did you get from I'm in academia, I'm somebody who thrives in that environment, to I'm headed into tech, I'm headed into startup and all of that good stuff? What made you make that decision?
Well, I was a tech geek before I was an academic. And so as a little kid, I started programming in the 70s on a PET 2001 microcomputer and an IBM System 31 mainframe, System 360/31 mainframe. And so I've always had that as part of my life, and I've always been interested in that. And after I'd spent 24 years in the academy as a student and as a professor, I kind of got to the point where I was like, I think I've kind of accomplished everything that I want to accomplish in this area, and so I really wanted to branch out and try something new. And I thought I'd developed a technology from my academic research that would be good in the marketplace. So it was kind of a natural transition after I kind of felt like I'd done everything that I wanted to do, because I spent the last 7 years as a professor heading a large department. And, I had 150 instructors and 10,000 student enrollments all around the country. And the next thing for me to do in the academy would be like become a dean or something like that. And I have no interest whatsoever in doing that sort of thing. So, this was my next step, so to speak.
And when you decided to take this risk, I assume you were already dealing with the throes of the multiple sclerosis.
Yeah, I had been diagnosed, and certainly the symptoms had become more pronounced. And I was about 7 years into my diagnosis or so at this point, 6 or 7 years, and I thought, I had a pretty good handle on it at that time, and in retrospect, if I would have understood just exactly how bad a turn it was about to take, I may have reconsidered my decision, because shortly after I did make that jump, we had gone through the stress of dealing with a wife who had almost died of cancer, and then my MS had gotten worse, and that triggered a really nasty exacerbation in me, and my symptoms flared up, and they flared up in ways that they had not before. They weren't primarily physical, they were primarily cognitive. And as a guy who's depending on his brain to make a living in the world, that was really disturbing, and it was really depressing.
What I wanted to ask, though, I feel it's not nearly as relevant a question anymore, is when you had made the decision, did having this diagnosis did the actual diagnosis of having MS, dealing with it, play into the decision to go out on your own? Or was it a non-factor?
Well, it held me up from doing it for a number of years, because when I was first diagnosed, so let me rewind my medical history just a little bit here. I first became symptomatic with multiple sclerosis in 1989 when I was in college. I just turned 20 years old. And I had some balance issues, and I started itching everywhere, and I became cognitively kind of foggy. And I lived with that for a couple of months, and then I went to a physician there at the university, and he said, "Oh, you're depressed," because I guess that's what a college student with squishy symptoms is going to be. And there's no doubt that I fit several of those criteria, but I had some other things as well.
You'd get depressed from feeling that way. There's no way you feel that way and are also still a bright, cheery, happy-go-lucky individual.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was really confusing, and it was disheartening in ways. So he sent me to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist confirmed, yes, it's major depression, put me on drugs. We trialed, I don't know, 3 or 4 drugs over the next few months. None of them worked, so they tagged my case as treatment resistant and just kind of left it at that. So that was like the first exacerbation that I went through, but I didn't know that's what it was at that point. And things got better, and I went on with my life. Flash forward then to 1997 or so, and I had these symptoms again, and they were worse. And there were also some other weirdnesses. My body didn't exactly move the way I wanted it to move and everything. And this is where weight becomes a real factor in my story, because up until that point, I'd been a pretty fit person naturally. I mean, I'm 5'9" if I stand up straight and think tall thoughts. And it's true.
I'm 5'10" on dating websites too. So.
Okay. Yeah, I can barely And I was normally about 140 to 150 pounds. So, I was fit, and I like to exercise, and I like, I lift weights and would run and was generally pretty active. Well, at the end of college, I decided the last couple of years in college to really hit the weights. So by the time I left college, I was a cut 185, which was, that's big for my frame. That was,
You gained 40 pounds of muscle. That's impressive.
yeah, yeah.
That's work.
It was, yeah, it was. It was 3 hours of lifting weights every morning, and I was a young guy. What did I know? And so it was, like 27-inch waist, 46-inch chest, single-digit body fat. And then I went on to work on my doctorate, and after a year or two, it was like I can't maintain that. So I stripped myself down to about a fit 165 or so. So then this exacerbation happens, and I get confused, I get depressed, I'm dealing with, medical fatigue at this point, but I don't recognize it as such. All of my good habits went out the window. And I stopped fixing my own food. I started eating out all the time. I was drinking like 2 liters of Mountain Dew a day. I was not lifting weights or running or any of that stuff. And over a period of about 2 years, I ballooned up to 260 something, So that's that expanded my waist from a trim 27 to barely squeezing into a 46-inch pant. And I didn't even notice it at the time. I wasn't paying attention to myself. And so one day in 99, I walk into my bathroom in the morning and I see myself in the mirror. And for the first time, it was like I really saw myself in years. Because we all carry this mental image of ourselves around in our heads, and sometimes that doesn't reflect what we're actually physically presenting to the world at that time. And so I was stuck in that, and I looked at myself in the mirror, and my jaw dropped, and I said, "Oh my gosh, I look like the guy who ate Kevin." And the second thing that I thought to myself was, I'm too fat to go back to skydiving. And that is maybe the third thing that people should know about me. I had a childhood fascination with wanting to become a skydiver. I did the training in the 90s while I was in grad school and got a handful of jumps in. And then my fitness got in the way, finishing the education got in the way, family, kids, career got in the way, and then I had MS. And one day I was trying to mow the lawn a few years after I'd been diagnosed, and I thought I was respecting my limits, but I wasn't, and I overheated myself. And heat sensitivity is a big issue with multiple sclerosis a lot of the time. And so I overheated, I passed out, I just fainted. It felt like I was being stung by a horde of electric hornets, and the pain just caused me to pass out. And I woke up and I'm spastic. I'm paralyzed on the grass. And I look up at the sky and I have this perverse thought, what a beautiful day for skydiving. And then my second thought was, you're laying here paralyzed on the grass. You are never getting up into the sky again. And so I gave up on that dream.
And just for clarification of timeline, did that moment happened before or after the weight moment?
That happened after. That was what, about 2014 or so when that happened, give or take.
We'll get back to that, but going back to there, you were so busy into your symptoms and to your studying that your fitness had fallen away, your eating habits had deteriorated. your weight began growing and you didn't notice it, partially because you had other things to focus on. You just simply weren't paying attention until you saw yourself in the mirror. How did you make the decisions to make the changes? And then what were those changes you made? And were there challenges in relations to making the change? Because sometimes the gravity of habit and the gravity of behaviorism creates pull against making these beneficial changes. So what did you do, Kevin?
Yeah, we are always, and and I say this as a social and behavioral scientist, we are always our own bottleneck. It is always cognitive and emotional and behavioral and stuff. Now, that doesn't mean that it's the only source of our challenges, but it is always part of the equation. And the first thing for me was having this honest view of myself allowed me to make sense of some other things that had been happening in my life. So, for example, I'd noticed that I'd started getting really clumsy. Okay, now part of that I know now was because my MS was acting up and I was having some issues with my legs. But it was also true that I was now twice as wide as I used to be. And I was still seeing myself the way I used to be. And I was not allowing myself enough room and I was bumping into everything. I also noticed that it was something, and it was really shocking to me in a lot of ways, because I'd read the research about how there is this fat discrimination in our society.
Oh, yeah.
So I was very well aware of the research surrounding it. However, it was only once I saw myself in that way that I realized I had actually been living that for the past year or two and didn't recognize it as such because people were treating me differently. And I was still seeing myself as the same person inside that I'd always been. And so suddenly, a lot of my recent experience just kind of swam into focus. And that was remarkable for me.
So you're somebody who didn't have those experiences who suddenly did. So do you have a concrete experience that you can share of one of these moments where you were discriminated against, looked down upon simply because of your weight?
I'll give you the perfect example. So remember, so most of my life I was relatively lean, relatively fit, and reasonably charming.
And at one point, jacked to high hell.
Yeah, and for a while there, I was pretty ripped, and so, and I'd always been like very outgoing, and I grew up on stage, and so I'm a performer, and I was always used to that sort of thing, and I was very comfortable dealing with people and have lots of adventures and lots of stories, because like I'm the kind of guy who always was, yeah, sure, we'll jump out of the plane. Yeah, sure, I'll learn to bungee jump with the Oxford Dangerous Sport Club when I was there as an undergrad. Yeah, sure, I'll do all these things. So I collected a life full of colorful stories. So while I was working on my dissertation, I had a dissertation fellowship, and they would fly all of us with a fellowship into Washington, D.C. Once a year, and we would all meet. Well, the first time we did that, I was at my heaviest, and it was before I had this aha realization. It was just like a couple of months before I actually had that. So I'm there, and we're all getting to know one another and swapping stories and that sort of thing. And I noticed that I would tell one of my colorful stories, and other people around me would kind of give this confused look. I didn't quite place it. So then, flash forward, I get back home and I have the aha, and I immediately start trying to recover the old habits that I had in my life. And of course, in some ways, it's easier to renew an old habit than it is to gain a brand new, fresh habit that you've never had canalized into your life. So I started doing this, and there were lots of false starts, and I had to start really small, so I couldn't like run. I was too heavy and I was too out of shape to do that. So I got something that it was a kind of a seated recumbent sort of device. I think it was called a health rider, and it was something that I could sit on, and I could still get cardiovascular workout, but it used arms and legs. So it was something. So I did that. I started with really light weights. I just really went back to embarrassingly small baby steps, and had to let myself be okay with doing that, which is a skill, by the way, that has stood me in good stead over the years, because sometimes I'll have a really bad exacerbation to my MS, and part of that is my exercise kind of goes out the window because physically I can't do it. And then it's a matter of starting all over again and relearning. So this was good. So I have almost a year then of exercising and eating right. I'm not really super food motivated, so the changing my diet was fairly easy for me. It was just a matter of I'm going to stop eating out. That was the big thing for me, because I would be eating out and I'd have those massive portions and then order dessert, and then and it was just really awful. So the next year then I came back, and I wasn't back to my normal weight yet, but I was much closer to the me that had been the me that had collected those stories. And I'm sitting there talking to one of the guys that I had become friends with, and he's looking at me like this kind of quizzical look, and then he leans into me and he says, "Is this the you that goes with your stories?" As if he couldn't imagine that somebody who was on the hefty side would be out there experiencing life.
Right, because we're just in the kitchen. We don't have time. We're stuck in the refrigerator just eating everything we can.
Exactly. And that's when it just really clicked for me. Yeah, that's what that bias is. And this is what it's like to live it. Because I'm not going to lie, the experience of not being able to use my bodies in the ways that I wanted to be able to use my body, that was really disconcerting. But it was just as bad the way other people reacted to me and somehow saw me as less than.
Well, I congratulate you on being able to overcome and get yourself back on track. It's by far not an easy thing to do, though. I guess congratulations on not being very food motivated. I've met people before in my life whom don't care about food, and I've always admired that, even though I know it's not something they had to have been born with it. I don't think you can really develop.
It's luck of the draw.
How long to get to the you that you were?
It was about another year or so. So it was about 2 years up and then about 2 years down. So by the spring of 2002, yeah, I was back to a recognizable me at that point.
And have you ever since then gone back up? Have you ever had any other food related issues come into it, or were you able to maintain control?
I'm generally pretty much here at this current weight. I've been I think now, okay, so yes, I will go up and down like maybe around 20 pounds occasionally. I've done that a couple times when my body wasn't working really well and I was having a hard time doing the exercise that I normally do. So if I was having a hard time lifting weights, I don't run anymore because balance issues. So I row instead. And so if I'm really fatigued, if I'm really exhausted, then what I've done is I came up with what I call my Plan C strategy. So everybody has their Plan A, and that's their best case, what they want to accomplish. A lot of people are smart and they come up with a Plan B, right? And this is how you're going to get something out of it, even if you're not going to make your best case. I decided I needed Plan C, and I first came up with Plan C to deal with the workout. And the reason why is behaviors. We all think of changing behaviors as this tiny little thing that we need to change, and we're focused on that external behavior that we can see. But behaviors are doing cognitive work, they're doing emotional work, they're doing identity work. There's a big iceberg of stuff underneath our behaviors. And one of the crucial differences when we're having really bad days, and we can have really bad days and we're feeling down, maybe depressed, maybe we're just dysthymic, but we're feeling really bad and we kind of draw into ourselves and maybe we despair of being able to keep up that habit of eating decisions that we want to be making or movement decisions that we want to be making. And I really don't think about it as diet and exercise, because if you think about it that way, that's not sustainable. It's thinking about it as changing the movement decisions that you're putting into your life and changing the food experiences that you're putting into your life. So we can feel really bad and then we just give up that day and we do nothing, right? And that if you do that, by the time you get to the end of the day, we're just kicking ourselves. We're berating ourselves and we all we can see is what a failure we are.
And that tends to lead to the next day going to hell as well.
Exactly. And now you're setting up a big string. So cognitively, emotionally, something, no matter how small, no matter how tiny, is light years different than nothing. And that's my Plan C. My Plan C is like if I really can't get a workout, even a Plan B workout in that day, Plan C is my minimum amount of, say, movement that I know that even on the worst day, I can still do. That way, by the time I get to the end of the day, I've got something emotionally to hang on to say, this day is not a zero, it's a something.
There's a little victory that you can look to. You've established a floor.
Exactly. And it's helping with that identity work. It's helping maintain the habit in my life and the place for that habit in my life. Because if you do nothing, you're allowing a space for a new habit to come in and start taking root. So maybe and literally this has been Plan C on some days. I will go down to my weight room, sit on the weight bench, and mentally walk myself through a workout for that day. Because mentally and temporally, I've saved a place for that in my life that day.
So you go down there, and even though you couldn't physically do it, you go down and you visualize it. You take the time that you were going to take. You don't just chalk it up as a failure. And then at least you did that much. You participated to a small degree. you still were there mentally.
Right. Right. And that is just, I just can't emphasize, all the research tells us that maintaining that place is a really important thing for building habits and building identity, because you want to reinforce the identity that you are the kind of person who moves. You are the kind of person who enjoys and savors food, but is not controlled by it. So that's why, I'm all about, it's not diet, it's not exercise, it's movement and it's fuel.
You've discussed how that visualization looks from the movement standpoint. Give me an example from the food standpoint, considering
Sure.
for most, even though working out gives you a hell of a lot of health benefits, weight loss is it's primarily diet. It's almost completely diet.
Mm-hmm.
So the food part is the more important part for somebody who wants to make that journey.
Yes.
And of course, that's where a lot of the difficulty comes in.
Mm-hmm.
So how would we visualize today? We lost it. We didn't eat the way we had wanted to. We really went almost on a bender, and we're out now at that end of the day, and you really are kicking yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How would that visualization work?
Okay, so there's a couple of really, I think, important points here in what you ask. So the first thing is looking at not visualizing what you're eating, but how you're eating it. Okay? So one of the things we do when our diet gets completely off kilter is we start distractedly eating. We're just eating as we go along. We're multitasking. We're doing something else, and we're reflexively reaching for that food. So it helps if you start thinking of the act of eating as the act of eating and nothing else. So when you imagine yourself eating, imagine yourself making a space and a time and a place to just eat and to just experience the eating, because eating can be wonderfully sensual. And eating is also the most intimate physical activity that we tend to share with other people in polite company. There are what are called rules of commensality in societies. We have rules about how we break bread together. And eating with another person is an important experience. So in the first place, maybe you're having a difficult time changing what you're eating. So focus instead, exert your agency on thinking about and then replanning how you're eating. And at first, maybe you're eating the same amount of calories. Well, it's okay. Now you're doing it more mindfully. You're doing it in a way that's more aware. You're also doing it in a way that is more sensually fulfilling, right? Because you're experiencing the goodness that's associated with nourishing yourself. Another thing that you can do when you're visualizing this, and then you can start putting it into action. Have you heard of the Okinawan practice of hara hachibu?
I have not.
Oh, this is a great one. This is so good. So, Okinawa's, they're in the Japanese archipelago, and there's a tradition that they have around eating. It's one of those places in the world known as a blue zone, where people live to exceptional ages and tend to have not only good lifespan, but good health span as well. And one of the things that they do is their diet, their dietary practices tend to be really healthy. Okay. And something they do is called Hara Hachi Bu, or Hara Hachi Bun Me. And what it means is 8 parts full. And now we know that there is good medical and biological evidence to support this. So what does it mean? It means you eat until you feel about 80% full. And that means that you have to pay attention to yourself while you're doing it, right? But we've already practiced that because we've already set up eating more mindfully and thinking about eating more mindfully and more focused. So now when you're 80% full, when you feel most of the way full, pause. Just pause. Pause for about 15, 20 minutes. And you can still leave the rest of it there and go back to it if you want later. But pause for 15 or 20 minutes. And the thing that happens is, after that time, you will realize that you are actually physically full. And the reason why this works is because it takes a number of minutes for our stomach to update our brain with an accurate understanding of how full our stomach actually is.
Especially with carbohydrates.
Yes. So if you practice Hara Hachibu, eat till you're 80% full, do something else, or just sit there and look at it, you will realize, oh, I really am full. And you won't have as much hunger drive to keep eating the rest of it. If we can start by visualizing and changing the experience of eating, okay? So now you're not just eating for comfort, you are consciously experiencing the feeling of comfort that you're getting when you're eating, right? Not just distractedly doing it. Because we don't get as much out of any experience that we have if we're not focused on it.
No, we just shovel it in and then we just come back and shovel more in later.
Exactly. So if you're going to shovel something in, get the most out of that experience. And then once you've gotten the most out of it, you will find that you are more satiated cognitively, emotionally, than you would have been if you weren't paying attention to it while you were doing it.
That makes a lot of sense. It's some very good tips there on trying to revisualize your eating in a different way. And some that I think I would like to partake of.
Yeah, it really does work for me. I just, one of the things that I did when I lost that weight was I knew the research, so I was interested in making it a more conscious experience so that it wasn't something that I wasn't monitoring, that I wasn't paying attention to. It's like, we fill ourselves with empty cultural calories too all the time. We flip on the TV and we do something else, and it's empty cultural calories. Well, if you're going to consume them, be in the moment of consumption. There's nothing wrong with consumption. We can get ourselves all guilty, feeling wrong about consuming. No, humans have to consume. Consumption is part of being human. But let's focus on making that experience a quality experience that we value, and then we won't have as much drive feeling like we have to keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it because we didn't get as much out of what we've already consumed as we could have otherwise.
It's sometimes as a bit of a working thing for myself when I'm going to sit down and have to edit or do something. I might spend 10 minutes beforehand just going through social media, going through TikTok and Instagram and all that stuff, and just concentrated, just go through it and enjoy it, and then put it to the side and then focus on the work, as opposed to going back and forth and not doing particularly great work, and also not getting too much enjoyment out of the media that I'm trying to consume. Yeah. So it kind of, by making it a very like appointment style, concentrated, I'm taking this moment this defined longer moment that I'm really concentrated on, it makes it easier then to focus on what I want to later afterwards.
Yeah, and sometimes we feel there's some of these things that we want to do, and at some level we know they're kind of vacuous, and you know, and so we feel guilty about doing it. Well, no,
Need the break.
yeah, we need a break. We need a break, and humans need to feel happy, satisfied, functional, engaged, meaningful, secure. I mean, there are these core values that we have to feel, and just being happy, just enjoying something, that's really important. That's a value in and of itself. It doesn't have to be anything more than that, and we shouldn't feel guilty for engaging in something that's only that. I mean, that goodness knows, I have spent 11 hours of my life now in free fall. Now, there is no practical reason why one should spend that much time falling through the air. There just really isn't.
I was trying to come up with a joke and I just failed completely. I have to ask though. So you know the amount of time, it's 11 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the approximate distance? Have you fallen the distance halfway between here and the moon? Probably not. That's a very large distance.
Yeah, no, it's not that, but it's almost 3 miles a jump. So 600 jumps, so 1,800, about 1,800 miles or so.
So the continental U.S.
Yeah, I mean, a long, long way.
You fall in the continental U.S. going lengthwise.
And I'm still just getting started. This is because 600 jumps is enough to say I'm now an experienced skydiver. The training wheels are off, but I will probably never become an expert because I'm, I started as a middle-aged guy with a neurodegenerative condition when I went back to it, and so I'm never going to be like a Red Bull guy, but I enjoy it, and I have learned to push my body in a lot of ways that I didn't think I could. And I think, that brings to mind another thing that I think is really important with a cognitive shift with weight. And it was really important to me. It's never, ever, ever about weight loss. It's never about weight loss. It's always about fitness. And by fitness, I don't mean some kind of measurement you take in the gym. What I mean is fitness is always functional. Your goal with altering your caloric intake and your movement in the world is, do I have a body that allows me to accomplish what I want to through the day and not be completely exhausted at the end of it, so that I can get a good night's sleep and rest and recuperate and relax and grow, and then get up the next day and meet the challenges that make my life worth living the next day. And if you focus on that and not wait, focus on, here are the things that I know I need to do. And amongst those are, I need to move more because I need to build my body up some more. I need to be more mindful and aware of my caloric intake and have quality calories. Spend more of my eating experiences on foods that I like to think of as remember where they came from, so they're not so overly processed that they remember where they came from.
Shop along the perimeter of the supermarket, avoid the aisles.
And that's a really good heuristic for it. But I'm doing those things not because I want to be skinny or I want some particular cosmetic thing. I want my body to be able to carry me through what I want to accomplish during that day. And in my particular case, I know that because my central nervous system is being eaten away with MS, I need to do everything else I possibly can to up my fitness in other ways to try to compensate for that.
Thank you. All of your tips have been very practical and, to my ears, very helpful.
Oh.
How are you doing with your MS, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah. You know what? I swear, I think so. It's gotten so 99% of the time, most people never guess that I have MS. Most of my symptoms are, and there are two reasons for that. One, most of my symptoms are internal. I mean, I'm always in pain, I'm always fatigued, I'm always itching everywhere. I have these weird paresthesias going on. I always have cognitive confusion that's happening. But my obviously noticeable symptoms usually only happen when I start getting really tired or when I get overheated or too cold. So I've kind of learned to really pay attention and not push myself past my tiredness. And I've learned to kind of control my temperature better, and those help quite a bit. So in one way, for many years, I simply did not feel my legs at all below my knees.
Wow.
And that led to some colorful incidents. And I once embedded a 2-inch dagger of glass in my left foot and didn't even feel it until my kids told me about it. So, so about this time last year, after I had a little bit before that, so I'd logged around 500 jumps. And controlling my legs was a big deal for skydiving. That was one of my biggest challenges. And I noticed when I landed one day that I had some feeling in my legs for the first time in years. And I think probably it was because I have spent so much time in the previous couple of years, concentrated on trying to understand signals from my legs. And I think I got some neuroplasticity out of it. Now, it still is wonky, and it's at best, it feels like my legs are asleep, right? When you slept on something, and a lot of times they still are completely gone. But just to have a little bit of feeling in my left foot for the first time in years, that was amazing to me. I was so delighted. Yeah, I mean, there are things, it's always a challenge, and I would never want to suggest to anybody that it's, oh, you do X, Y, and Z, and then, you're fixed, you're going to live a normal life. I'm not going to live a normal life. It's just not that. But for the most part, I have strategies that I'm able to mostly keep with most days, and I get something good out of that day.
You have an amazing attitude towards it, I have to say. I could only hope if faced with a similar challenge, I could even have half of your focus and positivity towards it. And I hope you continued success in dealing with it.
Well, one, you're very kind, and two, I haven't always been this way. And I went through some really dark places to get to this point. And that's a whole nother conversation. And it is still something that, I have good days and bad days, and that's okay. I don't dwell on the bad days. Meditation and mindfulness and all those tools are really important to me, just as important as exercise and nutrition. And I want everybody to understand that you've got, if you're like me, when I got really heavy, when my MS has been at my worst, I felt like I had no longer any control in my own life. And that was disastrous. And there's still days when I feel like I don't have a lot of control in my own life. And we have to build our mindsets to the point where we can accept that sometimes we're going to feel like that, but that doesn't have to define the next day or the next hour or the next whatever it is. We can accept those feelings and not beat ourselves up over it, and say, yes, I've been there. Now I'm going to take one small step forward, because there's not one solution for this. It's just strategy and mindset and accepting that we each deserve kindness, especially from ourselves. And I had to learn to be kinder to myself.
Again, another great pearl of wisdom. So, in a talk that you've given lots of great advice so far, as we're winding down, do you have any other last thoughts, advice, or opinion for people?
You know the old parable about eating the elephant, right? How do you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time.
Yeah, one bite at a time. Yeah. And we can feel so overwhelmed because we're focusing only on the big picture. And it can feel so daunting. And it can feel like there's absolutely no way to make a step forward. And what I would like everybody to walk away from this with is we can all become more humble. We don't have to solve our problems in a big go. And if we try to do that, we're going to fail. You're going to fail. And I talk about that. This is like the first few chapters in my book, with the snazzy picture of me in free fall on the cover. But the important thing is sometimes we don't take the step that we want to take because we find it humiliating. Maybe if it's not even in front of other people, we find it humiliating to ourselves that we can only do this small thing. But going back to what I said earlier, the small thing is light years different than nothing. So don't let the perfect get in the way of the good, right? Or the better. Do the small thing. Be humble. And you will find, on average, you'll get a little better each day if you do the small thing. That's what I got.
It's good. It's definitely good. So, Kevin, where can people find you when they're not finding you here?
They can go to yourlifelivedwell.co, or if that's hard for people to remember, just remember justjump.life. Crazy guy with MS who skydives has a site called justjump.life. And they can find out more about the book and my podcast, where I provide advice like this for dealing with life with chronic illness. So whether you are living with it or a caregiver or medical professional, that sort of thing. And lots of other goodies there. So and there are the links to all the social stuff on there as well.
And we'll link it here too.
And you can find me on Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram, and that's about as far as I go because there are just too many social networks to keep up with. I'm old.
Well, thank you again. As for me, I am the fittest fat kid you know, and you can find me at all the socials, at Instagram, at Twitter, at TikTok, at Fittest Fat Kid. I have a Facebook page. It is Fittest Fat Kid. If you have a question, if you have a concern, if you have a thought, if you have a story to share, you can email it to me at hi there@fittestfatkid.com. If you enjoy any of these episodes, please leave a like, a comment, subscribe. Always appreciated. And at some point, I keep promising this, and now that it's a bit, I will just keep promising it until the sun sets for its final time. At one point, there will be a website, and it will be www.fittestfatkid.com. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are or what you're doing or what you're facing, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding. And I'll talk to you next week. Today on The Fittest Fat Kid You Know, there's no update because I'm recording this early because this weekend is my girlfriend's birthday and we are going away. So this is an early recording. But I am joined by Mike Kroeger of Nickelback fame, and we're going to talk fitness, mindset, a little bit of diet, but basically the idea of holding yourself accountable and moving yourself forward. So cue the music and let's get this started. Joining me today is my gym buddy, my friend, kind of my neighbor. It is Michael Kroeger. Mike, how you doing?
I'm well, Bruce. Happy to be here talking to you.
Why, thank you. To start, I want to say thank you for the gift that you may or may not know that you gave me. Last week, Sumo Dan was over, and he brought a thing of honey, which came from your hive, which is the first time in my life I've ever been presented the gift of, we grew this in our backyard, honey.
Well, you're welcome. From my bees to Dan to you.
Yes. So the reason I wanted to ask you here is, well, to be honest, I just wanted to talk to you.
We don't get to talk often enough, really.
We don't. I haven't seen you at the gym, and I love seeing you at the gym. First off, you're just this intense, hardworking dude, and as somebody who absolutely loves to abuse himself repeatedly and for extended periods of time, I admire that, and I love seeing that, and just the pure suffering. I just totally relate.
Yeah, no pain, no gain, right? No misery, no progress.
You know, I just kind of pile on the pain, and I hope somewhere in all the pain there's gain happening. And
well, at the very least, I think you're developing mental toughness. You know, so if that's all you get, that's a lot. You know, just pushing it there, putting yourself in the uncomfortable corner, you know, turning the lights out and dumping a bucket of cold water on yourself and figuring it out is what we do, right? You put yourself in uncomfortable situations and you, I think you grow from it, even if it's just intellectually.
That's true. And the Flashdance image that I had in my head at that analogy, like
I didn't mean to take us there. Oh.
It's been very long, lonely nights because I've been working and sleeping on the couch. So, but your point that I've totally diverted.
My actual point, not the Jennifer Grey point or whatever, whoever that was.
Jennifer Beals, but it was still a Jennifer.
There you go. I knew it was a Jennifer. I just don't. I always fuck up my Jennifers. Yeah.
Yeah. And who doesn't want to do that? For my listeners, hi listeners, if you're out there. For my listeners, one, since this isn't the point of this podcast is to help people who might be struggling on their fitness journeys and also trying to point people in directions of what might work for them, considering what I'm doing might not work for them. I know what I'm doing would absolutely not work for you. You're on your thing. So what is your thing?
Well, you know, I know that having been to Eric the Trainer universe / university, you know, we both know that the three most important things are diet, sleep, exercise, in that order. Sometimes people put sleep before even diet, but Those are the three things that are the biggest challenge. The exercise part's not the hard part. The sleep part isn't even really the hard part, but the diet is the whole game. That's where the war, it gets won or lost in this situation, and I'm in a constant kind of battle with my diet, because I'm, your listeners probably don't know me, but you do, and I'm sort of a creature of extremes.
Yes, we both are.
Yeah, it translates into my diet too. Like, my wife jokes that, one day I'll just be salads and protein, and proper eating, and getting lots of water, and you doing it right. And then I'll go from there to, like Reese's peanut butter cups all day, and ice cream. And I hope Eric doesn't see this. He might kick me out of the trust tree. But yeah, I do battle with it, because it's like extreme on or extreme off, unfortunately for me. That is my biggest challenge, really, because I can exercise and I can sleep. That's not that's those things are not really an issue for me so much. But the diet is a constant and evolving war.
Yeah, like the extreme thing definitely works for me. I am on and I am 100%, or I am off at more like 500%. But there's no subtle middle ground. I'm not the kind of person who really can have like, well, it's been a great day. I've been really good. I'm going to have myself this one peanut butter cup. Doesn't happen.
No.
Or at least it only happens one day, and then the tumble happens.
Well, if there's only one, we'll have only one. If there's two, we'll have two. If there's five, we'll have five. If there's 10, we'll have 10. We'll have whatever's there.
You're a man of extremes. But so what is the specific of your diet? Because you're incredibly fit. I've watched you work out for a long period of time, but that's not really, the working out doesn't seem to be, to my eyes or my understanding, where you get your real fitness. You are a professional fitness hobbyist. You have 1,000 things you do all the time, be it jujitsu, martial arts, running down the street, punching people in the face and running away. Just a vast variety of. Oh, sorry.
We don't want any court cases. Yeah, we'll edit that.
Edit that. So you talk about, if you get really extreme, it's just salads and protein. But is it that, or is there like a methodology to it? Like, I know Eric teaches a methodology.
Yeah. For me, the simplest way and the best results I get is greens and proteins, and staying away from sugar and staying away from anything sort of wheat related or anything like that. A little bit of rice, and just that's sort of the best choice, or potatoes. Those are the best choices for starches for me. But if I get rid of those other things, yeah, everything's cool, but I like those other things. I think bread is pretty much awesome, unfortunately. So that is part of the battle,
I know, it's when doing like keto severe, which is the way I do it. It's not candy, it's not ice cream. Those aren't the things that really pull at me. But you talk about a French loaf, with some butter, and
yeah,
heart, that's the pull.
That's pretty.
And also, like white rice. Last night I was at I worked like 12, 13 hours yesterday, and so didn't get a chance to eat aside from and here's healthy for you. I had like a Slim Jim meat stick and a handful of nuts, and that was my entire food until like 9 o'clock at night. And I was coming back up from Orange, and there was a shabu shabu restaurant. And shabu shabu is something I can do that feels like a treat that is totally on diet. A bit of vegetables, a nice salty broth, and various proteins. But they also offered sushi, and it was options, and there was like eel and tamago, which is this egg sushi.
Yeah.
And I asked if they would make it for me without the rice, and they wouldn't, so I had to get it and take it apart, but the rice was sitting there taunting me.
Yes.
It's so I get the whole bread thing.
Yeah.
So you're not doing a low carb thing in any way, shape, or form. You're doing more kind of like a whole more of a like a whole grain type thing?
Well, I'm trying to see what happens for me is if I try to just be utterly rigid and a zero carb situation, I can do it. But what's happening when I do that is pressure is building and that's usually what that pressure builds and builds and builds until I finally crack, and then that's when a pizza happens. Like it's I feel like if I just let a little bit of pressure off with potatoes or white rice, just a little bit, I feel like that kind of hits the button for me, so to speak, so that I don't have a complete crash.
Now, how do you handle this when you're within your work life? Because your work life, it can get pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Like, because unlike a normal 9 to 5, it doesn't get to be, as far as I can see from the outside, it doesn't get to be structured. And so there's a lot of challenges, especially when you're an all or nothing
Mm-hmm.
kind of person,
Mm-hmm.
keeping that kind of discipline when you, I don't even know what your, like, the work life looks like in practice, but I know there's a lot of running around. I know there's a lot of hurry up and waiting. I know there's a lot of needing to be at certain places at certain times and then immediately somewhere else, and incredibly late nights.
Mm-hmm.
But then you've got this fitness and you've got these physical hobbies and you've got this strict diet. How do you balance all that?
Balance. Oh, isn't that the thing we're all searching for? I don't know that I'm balancing things. I know I should be, and that's what I'd like, but I'm not sure I'm doing that. Actually, balance. It's a lot of compensation / overcompensation in doing and overdoing, and, of sort of everything. So balance, it's a tough thing for me to get. Balance isn't that easy for me. In my my personality, balance is something I'm always searching for, but I've still never found. But to answer what do I do if I'm traveling, if I'm away, usually that's the best. It's when I'm home, living with my kids who love ice cream and etc. That's a lot harder. So if I'm out somewhere, just away somewhere, and I have a choice, I can eat right. Because you're just asking people to bring you stuff, right? That's easy. It's when you got to get it yourself that's a problem. And when you're getting it yourself, usually the most convenient choice is the worst choice. And so I am actually leveraging other people's motivation and action to eat right. Because if it's left up to me, I might do the most convenient and immediately satisfying thing, which is just, well, it's your apple cake, man. that's truly that's like I'm glad our houses are just far apart enough. That stuff's crack. That stuff's crack, man. I'm telling you, it's crack. I've told you that before. You've seen.
I know.
You've broken me before with that stuff.
I know, and I have to admit, there's a part of me that feels abjectly terrible about that because like you really work hard. When I talk about, I admire even though for the most part I was not raised with discipline, and that's a massive problem for me.
Yeah.
I admire more than anything else people who have focus and drive and just the ability to put in the reps and to work, because I try to do that. And as you know, I'm just somebody who, when I get an idea, I sort of jump at it, knowing nothing. I know nothing about anything. So the apple cake, this is this family recipe. One of the many, don't punch the microphone. It's one of these many skills that I could develop that I'm naturally good at. I could be this, I could be that, but I never spend too much time. But the apple cake is this family heirloom gem.
Oh yeah.
And because of that, I like sharing it. So with you, there's a juxtaposition of feeling absolutely terrible that more than anything else, if there's one thing in the world that's going to just throw you off, it's going to be me, and it's going to be my apple cake. And yet, this is the legacy of my mom. And why should you not partake of the legacy of my mom and pay tribute to her in memory through taste?
And you see the faces. You see my face when I taste that stuff. That's got to give you a moment of satisfaction in a different way. It brings happiness, momentary happiness.
The day you walked into the gym, took one look, and immediately left, that was satisfying.
Yeah, that was fear.
Yeah, you just walked in, took one look. There was that moment. It was a very cinematic moment because you had that pause, the recognition, the realization, the shift in focus, and then the fleeing. And it all took place in a 2-second period. It was.
I did flee. Yes, that's true.
It feeds the soul. And now that there's muffins, that was watching the struggle. So again, I have very deep conflicting feelings about it. Wrapped in with a lot of pride.
Yeah.
Like when I can wrap somebody's pain into my pride, that's sort of like a dessert for somebody who can't have any for the next 5 years.
Yeah, it's great.
So
yeah, it's very satisfying. Yes.
So the people I'm trying to reach are people kind of like me, though maybe not with some of the advantages I have, because on the one hand, I'm a bit of a clueless pauper. On the other, I have some really good support structure. I mean, first off, dude, you've got better things to do this morning than to be talking to me. I really appreciate you talking to me. Eric, whom doesn't waste an opportunity, and I know he does this for a lot of people, it's just his nature, but Eric doesn't waste an opportunity to point me out to somebody, to introduce me to somebody. I've got Scott, who once again is dragging my ass through my fitness. I've got Liz, whom absolutely whatever I want to do as long as I apply myself. That is an incredible advantage. I'd call it a blessing if I used words like blessing, but it's truly a gift from the universe to me that I have people like this in my life, but not everybody does. Do you have any advice for somebody? Let's give a model of somebody who might be, throughout the pandemic, they might have put on 40, 60, 100 pounds. They don't quite know what to do. They don't really know how to get off the couch. And they certainly don't feel good enough about themselves to maintain or even build some degree of focus.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that person was sitting in front of you, what might you say to them? Advice or motivation?
I think that ultimately the question, it's a question actually, not necessarily dictating something to someone, but the question is what do you want? And what do you want? What is it? If you're happy how you are, then you don't need to make changes to that. If you're not happy, then in order to satisfy that, you're going to have to do something. And that's the question is what do you want? Do you want change? Because if you want change, you'll do it, right? You will do it. If you want change, but you don't want to work for it, that change will not come. Or you want change without changing yourself, because there's a saying that when you change yourself, you change the world, and because that's how we perceive the world, through ourselves. So if we change how we are, the world is going to change for us. But you have to want something. You have to want to make change in order for that to happen. I don't think there's any way to sugarcoat it. No pun intended, but it's gonna suck.
Glucose.
Yeah, glucose. But it is gonna suck, especially at the beginning. And for people that have put on a lot of weight, like I've never put on all that much weight before, so I don't intimately know what it feels like to be working under those conditions of having all that extra weight on you, and you're trying to get it off, but everything hurts. Just getting out of bed hurts. To exercise is excruciating. It's hard because your cardiovascular system doesn't know is happening to it, but also all the weight that your frame is carrying and all those muscles and ligaments and tendons, they hate that extra weight, but you have to move it if you want to get rid of it. So, that's the kind of acceptance you have to have is that, you have to decide you want it. If you want it, then you have to decide to do it.
When you have this weight, it makes everything a lot more difficult. So when I, as you know, I lost all that weight, I gained it back. And when I was first began losing the weight, the stuff I was trying to do, everything did hurt a lot because rolling, flipping, trying to pretend to throw punches, taking falls, I'm doing that. But meanwhile, the way I pack, and everybody packs on weight differently. I'm almost exclusively into my belly. Like having gained almost 80 pounds over pandemic, like a little bit of roundness, a little bit, lost a little bit of that sharpness in my chin, but you're not seeing it here. It's all up here. So that means if I try to do jump rope, which I did last week, it's like ba-boing, ba-boing, ba-boing.
Sure. And that hurts.
And that hurts. And the other thing that I now have that I'll probably have for the next 20, 30 pounds is my left Achilles, which I had injured years ago. Not severely, didn't need surgery, but I hurt it. I feel that when I start walking or start doing anything. And for the first 5-10 minutes, it's almost a little bit of a limp before enough blood gets into the area.
Yeah.
And it's just something that has to be accepted. I'm not happy about it. I'd be lying to say that there isn't part of me that when I start getting moving that I'm like, this hurts. And if I stop now, I don't have to feel that pain.
Right.
But of course, that pain will always be there no matter what if I don't push through it.
Of course.
So it's a trade-off. You have a little bit of suffering now for a lack of suffering later.
Sure. Yes, that is it. And this is, we live very, very much in a society that's kind of trained us to feel like we deserve to be comfortable and we deserve to have it easy, and we don't deserve hardship. We don't deserve really guttural, deep challenges. And we're all supposed to be just laying around eating bonbons and going on social media, right? We're not supposed to struggle anymore. And I think that's an absolute crock of shit. I think that a human without struggle is essentially a vessel of weakness.
I agree with that. And even to take that one step further, we're also now trained to look for the easy way. There's always some kind of easy answer.
Yeah, the hack. There has to be a hack for everything.
There has to be. And I've recently begun joining a bunch of forums on fitness and weight loss. They fall into very different categories, and there's some that are kind of like really strict. There are some fasting ones where I suggested having a gummy vitamin once a day. You would have thought that I suggested getting a big ass tub of ice cream and going face first into it for 4 calories worth of gummy vitamin.
Right.
But the flip side to that are a lot of the other forums where what fruit will burn off arm fat? It's like nothing's burning off arm fat. Nothing's spot reducing. Spot reducing doesn't happen. Stop even thinking about it.
Not big picture. It doesn't. I mean, as we've learned with Eric, when you get down to the fine strokes, it works. But spot training when you are simply overweight will not. You're not. If you're 75 pounds overweight, you're not getting abs, man. Like you just not. You got to work that shit off.
Yeah, hell, at 20 pounds, you're not getting abs. Abs is this. There are people who genetically have them, and those people they've won the lottery. For most people, having abs is a temporary thing that is born out of a severe amount of dieting, not exercise. You will never, ever exercise your way to abs.
No, we make them in the kitchen, not in the gym.
Yep.
It's true.
But you'll find all these different forums just filled with, I can strip your body. I can do this. This product does this. Ask me about this. I don't know the names of these products. And even if I did, I wouldn't say them because I wouldn't want anybody to hear them and then go looking for them.
Right.
But none of these products ever work.
No, they're designed to do one thing, Bruce. Make money. They're not. They're meant to make money. That's all. That's all these are for. They're not because ultimately the answer is not, hey, take this pill, use this gimmicky piece of equipment, or drink this drink and and stand on one leg and you'll start to burn calories. You know what it takes. It takes some grit. You got to work. That's none of this. I mean, that's outside of diet. There's nothing that works except for work.
I'm upset to find out that the one leg thing doesn't work because I really had
Yeah, been there, tried that.
I banked on that one. Like, here's, I think I've mentioned it before, but my products, my supplementation falls down to this: Slow Mag, which is a slow release magnesium, potassium, a multivitamin, and making sure I'm getting enough salt.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. No big products there. Everything available at Costco, CVS, or Walmart, certainly Amazon.
Yeah.
Nothing to market, nothing to sell.
Yeah.
Everything else I've ever tried has been a crock and doesn't work.
Unfortunately, that's true.
So basically the advice, rounding it back, is you have to know what you want to do, and you have to some degree, accept that it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. But the other thing that you should, I think the flip side to that is know that this isn't a challenge that you're facing uniquely by yourself that hasn't been handled by vast amounts of other people.
Everyone. These rules exist not just for you or me or your listeners. They exist for everybody. And it's some people make it look easy, and if you watch enough Instagram, you can see all the reasons in the world why they can do it and why you can't, because it's so easy for them. It's not. Those Instagram people are working their asses off. They're not. They haven't discovered some kind of secret formula. They're putting the work in. That's all there is to that.
I've seen people hawk products like, this is the exercise thing that they're selling today. But I've watched them work out. I've watched them in process.
Yeah.
They've never used that thing.
Yeah.
They don't, that's not what they do. What they do is a very intense, long, thought out process that isn't just some kind of quick toy balancer or whatever it might happen to be. On Instagram, it is very deceptive because Instagram is an end result. It is very much like looking at a movie and going, oh, there's a movie. Well, what you're seeing isn't what happened. That's the end result.
It's a culmination of years of work, right? Every movie is a culmination of years of work, just like, the Instagram fitness models are the culmination of maybe a lifetime of work.
Yes.
That very well could be that person has been doing this, their whole adult life, and that's why they're where they are. It's just easy to think that other people can do things that you can't do, and I really I try to, whenever possible, short circuit that kind of thinking. It's negative, right? It's when you give other people all the power, you're taking it away from yourself. When the fact of the matter is you've got all you need. You just got to get off your ass and do it. And that honestly, it sucks that's the answer, and it is just that dead simple and cold. It is.
It does sound very much cold, and it is very kind of cut and dry because it's a mindset. Everything comes back to mindset.
Yes.
If you don't have the mindset to move yourself forward, really that was my failing over this year, aside from really bad allergies, but ultimately that created a break in the mindset. And once the mindset broke, then the floodgates opened and despair and helplessness came in.
Yeah.
And then it was once again another shift in mindset that became, okay, enough of this bullshit. It's time to refocus. How do I do that? I know. I will do some kind of grand public gesture that I'll have to hold myself to and effectively and publicly embarrass myself week in and week out to make sure that I'm aware that whatever temporary thing is going on in my mind is small compared to the goals I want
Yeah.
and the steps I want to take forward, because I want to have a good life, and a good life is not going to be given to me.
It will not. It will not. Nothing worthwhile gets just given to you. You know, I know a number of people that are the so-called trust fund kids, and everybody thinks, oh well, they don't have to worry about anything. They never have to work. It's a curse. You know, when you're just given something that has no value. If you have struggled and worked and fought for it, it has value. But if you've just been handed something, it has no value.
That's something you're very experienced with, because, you know, you're very successful, but you didn't start that way. I believe the story is you started at Starbucks.
That was one of the places I was starting. Yeah. I mean, you know, humble beginnings are, you know, if you're talking about my story in particular, yeah, humble beginnings is a very, it is the theme, you know, it's the theme of the whole thing.
No, you're very there we go. There's the communication we're going for. You're very driven. You're very focused. You're very smart. I don't really trust or believe in the wisdom of a lot of people. I feel somebody needs to prove it. You're somebody who's always read to me as wise, learned. You've come out of the trenches. You've got good information. That's why you're somebody I'm sort of like, if you got 5 minutes, I want to ask you about business strategies, because as we know, I don't have that part of the brain.
Oh, I don't have them all either. You know,
No, you don't. But you're the kind of person whom through, I don't want to be here, I want to be there. How do I get there? And you start working your way towards it. And I respect that for you, which is why I respect that for you. I respect that of you.
Thanks, Bruce.
At you?
Thank you.
Which direction does the respect go? I'm not sure
I
how
like
this...
at you. That's good. You respect at me. Yeah.
I respect at you. Bastard.
Thank you. I like it.
Ow. That hurt.
But
It's not as meaty there as it was.
But that is the but that is kind of, I mean, it comes back to the approach, right? Is you have to realize that it is going to suck and it is going to be work. But the better thing to do is take that information and go, you know, I'm going to learn how to enjoy that. You know, I'm going to learn how to like that. You know, what the Marine Corps calls embracing the suck. You know, you not only do you know you got to do it and you do it, you start to have a little fun with it. You know, you start to enjoy it. And sometimes finding like-minded individuals who will go out there and get in the foxhole with you and really get weird, you know, no matter what it is, if it's running up a hill or carrying a sandbag or whatever it is, you know, having like-minded individuals that also understand the concept of suffering with no end in sight, it's very good for us. You know, the fact is there are people in this world who some of whom you know, protect this nation. Those are people who know that when they go out into the field, there's no one coming to save them. They are the cavalry. So when they get pinned down and they get in trouble, they know no one's coming to help them. They are the last line of their own defense. And it's important to take that mindset in your life. No one's coming to get us. No one's coming to save us. When you are on the floor and you are trying to do push-ups, no one can do them for you. Right? No one can walk up that hill for you. No one can, you know, do those squats for you. And the other thing is that you doing it doesn't benefit anybody else either. It only benefits you. So in a way, it's very selfish. It's very, very selfish in a good way. You're treating yourself. You're helping yourself.
So there's a degree of, you have to take care of yourself, because if you don't take care of yourself, you're no good to yourself, and you're also no good to anybody else.
That is true.
And by that I don't mean that if you're overweight, you're no good to anybody else. That's not what I'm saying.
But you have to be right with you first.
Yes, it's a mindset thing. It's not a physical thing.
Right.
And it's sort of like nobody can do your push-ups for you. And if you're saying if you listener are saying to yourself, well, I can't do a push-up, that's not the point. The point isn't that you should be able to get down and bust out 2,222 push-ups.
Right.
The point is,
Of course not.
that if you can't do push-ups, then you can try them from your knee. If you can't do those, then lay on the floor and just push yourself away from the floor. You start working on the skill. And the important thing is not how many you did, be it 5, 10, 2.
Maybe it was 1.
Maybe it was 1. The important thing is that you tried, and then you came back again and tried again. And what's going to happen over the course of coming back and trying again is suddenly you couldn't get yourself off the floor. Now you can get to the knees. You were on your knees. Now you can do a full push-up. You could do 5 push-ups. Now you can do 10. Nobody starts cranking out 100 push-ups.
No one.
To Mike's point, it's not, when you look at hard work as, oh God, it's going to be so hard, I can't do this, it's already over.
You've lost. You've lost already. Yeah. Yeah.
But if you look at it kind of like, well, this is going to hurt, but it's going to hurt not to, because how many if you're like me, you're either in pain from working out or you're in pain from not working out. Your body's building or it's decaying.
Right.
And I've always found that as much as the pain is a little bit more acute when you're working it out,
Oh yeah.
it's also far lesser. And for myself, and I think this speaks to the whole learning to enjoy the suck. I can enjoy, in a weird kind of way, that soreness. And it does feel a hell of a lot better than the soreness that comes from just moving my weight around and I haven't done anything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's vastly better. One, there's a feeling of accomplishment to it. There's just that dopamine dump that happens post-workout that is a reward.
Yeah.
You
can't explain that to people too. You have to experience it for yourself.
Yeah, it's a physiological reward. Your body goes, okay, we suffered, but in return, I give you this little slice of blissfulness that permeates your being.
Yeah.
And that's what a good workout does for you. So it's not just, I'm suffering, I'm sore, oh my God. There's some good feeling attached to it. There's a reason to try. And also to Mike's point, if you are by yourself and you're not sure what to do, there are like-minded people in your proximity. I guarantee it, that you could find, and maybe you don't really know how to work out and they don't really know how to work out, but together you figure it out and then you hold each other accountable and cheer each other on. It's like, you got to do it for yourself, but you can do it for yourself with somebody else. And that makes it so much better, because it's fun to have buddies around you when it's not one of those look at me gyms where everyone's trying to out piss each other.
Right.
Where you get a group of people who really are there together and doing their individual things. And it's very uplifting. It's very much fun. Sometimes you get a clown like me who tries to make you laugh while you're working out.
You do that all the time.
Not necessarily when you're in mid-pull, because that's being an ass.
Well, that's happened, but that's okay. I scold you. I scold you when you interrupt my sets by making me laugh too hard.
You do, and I just proceed to do it.
Yeah, of course I do. I don't want you to stop, but I'm going to scold you a little bit.
It doesn't matter what your age is. You can start now, and you'll feel better no matter what it is. And don't hold yourself, as Mike pointed out, don't hold yourself to the standards of Instagram or any perceived pressures. You just get there by taking it one step at a time.
But the first step is always going to be the hardest one. The step of, I'm actually going to do this. That's the hardest time. That old adage that the longest journey begins with one single step is true. But the part in the adage they don't say is it's the hardest one. and not to jump ahead to how hard it's going to suck to break the finish line before you've even moved your foot the first time. It's really, that's the thing that, is in me, and I see it in my kids too, is that dread of the impending challenge that you are going to reach, but you haven't even started anything yet. It's you got to get out of your head and you got to just go. You just got to go.
And that's a skill. Developing the skill of just simply like, I can think about this for a while, or I can just start taking the first couple steps and think about it along the way.
Yeah.
And you can make a lot of mistakes doing that.
Yeah.
But I learn from all of them. But I get things done and I do things. And this is how I've handled. When I was on with my fitness, it very much was like that.
Yeah.
I was out the door to the gym well before my brain even clicked on for it to go, do we really want to do this? That bed was really comfortable. We got this nice pillow top. It's new. It's really, it's memory foam. It hugs you.
Yeah.
It hugs you the way that you remember in your past that your mother hugged you to her bosom. That's what this bed does. And I've left it. Mike, I left the bed. Why did I leave the bed? I was so comfortable in the bed and now I'm going to hurt.
Bruce, I'm so struggling with that right now.
You can call me and I will force you out the door.
I know you will. And but I need to force me out the door. That's
you do.
Issue is that I found myself, since this big spinal surgery, I found myself turning into a little bit more of a creature of comfort, and it's kind of disappointing to me because that's just not me, So I'm kind of there right now where I'm kind of, at 5:30, 6 o'clock, my body wakes up, and I might as well just get up, but I don't. That's something I'm struggling with right now. Where and I've been trying to, I've taught my kids, because they were teenagers. My daughter still is, but I had to try to teach them that just waking up's not enough. You got to put your feet on the floor and stand up. Then you're good. Then the day happens. But if you're just awake and laying there, which is what I've been doing a lot of the last couple of weeks, you haven't gotten it. You're not doing it.
Well, I mean, when you list the challenge that puts you there as spinal surgery, like I agree with you. It's definitely in the mindset you need to get yourself moving forward. But to some degree, you can be a little bit kind to yourself in the understanding that they opened up your back, twiddled with your spinal column, and then put you back together. It's the mindset is good, but you also have to at least have a little bit of understanding towards yourself. So it takes you might have to work towards it. You have it in your mind and you might be struggling with it, but you are working on it.
Yes.
But again, like how long ago was spinal surgery?
Oh, it's a year now. So yeah,
year now. Okay.
So it's time. It's time. It's time to get moving and get back to, being myself again.
Back when you were yourself and not this person I'm talking to.
Yeah.
What would you say might be a difference in the mindset aside from the fact that you've become acclimated to comfort, which is a very easy thing to become acclimated to?
Well, the thing is that I went through so much discomfort in the beginning. And it was ongoing, back and neck problems, for so long, stuff that would put me out for weeks at a time. And, then finally I decided to get it fixed. And that process was the recovery from that was not one of the easier things I've ever done in my life.
No, back surgery is terrible.
It really, turns out, when your spine is injured, you can't do anything without pain. Nothing. You can't sit, you can't stand, you can't lay down, you can't move. So there's no, not that I'm ever trying to be pain free. That's definitely not my goal or my endeavor here. It's the issue is that it's this mind numbing amount of pain for months, that now I have to stop seeking the comfort that I'm just newly experiencing, with my new spinal parts, and I have to start to put it to work.
Have you been given a good training method to specifically strengthen that area, or is it something you just have to be mindful of?
Well, it isn't weakness that caused it to break down. It is strong. That's kind of the problem. My neck and back are quite strong. The trouble is that all the equipment, the internal structure in there wasn't able to deal with the level of loading I was putting on it, which is that's kind of the problem. So it again, it like you said, it's a mindset of, forgiveness for yourself, but also take it easy on yourself a little bit, and that's I'm guilty of not doing that.
That's going to be your real challenge. You don't, as you've been talking about, it's about, focus, mindset, holding yourself. No one does it for you. So for people like that, doing it at 50% for a couple months and holding it at 50% is worse than don't eat cake, because you can do more than 50%.
Yes.
You always do more than
Of course.
50%. 50% is like, your 50% is someone else's 100%. And that's hard to not do, because you sit there and you feel like you're doing nothing.
Yeah.
And that brings other emotional factors in, such as just a general feeling of disappointment, because I'm only going to do 10 of these. You did 50 before.
Yeah.
No, we're doing 10.
Yes, that's very precisely correct. I've had that internal monologue. Actually, it's kind of almost an internal dialogue, because one half of me is saying, like you said, well, I'm just going to do 10, and the other half of me is saying, you're stronger than that. Why are you pussing out? Are you being weak? Are you being mentally weak? That's the worst. But because if I do push-ups until they just don't go up anymore, that's great. But that means I work to the threshold of my mental. I work past the threshold of my mental toughness and made it so that my body just couldn't do anything else. Like, it couldn't do it anymore. To me, that's a victory. If I break my body so much that it won't, it just happened to me. It just happened to me because I've been out of the gym. I haven't lifted very much in the last little while. I've been focusing more on jiu-jitsu with my time and my energy. And I did go to the gym last week, and what I normally could do was literally impossible. Like, for instance, like where it became the most obvious, and I was in like an LA Fitness with a friend down in Carlsbad or whatever. And, a thing I like to do, well, I used to like to do, I don't like it right now because I'm going to have to build back, but, doing a flat bench press, just doing full range bench press, chest press. And then as soon as you finish the set, you immediately roll over to the floor and do push-ups. Try to get 10 or 20 push-ups in after you've fully, gone through a set. And I remember I was talking to this friend of mine that I was with. I was like, yeah, so we do 10 reps, and then right off the deck, or right off the bench onto the deck, and hit 10 push-ups. And I got to 5. And he was like, what's wrong? And I said, it won't go up. It's not going up. I guess 5 is where it's at. That's good. It's unfortunate that I wasn't able to do the number that I can usually do, but I went until it just didn't work anymore, which to me is, that's the victory right there. If we go to failure to ensure our success.
And just embrace it and not see it as failure. After all, there are a lot of people who don't do anything because they're afraid of a degree of failure, including working out.
Yeah.
But if you can embrace failure, and it's not just in working out, even in professional life or hobbies or anything, if you view everything as a zero sum, I shall succeed or I shall fail, well, you tend to not do things. But if you kind of realize that in this failure, there's growth, change, knowledge, experience, and all of the eventual success is built off a lot of those moments of failure.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot easier to then go like, oh God, I only got 3. How did I only get 3? I got 20 last week.
But it all begins with 1.
All begins with 1.
And sometimes that's all you've got.
Well, actually, it all just begins with going like, doesn't matter what I get, I'm just going to give it a shot.
Yeah, that's right. And you have to accept that you're going to do the work. Do the work.
And here's the neat thing about doing the work, even though it never gets, technically, it never ever gets easier. It's always hard because you're always adjusting. But the idea of doing it gets easier.
Yeah.
The idea of being able to put forward, it's really, as you said, that first step, and it just circles right back to that.
Yep.
However you take that first step. And yeah, I really hope that over the next couple weeks, months, that you have more days putting your feet on the floor and getting however many there are, be it 5, 10, 15, or 2.
Yeah, this is my new goal right now. Is just to be have a little bit more mental toughness and create my own motivation.
You're hearing the internal struggle of Mike, and Mike is an incredibly effective, forward-pushing individual. And the lesson I hope you get from that is that even somebody who is like that has these moments, has these thoughts, questions, doesn't want to take the step forwards. The difference being he does take the step.
It's the key. It's the key. And it's as hard for me as it is for anyone. You know, to get out of bed, to get moving, to get after it is very hard. It's very hard. But you know, what's the alternative? You know, backsliding, getting worse, not getting better. That's just as bad to me. You know, I think we all should every day try to get a little bit better somehow. Like something get better, whether it's communicating with your significant other, or your kids, or an exercise goal, maybe it is, or tightening up your diet, or just getting stuff done, you know, around your house or at work or whatever, that one thing you've been putting off because you don't want to deal with it. This is the real challenge is, you know, what can you get yourself to move toward your goal?
That's profound. Absolutely true.
We need to do
Thank
it.
you. Do you have any other? Yep. Do you have any other thoughts, advice, feelings that you might impart upon the 12 people who might hear this?
I think you really just, everybody, you know, I did say it earlier, but I think this is what it all really comes down to. Are you happy? Are you happy where you are? Because if you are, don't change anything. But if you're not, find out what it is that needs to change and do it. I think that's it. You know, and it sounds, oh, it's so easy to say. Well, yeah, shit, yeah, it is easy to say. I'm not outside running up a mountain right now, am I? I'm just saying this thing, and I'm saying it for my own benefit just as much as I am for anyone else's. Because I have to say that in my own self-talk. I have to say that too. You know, I have to motivate myself to do that.
It all comes down to the motivation.
And if you get it from, you know, if you get it from without, that's fine. It's better to get it from within, because without, you know, there isn't always a motivator out there for you. It ultimately, even if somebody motivates you, you still have to decide to do it yourself. You have to decide to make that first move.
Yeah. And that first move never has to be big. It never has to be the most challenging thing you've ever done. It just has to be something to start. And then you build. And that's what it is. So, Mike, where can people find you when they're not finding you here?
I dabble with Instagram, but that's the only social media I even play with at all. And
do you want to give it out?
I'm happy to give out my handle. It's Michael_Kroeger 555. That is my handle on the Instagrams. But you know, otherwise, find anything Nickelback related, and you'll know where I am.
Yep. And I had originally thought that the name of your band came from the position in football.
Oh yes.
I didn't realize that it was just something you would say to people when you were serving them at Starbucks.
Yeah, I was making change. I had to give a lot of 5 cents change, so I had to give a lot of people their Nickelback. Yes, it's not you know, it's not the most sizzly story, but it is the most true one.
I like reality more than sizzle.
Okay, you're happy.
And as for me, I am the fittest fat kid you know, and you can find me at all the socials at Fittest Fat Kid, Instagram at Fittest Fat Kid, Twitter at Fittest Fat Kid. Facebook, the page is Fittest Fat Kid. No website yet, but I'm still working on that, and I will probably say that for the next 10 episodes. But when it is there, it will be www.fittestfatkid.com. But if you've got a question, a concern, if you want to share your story with us, if you would like advice, if there's any way you would like a reach out, or we would like you to reach out to us, the email address is hithere@fittestfatkid.com. And seriously, if you are struggling with your weight and you don't have anyone you feel you can talk to, you can talk to us. Now, if you're enjoying the podcast, please subscribe, give a comment, leave a rating. Do that on the YouTube channel, wherever else you might happen to enjoy me there, and say something about it, because I would love the feedback. Anyway, so for my boy Mike, for my dogs, for the entire world of my ecosystem, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding, and I'll talk to you next week. A recurring theme on the podcast is the idea of failure and how failure stops and frightens people. So today I'm going to talk to somebody who's been very successful, but not about his successes. I do not care about this man's successes. We're going to talk about how he fell on his face again and again and again and pulled his ass right back up. So we're going to hit that music and then we're going to land on our asses. Joining me today is Barry Coffing, a music supervisor, composer, musician extraordinaire, a musical entrepreneur, and a man who has blown it so many times that he doesn't even know where to start about that. Barry, how are you?
Great. I'll have to say, this is a very unique intro. Welcome to The Biggest Loser. All right. I love it. I'll have to say, this is the first time, Bruce, that I've ever been introduced in that way. Okay, great. Well, boy, oh boy, can I, you're talking about failures. Oh my God. Yes, you've called the right guy.
Well, of course, the reason I want to talk to you about failure is so many people in their lives will stumble, and that stumble will completely derail them. And it's hard for them to either grow and move forward, especially when it comes to issues of body and weight loss, especially when it comes into dreams. I have a lot of friends who have wanted to do things in their lives and they never did anything close to that, mostly out of what I perceive as a fear of failure. And I want to help people get over that block because it's such a fundamental stumbling point for so many people. So I thought through you, we could maybe get a game plan going, or at least an understanding of how far you can fall and yet still grow and really thrive.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you my philosophy on it, which was the best thing. You don't really ever fail. You succeed or you learn. There is no failing in it. You don't come away with something being diminished or taken away. And anyone who says, oh, did you see that guy try that thing and fall on his face? Then you must not know anything about success. Everybody falls on their face. They may not make it public. I'm at the point now where I don't care. I'll give you 20 minutes to draw a crowd. Hey, watch me do this. That doesn't bother me at all. But we're in the entertainment business where everybody thinks you're delusional at the very beginning. Like if you grew up in normal America. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, like you were saying something. I was throwing in a joke where I was like, and in my case, actually delusional. But
yeah. Well, you want to think you're special in our world? Come on now. Let's be real. I've got an employee of us, and it's like you could definitely get a whole mental health studies program going on just on my employees. I've got agoraphobics, I got bipolar, ADD, God, that's the majority of them. OCD, like we've got more letters than PhDs. I'll tell you that. But yeah, it's the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. You know, some of these things, ADD, that would be a real distraction in a certain world. If you're in the world of music business where things are flying at you, it's fun. If you've got ADD, I'm going to do this. I'll focus on that. I'll do this. Woohoo! It's the plate spinner.
And then your OCD can really focus you on various tasks at hand, especially ones that are very, very detail-oriented, which a lot of behind the scenes of entertainment is a lot of really, really specific detail-oriented work that you got to be able to focus on, or otherwise you're just going to just melt.
Yeah, well, then the other part of OCD that I'm struggling with right now is, why must I go all the way around the block to go next door? It's like, it can't be easy. I'll study every little thing. I can do this to study every little detail, every detail. Yeah, it was just that first idea you had. It is not efficient sometimes. It's precise, just not efficient.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so my background, why should you listen to me? When he went to Biggest Loser, I've failed as an artist with a record deal on Warner Brothers. I had a record label distribution deal in Sony, failed. I've had, been on multiple bad publishing deals. Any great thing in the music business you can fail at. All the big three, I got those. I'm an Emmy loser. I've written #1 hits where I ended up getting 1/6 of the money. So not exactly a smart businessman. All of these different things that would be major disasters that have turned into my strengths. And part of what I think people need to do, like when I'm looking at problems, I think of it as Star Wars 3-dimensional chess. So there's the board of money. Did you make money? And that's a factor. It's a thing, but it can't be the only way you guide your success or failure, because it doesn't tell the whole story. You go for power. Like, that's how I got the power. I can do this. I can do that. That's a good thing to have. The other thing is knowledge. What did you learn? So if you look at the 3 lenses of knowledge, power, and money, I think you can put things into a box where even if you didn't intend to, you might have intended to get money. Instead, you got knowledge, or instead you networked, you met some people, you now have some more power, influence, you can get these other things very seldom. It's sort of like you can't destroy matter. You can't, there's no experience that is all bad, period. Nothing. That which does not kill you. So if you look at one of these other chessboards, you may find your financial disaster turned out to really give you gains in these other places. And the other thing you could say, I made a lot of money, but I didn't learn anything in these things. So money is a thing, but it's not the only thing. So whenever I'm trying to decide on something to be a smart use of my time, the trifecta is if it helps me in all 3. 2 out of 3, it's a good deal. And if it's 1 out of 3, okay. If it doesn't advance any of the 3, please don't do it. There's no win for you there. But I mean, you could be trying for 1 and miss, but even if you miss, you're going to gain knowledge at the very least.
And that has been my experience. Very few things in life are zero sum. And so many people view it just under that lens where it's, I succeeded, I failed, don't necessarily notice that they learned something and didn't notice that now somebody takes them a little bit more seriously, just very much focused on that bottom line. So I want to take you back to long before all of your successes, to when you first started out, because the music industry, even years ago, was a very hard thing to get going in. Do you remember your first steps forward and your first stumbles?
Well, I'll start with my parents graduated the class of 1960. So they thought that happiness was a place. So I went to 16 different schools to make it through high school. But my parents both could sing. So my brother and sister and I, we'd take these road trips and all this stuff. And it was like a 4-part harmony. All right, here's your part. So I didn't know that everybody couldn't sing. So my parents were weird in that, they're the only people, my son, the musician, like it's a good idea, So they had support in that way. I don't think they ever really thought I'd get to the levels that I did. They just loved music, so, and they were crazy. They were bringing in Peter, Paul and Mary protest songs and Broadway show tunes. My dad was all over doo-wop, and then he had an interracial doo-wop band that opened for Bill Haley and the Comets and at Hobart Arena in Ohio. So they'd done a lot of stuff. And then, they went through the 70s phase where my dad was cruising around with a huge porn star mustache listening to Barry White, So I got a lot of different, really bipolar kinds of musical influences. And I grew up, and we ended up on one of the stops in Houston, Texas, where I went to the high school for the performing and visual arts, as did my brother and sister. And so I started with a really incredible, famous school. It was like the second school of its type. Really incredible, great experience that I just loved music and I thought it was cool, but I never really knew what I was doing. In fact, I tried college twice and failed both times. I had an opera scholarship at one and did another stint at the University of Houston. They didn't want to teach me what I wanted to learn, so I failed both of those. And I figured, what am I going to do till I decide what I want to be when I grow up? So I just started a band and started playing around in bars and stuff like that. And about 3 years in, I'm going, that thing that you're looking for, you think you're going to do? I kind of think you're doing it. You're making, a living doing this. This may be a thing you can keep doing. And so I really sort of woke up accidentally discovering that was what I was going to do. And I don't know if that helps. It was more of a failure, but it was a fallback position. I did a stall tactic that turned into a plan.
That got you started.
Yeah. And then I grew. Houston was a great market because I was singing jingles, playing in bands, and I was really shitty at the beginning like everybody else. My brother was my booking agent, which is even funny. My younger brother, he kind of was the smooth talking sales guy out of our group. And again, I was terrible, so they could only book me in terrible places. So I ended up playing at the Ship Channel at this place called the Harbor Lights, where they literally had chicken wire. And it was sailors and bikers and hookers. Oh my. I mean, it was right by the Ship Channel. People would come in, and I mean, it was quite a piece of work. And so I'd seen all these other artists and bands in town, like going and talking to the audience. So we got on our break, and I go out talking to everybody, talk to this girl, and move over, talk to this girl. We're up, playing music, and I see I see the two girls talking to each other. Then it gets heated. Then they start fighting in the middle of the dance floor. And I don't know what I would have said, what I did, but apparently they were fighting over me, I guess. And it was a kind of a biker chick and a small Hispanic hooker. And and we've been told when we started playing, they said, if a fight breaks out, you keep playing, goddammit. Don't you stop. You just whatever you want, our people, we know how to deal with that. You keep playing.
Here's a question I have about that.
Yeah.
I have a question about that. So you're playing, the fight breaks out. Do you match the tempo to the fight, or do you hope that the fight goes to the tempo of your song?
That's your OCD kicking in. I actually, what we did is I was doing one of these nights by the Eagles, and I was a bass player, so I'm going boom, boom, boom. So that was the longest fucking intro you've ever heard. Sorry, am I allowed to cuss or not? Oh well.
I can set it to explicit if I want to.
Okay, well I will quit though, so you don't have to. But anyway, so I just kept that groove, and so the biker girl's way bigger. The little girl goes and she's wearing a tube top, if you probably before your time. But the little girl grabs the tube top, pulls it down, everything falls out. She covers it and she starts wailing on it. And it's like, I'm going, well, if you had money on the shorter girl, go for the hooker every time. Yeah. Hooker takes biker in 3 rounds.
Middle of the fight is not the time for modesty. You kind of have to just roll.
No.
You got to roll.
She did not get that memo. Yeah. So I started in those things. And by 6 years later, I kind of had risen to the top where I'm playing the best clubs. We're having 300 people a night. I was with the band, and then we kind of had a parting of the ways because I had done a movie project and the owners didn't want me expanding out those things. I'd also wanted to take the band regional, and the band kind of wanted to stay where we were. So they basically fired me. Another one of my great things.
You're doing really well. You're fired.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, the owner put him on there and said, look, if Barry goes out and does this movie, I got a contract. I don't want him subbing out for 2 weeks. And I don't want you guys subbing out. If you guys do that, I'll cancel your contract. So he put him in a rough position. Mm-hmm. Barry does the movie. The whole band has to move on. They said, we want to keep the job. Barry, you're fired. you know. So I go to put together another band, and there were a couple of girls I went to high school with. They were great singers, and nobody had hired them. Like one of them was working as a medical secretary. The other was teaching music at a Jewish nursing home. And they're both black girls, you know, but they were really, you know, they were great. And I said, you know, why aren't you guys singing? They're going like, nobody will hire us. I'm going, screw it, I'll hire you. So I put together a band with those guys. We start kind of doing some preliminary gigs to show everybody, and we bring the agents in, and nobody will book us. And they pull me aside and they go, well, you got one colored, that's okay. But you get two colored. See, they draw a colored crowd. And the colored crowd, they don't drink, they don't tip. So the owners just won't go for it. Now, if you get rid of one of your black girls, you can have one, but you can't have two. And I just went, So then we don't have any place to play. So I'm thinking of where can I go? And I stumbled, there was a jazz club called Baxter's that was right in the heart of Houston. And it had been sold and everything, and had been taken over and turned into a gay bar called the Club Flamingo. And the guys that are there are they're dying a horrible death. Nobody's coming to their bar. Nothing's going on. So I walk in and go, what you need is a band. Hallelujah. Me and my fine sisters here will entertain your fine gay folk in a way that you have never heard. So we go in, I say, give us a week, you know? And so we start playing 4 days a week. And we took that club from nobody there to lines out the door. And I actually left to go to LA, and there were still lines out the door. So it was, you know, you can take a failure and turn it into something. And also, there's something to be said for sticking to your guns. You know, it seemed like a dumb move at the time, but morally, it just didn't make any sense to me. And so that does, you know, there's a lot of people who say, hey, you can only succeed if you give up your morals, if you play the game, if you do this. Once it starts to be giving up your morals, don't do it. You know, I can tell you, it may be harder in the short term. In the long term, I think that's worth getting an extra fail or two, you know, to stick to your guns.
I've found that oftentimes when it's sort of like giving up your morals and trying to play the game like everybody else is playing it, it doesn't lead to much in the way of success because everybody's doing the exact same thing, and it's all happening at such a dog-eat-dog level that you might succeed, you might fail, but it's really, really at that point a luck of a draw. And in the end, you just leave a wake of misery behind you for yourself, because then you've basically killed off most of your relationship. You've killed off most of the person who you were, and generally speaking, the person a lot of people related to in the first place.
Well, it's can you look in the mirror? You know, is that, you know, that's a real important thing. You know, if you feel like you're doing the right thing for the right cause and the right reason, it's a lot easier to be daring. If you're going, I think I'm doing this because they said I sort of, it's people can sense insincerity. They can sense a lie. Even people with no good lie-o-meter going, I'm not buying this guy's really that at all.
So Barry, I want to really get to where something really just punched your heart. I want to hear about where in your heart you died a little. What was the failure, the thing that your hopes were highest, the crash brought you to your lowest, and how did you cope with it? Bleed for my people, Barry. Bleed.
Let's go you want to go for the high-end, most dramatic one first?
Of course. I want it as dramatic as humanly possible. If you cry, that would be good.
Okay, well, we'll go there. So I was nominated for an Emmy. I wrote a song called How Do You Talk to an Angel, or co-wrote that with Steve and Stephanie Tyrell. It was for a TV show.
The Heights. That's The Heights.
Yeah, The Heights. So I actually wrote that song to help sell the pilot to Spelling. And then it went on to be in there, went on to be created as the theme song.
And the song had its own life on popular radio. You couldn't avoid that song. God, I got to hit you at some point.
It was number one. It was number one in airplay for 6 weeks and couldn't get to the top spot because Boys to the Men, End of the Road was selling too many records. So it waits and finally gets up there, and it's on number one for 2 weeks, and screaming up the chart comes Whitney Houston's I'll Always Love You and bangs us out, you know. So we were during a part in 1993. For 6 months, there were only 3 songs that were number one in our country, and one of them was mine. So do that, get nominated for the Emmy. First time, so I'm still struggling, not set financially. So they go, my parents had moved out to LA, to be close to me and stuff like that. They were basically staying in my guest house, kind of thing. And I'm going, do I take my parents? Because we're really tight money-wise. And I go, you know what? Because at that time it was $350 a ticket to bring them. So I'm going, all right, let's do it. So I'm kind of hawking my rent money to take them. And then I didn't know enough about this. So I'm going, let's go all out. Let's rent a limo. Well, if you don't rent a limo early on Emmy night, so we end up with a baby blue limo that's done 3 drop-offs already. So they pick us up 30, 40 minutes late. So we're late to the Emmys. So we get there, we finally get in the place, and I'm there. My wife had taken my mom out. We bought her a brand new dress and all this stuff and really made a big deal. We get there late. We get there just in time. And this is like, and in awards presented earlier, so we're not even in the great on TV thing. We're in the sort of the ghetto pre one. Right. And we lose. Right there, we lose. It's the Kander and Ebb, super famous writing guys, or something they wrote for Liza Minnelli. They don't even show up to the award. They've won so many. They don't give a crap. And people are dancing around with their Emmys. And I am not happy. And I understand, like, it was best words and music, and you're going, achievement, I don't know what we could have done. The song kept the stupid TV show on 2 extra weeks because the ratings weren't good, but they were too embarrassed to cancel a show with a #1 hit song. So we actually got to make it through the whole run. I felt like we'd done everything, and it was really kind of depressing.
I'm sorry to have interrupted that, but I have to ask because I've never had the opportunity to ask this before. But okay, so you're sitting there, they're doing the whole presentation in that way that they do it, with the anticipation building, and I've only seen it on TV, so I don't know if in reality it plays out the same way it looks like it does on TV. But you're sitting there with all this anticipation. How does that go? Like, how in that moment?
It's bad because it was like in the earlier ones, you're not sitting like in an auditorium thing. It's a dinner show. You've got, they've got wine and stuff. You're like at somebody's bad wedding. So everybody's just sitting there. And I get confused because I've done so many of those things, whether BMI awards or other things like that. But there was somebody, obviously my co-writers were there. I had my mom and dad. And then we had somebody super famous with us. I can't remember. It was somebody from Holland Dozier Holland or Ross Vanelli, Gino Vanelli's brother. Like, it was like somebody really famous was at our table with us. The thing that BMI does, in those things, and the Emmys, you just don't know. But some of the other award shows have ways to mitigate that. But you're sitting there, you got a good table because you're nominated, you're building up, and they walk up on a stage and announce the guys, and somebody grabs an award, but without half the fanfare. So for everyone you see on TV, there's probably 3 or 4 people getting it in the dark of night, and the best costume helper, whatever, you get yours in the quiet. And so you're sitting there and it's building up, and you're going, oh, please let me win, please let me win, please let me win. Oh shit. I don't even know who those guys are, that you're supposed to be like, you think of the Emmys as being this exciting place. It is dark as anything because 4 out of 5 of these people are losers like me. And the winners are kissing each other and hanging. And here, do you want to hold it? I'm going, I want to hold it. It's like you get to see everybody dancing around and having happy. I've got my parents there. We leave, and I'm going, man, this is the dream. Like, I'll tell you how stupid I was too. When I was trying to decide whether or not to take my parents, I actually thought maybe I'll take them next time. Oh my God. There is one music award a year on planet Earth for the Emmys, and you think you'll wait for your next one? I didn't even know what thought process I did that. I thought that I'm so glad I took them, but it was really, it's like, that's one of those moments where did I do the right thing? At the end of that, I thought, I've wasted this money. I'm struggling to pay my rent. I'm going to be late on everything. And I took my parents out to watch me lose. a horrible. I never factored to me, come on, Mom, watch your boy get crushed. This will be great, you know? And then we can have that long, awkward limo ride home. This will be fantastic, you know? And that's what I paid for. A lot of money and stuff. And you're going, this is the worst thing ever. And 2 weeks later, my mom actually passed away.
Ooh.
She died in her sleep. And that was the last time that we were together, was at the Emmys. And at that point, I went, best money I ever spent. Different playbook, different deal, but definitely a low moment that turned high.
I can absolutely relate to that. First off, like as a mama's boy whose mother passed away as well, I really, really sympathize with that, because you never truly fully ever get over if you've got a good relationship with your parents. And for all of the little stuff that I've done, and I had a short film featured at the 2019 Comic-Con, the entire time I was going through that weekend, in the back of my mind, it was like, if only my mother was here. I just really would have been nice to see. I haven't made it by any stretch of the imagination, but just to see this would have just validated everything. Because you lost, but that still was a moment of deep, deep pride for her.
Oh, and my wife really did it great, because when they went to look for dresses, she said, her son's being nominated for an Emmy. And I mean, LA, can they kiss some ass on that? Oh, let me get you this. Like, she got Queen for a Day. Like, when you look at that, if you couldn't give a better parting gift for a mother, that, hey, you know what? That wacko son you've got, he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to be, you know, he's got this stuff going on. And she always thought that, you know, was always supportive. But, you know, how do you hear the strings when there's nothing there? Like, you know, all of the stuff she felt like was really amazing and cool. And not every mother would.
No. And it's special. And that kind of, that goes back to the whole idea of failure to a degree of success, because for you lost, but from her eyes, you were nominated for an Emmy. You were one in an entire music industry. You were one of 4 or 5 people who was recognized at the top of their game. And it's her little boy.
Yep. And she had that feeling, you know, my dad and my mom were both like, I don't think they ever thought they'd be sitting in those seats.
Yeah.
Nor did I. You know, it's like not something that you think that that's going to happen. Like we can all hope and dream, but when you're sitting there for real, they can't take that away. Like, if I don't do anything else, I'm still going to be Emmy nominated Barry. You know, it's an achievement that means something to people.
And also probably gave you cachet you did not have previously.
You bet. And things that I used moving forward. It still was, it was dark, and it isn't like I popped back over. Like, you know, because you really thought, if I could just get into that room at that setting, my life will change automatically. And it doesn't. It's a nice little factor. It's a nice little helping thing. You know, it's really a journey. It's not a destination. You don't arrive. No matter how many people say, you've arrived. Yeah, you got to the party. That's all you did. You know, that's what arriving is. That doesn't mean you're thriving. It doesn't mean anything else. It means you're at the party. Congratulations.
There is no real destination in the end. You just continue.
We're always keep walking.
Yeah, you think that, okay, I'm going to get there. And then you get to where you thought there was, and it's like, well, there's still this to do, and there's still that to do.
Or there's no there.
Yeah.
That's the real thing. That's the killer. I thought I was there, and there is no there. The place, a safe place where we all relax and go, here's us guys who made it. Yeah, that place doesn't exist. Not in that room, not in the Oscars, not in the Grammys. None of these rooms are a stopping or staging or I'm on home base. You know, you can't hurt me here. No, not true. So I think gauging things like success and failure, you got to have successes along the journey. Hey, this is a signpost. I'm on the right road. That's really all you should expect from success. And you learn a lot more from failure. Like when things really work, you have theories, you have thoughts. You don't have a clear reason because, like you've heard that that success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. You know, when it's success, oh, the makeup guy did it and this guy did it. Everybody wants to take credit for the great success. When it fails, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. You know, nobody claims their failures. To me, I'll claim them.
Yes.
You know, if I look back and go, I screwed this up, you know, that's the only way you learn. You have to be able to stare at the truth. And then sometimes if it's something you fail because of something not in your control, why are you losing any sleep over? Shit happens, you know. That was not, if you can honestly go, that wasn't my fault. I couldn't have foreseen that. Then go to sleep.
It is a skill to be able to look at a situation dead on without filtering it as a positive or a negative, or seeing yourself as the hero or the victim, just to see it not positively, not negatively, but as it really exists.
A fact.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can do that, like you got to take the emotion out of it. So what I've learned to do, if I'm emotional about something, I do not make a decision if I can possibly help. Walk away, overanalyze, do whatever you can do, get the emotion out of it, because you can't make a good decision if you've got bad information. If you're triggered by this or emotional about that or whatever, if it's feeding something emotional for you, I need this win. Well, do you? You know, if you're already thinking that way, take a break, do something else, you know. Really, so you can just make a logical thing and don't put a bunch of weight on it. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I've always had the a survival tactic I've employed is if I've gotten into dealing with somebody whom really, really upset me, I will go off, but not on them, not anywhere around them. I will just allow myself in front of my girlfriend or a friend or whatnot. I will just say everything I need to say and get it out. And then I'll sit down and write the email. And I will make sure, having got out all the emotion, then I can then make the communication devoid of any kind of accusations, recriminations, and make it very factual.
Well, the thing that here's my big beef. I think that you cannot communicate well. To me, the last resort is writing an email. It gets misconstrued more than any other form of communication. You can't tell if it's a joke or they being snarky. There's no way to communicate correctly. It's a lot better to call them up and go, hey, you know, once you're unemotional, here's the things I think that I was expecting this and I was expecting that, you know, this is what I thought we'd agreed to. Talking in those terms, when you put it in writing, it's never going to be delivered as well as you could orally.
I do agree with that.
When I advise people, I go, as a last resort. If it's something contentious, it's like breaking up with your girlfriend. Don't do it on a text. Don't do it with an email. You know, be a man and do it and have an ebb and flow and take your punishment. Take your spanking. Even if it's, I got to say, I'm sorry. It's not an I'm sorry email. It's a call them up. It's a meet them for coffee. Look them in the eyes and go, yeah, I blew this. You know, I didn't know she was your sister at the time. And anyway, no. Yeah, you got to be able to say whatever it is, that it'll be better for them and ultimately better for you. I mean, most of us hate conflict and don't want to do it. But the idea is to try to be prepared to weather a storm of them going off on you and then keep it calm. Do all the things that you did in the email, just do them verbally.
It is like any other skill. Having hard conversations is something you learn, especially if
it's an acquired skill.
Yeah, I had to learn it over a period of various projects because I didn't want to have these conflicts, but then things didn't happen the way they should. So I had to learn how to, all right, I know you don't want to have this conversation. I don't want to have this conversation, but neither of us wants to do this. Let's talk about it and let's get to the bottom of it. And then we'll be fine. Especially with money. It's hard to have those conversations until you learn how to have them.
Yeah. And the other thing I do too is I don't, when something's gone bad, you've got a bad relationship, you've had a bad business deal, It's sort of like Star Wars. I think you've got energy for good or bad. Pick one. If you're going to sit around hating them, I'm going to get back at them, blah, blah, blah. Well, there you go, Darth Vader. Welcome to the dark world. To me, I would rather go with the adage of the best revenge is living well. Best revenge on the old girlfriend is go be wildly successful and date a supermodel. It's like whatever you're doing, go do something good for you, not something bad to them.
I've known so many people who just get mired into the negativity. I mean, my own brother, who wanted to be a chef and wanted to have his own restaurant, was so stuck in a negative mindset that even when the opportunity presented himself, he was unable to take advantage of it because he was somewhat insulted by the way it was presented to him, instead of realizing, hey, your entire dream was there. And I know so many people who are at base level, never going to get anywhere, never going to accomplish anything because they can't let go of bad feelings. And it just drags them down. And
if people can sense that, they can sense the anger, the animosity. It permeates the room. But the other thing, I think, one of the problems I had as a producer was I got to the point where I was really frustrated with the artists. It's like, look, you need to do this kind of record, this kind of way, this kind of thing. And I wanted them to look at all my credits and shut up and do what I want. Look, I know better than you. You don't even know what you're talking about. Just let me do what I do. And I had to quit. I spent a couple of years where I quit producing because I wouldn't ever, as an artist, I wouldn't want somebody telling me what to do on my record. It's ultimately the artist's record. Your job of being a producer is to realize their dream, not yours. If you want to make the same record again and again and be David Foster, get a new singer, put them on your record with your team. They all sound the same. Some will win, some will lose, but it's a David Foster record. But if you're going to be a real producer and help support the artist in their art, you may have to walk them around the block to take them next door. And ultimately what I had to learn is if my vision for the artist and their vision for themselves didn't match, walk away. And that's really hard because it feels like a failure. And you feel like, I want to be taller, I could be shorter. Or if you see them going, well, I could do what you want, but you could tell they don't feel it. If you make that record, the first negativity that comes along, hey, I think those songs are a little too hard. I told you they were hard. The artist will bail on you and the record will fail, guaranteed. If you're not making the record that they believe in, it has little hope of being there.
It's a matter of chemistry.
Don't be afraid to, walk away. Mm-hmm. And that's hard to do, but you have no business doing that person's record. And also, like to your brother's thing, I have a bad news about respect. There's only one way you get it. You earn it. Mm-hmm. They can look at all the credits and stuff like that, but until you say something smart, until you say, no, you got to do it this way, until you earn their respect, they don't have it. You can be somebody, you can be there, they can be your hero. And you can want to respect them. But at the end of the day, if their opinions are different than yours, they're just another guy. It's when they go and build a relationship of, wow, he's smart. Wow, that's even cooler. They got to go earn it. So if you have to be ready to go on a job interview every single project. And if you're not willing to do that, find another job. Because when it comes to the creative thing, respect only comes by being earned. And it's in self-respect too. You don't respect yourself if you don't go out and do stuff. If you're the person who sits on the sidelines and thinks you're safe because you've never failed. Well, the biggest failure is never trying.
That's true. I think for most people with that never trying, if you don't try, you maintain the illusion. You could have done that. I had an artist friend and he went years, like he wanted to be a 3D artist and he went to school and he spent his entire waking time making art. Once he graduated, he never applied for one job. He always had an excuse why, but ultimately he was afraid he would be rejected, he was afraid he would fail. So he never became an artist, despite the fact being really good. And it didn't matter. But since he never tried, he never failed. He never lost. And it's broke my heart.
I would contend that that's the biggest failure.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But that's the way he saw
it. So
it.
it's one thing if the world says, you know what, you're delusional, you're not good enough. at least you know. Hey, I gave it a try. Like trying to me is a badge of courage. To see trying something and failing as a failure. You tried this and you realize, hey man, maybe I shouldn't be an artist. Now I'll go find something I should do. The second best answer in the world is a quick no. Yes, you can do this is always the ultimate, but the second best is, dude, you suck. You have no talent in this. Let me save you some heartache. It's like quick yes. And again, you can go against that. Maybe they're delusional. Maybe you need to just get better. It doesn't mean you have to listen to what they say, but you have to get out there and you have to kiss a lot of frogs to find that prince.
That is absolutely true. Let's see. Have we covered this topic well? What do you
the failure topic?
Yeah, the failure topic.
Well, I can give you some more failures. Yeah. I think we've skirted on a lot of the real main things about failure. I think as somebody who runs a company, I think the way that you treat mistakes and failures and problems in your company with your culture, you have, like in my company, I make it very clear that it is okay to screw up. And whenever I screw up, man, I raise my hand, my bad. Everybody is able to do that. We make fun and jokes of failures. Like we have a software for finding music for film and TV. And anyone who's gotten the keys to the back end to add a genre or something like that has effed up and done catastrophic damage. And so we really limit the number of people that have that. My personal thing is I deleted every single country song in the entire database. I had one of my other people delete all the sound effects. And the coding guy who built it wouldn't tell us what he deleted. But apparently, yeah, it's a 100% failure rate. So we really limit the number of people that have that ability. But you can't make it a big deal. Like when we have a problem, the bullets are flying. Oh my God, this is wrong. We go, let's fix the problem. We're not talking about who did what or pointing any fingers because the industry doesn't care. I need this song by now. Get it to me. I wanted this. That didn't write. Whatever. It's fix the problem first. Figure out how it doesn't happen again second. And so you can't go too many people, especially in the arts. You don't get to say not my fault. A corporation, a big company, if you can assign blame to someone else, it's really good. But in the creative thing, they don't give a crap. They just know I hired your company to do this and you didn't get it done. I hate every one of you. You're all on my blacklist. So you all go down together. It's a team sport. So thinking that you can Teflon Don your way out of that, good luck with that. I haven't seen people have much luck.
That's a good philosophy to run a company with. I did freelance stuff, and almost every corporation that I had was eating itself. That I had as a client was eating itself from the inside for all the various blame casting and lack of responsibility because nobody was really responsible until we chose a scapegoat.
Was more assignable than responsible. Who can we put this on? And to me, I always make fun of those kind of things. We have like when I was in the recording studio, one of the things I do as a producer is at the beginning of the day, we say, okay, we need a scapegoat. Who's it going to be today? All problems, all mistakes, all everything. You. Who was the last guy at the session? Drummer? Everything's your fault. Everything. So we'll be playing, the guitar player will blow a take. Bill, why'd you do that? And it's the drummer. Everything. I'm sorry, I got to go again. I missed that part, Bill. So, and it becomes a joke, right. And it seems funny, but it makes it so you can't, if you're afraid to make a mistake in the recording studio, you'll never get greatness. Like you've got to be not afraid to go for it. Because some of the most amazing things happen when you're going for it. You don't think you're going to make it, or you play that other weird chord, or I'm going to try this. So many of the craziest things in the world started as a mistake that you go, wait, that sounds good. Let's go in that direction. Like Just the Way You Are, Billy Joel too. They cut it all these different ways. They cut it as this, and that, and the other. The drummer, as we would have it, Liberty, goes, you know what, dude? How about this? Let's try it as a bossa nova. And starts playing a bossa nova group, and they all play it. They record it as a joke. It's a joke all the way to number one. The bossa nova version, that's a bossa nova groove on Just the Way You Are. That became a number one hit. And they did it for fun because one guy was crazy. And so you got to be open to crazy, open to different stuff, and not, if you're afraid to fail, is almost a kiss of death in the recording studio. I'm like, you'll never get a great vocal if you're afraid of it. Like when I put a key for a singer, singers will always fight you and try to go, oh, I want to have it where it's comfortable. I can make every note. I want it where the highest note in this song, you got a 50-50 shot of making it. I want that urgency of, oh, is he going to get that high note? Yes or no? We don't know, because you can't fake that urgency. And you only got to get it right once. You get it wrong 99 times, get it right the one time we get it on tape. That's all I need.
Yep.
We tour and everything. We'll lower it by a key for the live show. But for the record, I need in the moment urgency, real desperation, and I'll do anything to get it.
And risk the failure.
Oh, there's no risk in failure. There's a risk in not failing, you know? Yeah, no, you gotta be okay with failure. You gotta make friends with it. It's, and also too, there's sometimes like I would never do this to another singer, but I was working on my own record, and I'm like a slow warm up. So I suck for the first 30 minutes, no big deal. 30 minutes came and went, and I was still sucking. And at a point, I realized I don't have it today. So I told the engineer, I said, you know what? I got a great idea. Do you want to go to a movie? So we went, called the session. It would crush most singers. You could never do that with. But with me, I didn't give a crap. We went to the movie. We came back. The whole thing I was cratering on, did it in one take. So I've never forgotten that, where you go like, if sometimes there is a time to wave the white flag, surrender, take a break, call it a day, you know. I don't know if you do this, but I treat the music business like Vegas. So if I start out my day and it's really going good, I go, who else can I call? Let me check on that other job. I think that's like Vegas. I'm on a hot streak. Give me every good thing. If I'm failing, and I try to pull myself out of it, but if pretty much halfway through the day it's a shit show, I go, well, let's just bring this on. Who else what's that other contentious argument I want to have? Let's call this guy. Let's do it all today. Bring this on, you know, and I've had real success with that, because then you got all these things you didn't want. You're only depressed for one day. You kind of consolidated into a really horrible day. And then my other thing, if it's really bad, I really can't take it, it's let's quit. Game's over. Curl up in a ball. Have something to drink. Have something to eat. Quit. This day's over. I lost. Let's go. Retreat. Run away.
My writing partner, when we were writing the script that we'd worked on, we would just hit mental blocks and be like, all right, screw it. We're playing Rock Band for 4 hours.
Exactly. Time out. We're done.
We would play like a 20-song set and then go not really play. We're playing with the four buttons, but then we'd go back to writing, and now we've relaxated, we've had fun, and now the creative process kicked back in. So that was that was built in for all of the writing sessions we did.
Well, when you're in the studio too, the band they'll start playing their favorite song. It's like, who's playing Stairway to Heaven? Oh my God. You know, they'll do stuff to just get it out, you know. The drummer will start, the whole band will start jamming something crazy.
Switch instruments.
Yeah, well, they don't do that, or I'll kill them. It does give you a chance to sorbet, sort of to be ready for the next course. It cleanses the palate, for lack of a better word.
Barry, you've taken us through a nice little journey, and you've given a lot of good points on how to deal and how to view failure and how to work with it. Do you have any additional advice or thoughts that you might share with the audience?
I guess when it comes to failure, one of the quotes that I like a lot is a smart person learns from their own mistakes. A wise person learns from the mistakes of others. There's some mistakes you can avoid if you're really mistake averse. The other thing is, if you want to help someone climb a mountain, help someone else climb it first. So if mistakes are a real tripping block for you, help somebody else see their mistakes. Do research. How did they do it? There's ways, if that really is you want to avoid mistakes, you can certainly limit them or make new ones. So that's one way. If you want to, that would be another way to be smart about the mistakes. But I think that you have to own them, embrace them. I'm not a big fail early, it often. I think I'm a little bit. I don't like to make mistakes. I don't. They do bug me. So I try to be a little more thoughtful about what I'm doing and try to get as much education to limit the number so I can start further down the road. But I think their mistakes are unavoidable. You either succeed or you learn, though. I don't think you could ever see them as, oh, I made that one giant fatal mistake. If you're still breathing, it's not a fatal mistake.
That's awesome. And I fully agree with that. So Barry, where can people find you when they're not finding you here?
Well, if you are a filmmaker or a TV show person or something like that, I've got a company called MusicSupervisor.com, and we do music services for films and TV. We can do everything from finding you a single song, clearing a Beatles song, giving you a composer, anything that you need to help you do that. We specialize in indie films a lot, with that company. We also service the bigger guys, but if you're making a movie, that's the place. If you're an artist who wants to put your music in a movie or wants to kind of do stuff with music, recorded music that you've got and that you own, then you go to We Get Artists, and that's where we kind of put together a library. We help present people to films. We actually do licensing of music for sonic branding around the world. We supply music to 200 Italian grocery stores and Swedish eyeglass huts, French water parks, all the Walmarts in Chile. So we try to find ways for people to make money off their music. And then the last thing we have is a nonprofit called Sustainable Artists, where a bunch of industry people, we join in to try to help people learn how to make a living. So those are the three places. So it's MusicSupervisor.com, WeGetArtists.com, and SustainableArtist.org.
And as for me, I am the fittest fat kid you know, and here I am. I have socials, and they are @FittestFatKid. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, also on Facebook. If you have a story, if you have a question or a concern, you can always reach out to me at HiThere@FittestFatKid.com. And now, finally, by the grace of the universe, my website is up, and it is, shockingly, www.fittestfatkid.com. So, wherever you are, wherever you are, and whatever you're doing, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding. And I'll talk to you next week.
I'm a writer on Golden Girls, and then, I write funny stuff, and then this tragic thing happens. I didn't feel equipped to deal with it, and
Welcome to Fails, Falls, and Fuck-Ups, where we talk to amazing, successful people about the times that they were amazingly unsuccessful. And joining me today is a man whose pen is mightier than his sword collection, because he's taken that pen and he has cut off slabs of cultural zeitgeist for you to enjoy. Stan Zimmerman. Stan, how you doing?
I'm just the biggest fuck up right?
One of the biggest fuck-ups.
Okay, thank you. I'm very proud to claim that, yes.
So, Stan, let's get right into it. You are, let's be honest, you fall a little bit north of the success-failure line. You have numerous successes under your belt. Under whatever belt you have in your house, there's so many successes. But I imagine that the path that led to that has been filled with potholes, with mistakes, failures, and just very frustrating situations. So if you wouldn't mind, bleed a little for my audience.
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I don't like to consider anything failures. So you may have to change the title of your show. So I look at them as learning experiences. All of them. Yes, there are a couple of regrets. I started writing them down because I'm actually working on my book now, called The Girls from Golden to Gilmore. And it's about all the wonderful women I've worked with and Roseanne. But yes, in any career, you have ups and downs. And that's something at the beginning of my career I didn't know. I always felt like, oh, once you started getting work, you're just going to stay at the top and go show to show to show. But even after, having such success with Golden Girls, being nominated for a Writers Guild Award, um, I we still I was driving to unemployment, and I hid my car around the corner because I was too embarrassed that it was a nice car, and I was collecting unemployment, even though I gave into the system. So you have to be uh, ready to weather the ups and downs of a career, and how do you reinvent yourself? And I think, you know, during this whole COVID time, everybody has had to pivot and figure that out. So I've kind of always been good about that. Like when one thing stopped, I went to the other.
Take us back into your early career where the the learning curve was much steeper. How did you get started? And what would you say was the first real good learning experience?
Well, as I said, I think all of them are really good learning experiences. You have to take them in, and you may not know at the time what the lesson is, but accept it and strive for better and be open for better. I knew there were certain points when we were getting staffed on many shows, but I would drive to work and I'd go through the beautiful gates of Paramount. In the beginning when I would went through them, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going through them. And then on one TV show, I was like, oh, I'm going through these gates and figuring out how to be happy in that environment. So at that point, that was a big, that was way after uh, Golden Girls. But um, my writing partner, who is very spiritual, just said, look, we made a contract to be on this show, and it's not our number one show, and it was having a lot of trouble finding its feet. And how can you make the best of it? And so that kind of turned my way of thinking of it's a very realistic approach. You're here. How do you make yourself happy in that environment? And once I figured that out, it changed everything. And then we kind of came up with the philosophy of kind of sweeping fear off the table. I don't know if you've gotten to this in the show yet, but there's a spiritual way of looking at life you have only two choices, love or fear. So I chose love and sweeping fear off the table. And I was actually, I'll start name dropping now. This
Please
is the
do.
first one. The great Tony Award winning actress Swoosie Kurtz, who was doing an arc on my show, Rita Rocks, a sitcom I developed and ran on Lifetime.
With Nicole Sullivan, correct?
Nicole Sullivan, Tisha Campbell Martin, Ravi Ullman, was just a great cast. She invited me to be her plus one at an event honoring a friend and co-star of hers, Cherry Jones. And in the limo, she was like, how do you do it every week? And I'm like, me? Like, you're a Tony Award winner. And, she started explaining some of her process. And that's when I told her that we just believe that at the end of the week on a sitcom, we're going to have a really good script, or even just in writing any script. It goes through a lot of different ups and downs, and we look at it as kind of snarly hair making it smoother. And so just getting to the end of a script, writing the end, and then rewriting, but trusting that it's going to be good at the end. So many writers get caught up in, oh my God, it's horrible. Or I'll have friends that sell a pilot. And the minute they sell a pilot, I'll call them or text to congratulate them. And they'll be like, yeah, but it's never going to go. I'm like, but why would you want to live in that space of negativity? So I think for me, it's just living in a much more positive space. And if it doesn't go or something bad happens with it, you'll figure it out. You'll get up on your feet and again, learn from that experience.
I think it's a great philosophy. And part of the reason for the show, in as much as it's branded fails, falls, and fuck ups, it's born out of the idea that I want to show people that the mistakes you encounter are stepping stones and they're learning blocks. Very, very few things, if anything, is zero sum. It's not you succeed or you fail. You may not get the result you wanted, but there's a
Yes,
lot
but
to
that's our own perception. So we are perceiving this is the path. And then when that path doesn't happen, then we feel like we're a failure or we made a mistake. And it's like, no, it's not a mistake. You're meant to go on this journey with it. You had to land here to learn this for the next phase. So I think using negative words creates more negativity, and it feeds into, like I tell my actors, if you, why would you feed yourself like bad food? Then you're going to feel bad. So you have to feel good. So you may have to change the name of your show. Sorry.
But it makes a really, really fun font.
Yes, and it's good, and we love alliteration. So but maybe you need like a subtitle, like lessons, lullabies, and laughter. I don't know.
I am curious, this philosophy, which I think is a great philosophy, how long did it take you in your career to develop it? Because again, I like the journey. I like seeing the journey, and it's not so much like I joked, bleed for me. What I'm hoping to show is a couple illustrative examples of I went through this and it taught me that.
Every single thing I go through, I went through that. It taught me that. So they're all lessons, every single one of them. I just don't want to get bogged down in the negativity of them. So even things, there was a show I was on, and I came on there, and I was young, and I would ask questions. Well, why are these two? It was a buddy comedy. Why are they friends? And the writers were like, just write the jokes. No one cares on a TV show. Just keep going. I'm like, well, no, because I came from an acting background. So I'm like, well, you're going to have to tell the actors something. What is their motivation? I think give it some depth to it will help. And, the more specific you are, I think the better writing you can do. We lost a job actually on Full House. Going on staff there because my previous shows said I had an attitude problem because I asked those questions. And so, maybe I don't know. I don't know any other way of doing it. That was their problem with having to answer questions, and they probably didn't like that someone young and had inexperience was questioning them because they had been on a bunch of TV shows.
And I've taken some of your classes, so I know how much of a deft hand you have with actors and performers. You really, even though, like, you are a very good director. There's no even though about it. You are a very good director, and I really appreciated the couple times I've had an opportunity to watch you work, or indeed once be directed by you. I didn't know you came out of acting because I do no research. That's my skill.
Yes, what is wrong with you? So I started in acting.
Emotional issues.
But that's what it is. Okay. Actually, that's why I got into the business. I was started acting. Well, I was making plays in my basement, and I would act in them and direct them, and kind of we didn't really write them. It was more improv and then just repetition. And then I went to acting school at age 7.5, and I just loved acting, and it was like everything I was going to do. I went to a summer stock in New Hampshire. And then there they said, if you really are serious about acting, you had to go to New York and go to NYU. And luckily, I auditioned and got in. And that's where I met my writing partner. So I was acting during the day and then writing sitcoms at night with him. And I realized I was too nervous going to auditions. Like literally my face would jiggle from nerves. I was like, well, maybe this isn't for me. I mean, I was super young and I wasn't comfortable in my own skin. Still working on it.
We all are.
Yeah, I mean, that's a process. But when I was writing with my writing partner, I just felt alive. And so I just kind of put acting to the side and really focused on writing, and that kind of took off. But then while we were doing Gilmore Girls, I got a call from Sean Hayes' agent. And I thought he was going to pitch me an actor for Gilmore Girls. And he's like, no, I want you. And I love reality. So I was like, oh my God, this is fantastic. And I just had the best time. And it started giving me more confidence, which led to directing and finding the confidence to write on my own and direct on my own and not always with a writing partner. Being on camera gave me that sense of confidence. And then recently, I wrote a play using real suicide notes, and it was kind of it's called Right Before I Go, and it was using like Kurt Cobain, a war veteran, and LGBTQ, and kids that were bullied. Their real suicide notes.
It's a very important piece of work. It is.
Thank you. So it was really just 4 actors on stools and read on music stands, so it could be done like vagina monologues with a day's rehearsal to raise money and awareness and benefits. And then I had a Broadway director, Michael Wilson, involved, and he said, "Is there any way like you could tell your story with a very close friend of mine, Kevin, died by suicide, and that was the impetus for me to create this piece." He said, "When you tell that story, you're so funny and you bring humanity into it." And I'm like, oh, I had never written alone. It was for that piece, it felt like more like I was a curator. And I was like, well, I guess I could create a narrator character, but it's not me, it's a narrator. And every subsequent reading, everyone said, don't just say you're a writer, say you're a comedy writer. And then it's like, well, say you wrote for sitcoms, like be specific. And here I could give those lessons to other people, but I wasn't taking it myself. I finally just was like, I'm a writer on Golden Girls. And then, I write funny stuff. And then this tragic thing happens. I didn't feel equipped to deal with it. And what I didn't know anything about suicide. And I went to the computer and Googled it. And that's how all the notes started coming up with the other actors. So we were doing it in Orlando, I think about 6-7 years ago on Suicide Prevention Day. And the actor playing me, I just said, get somebody old and funny. And he dropped out because he got a job. And my director said, you're in.
You're the old funny guy.
I'm the old funny guy. Get in there. And we went to do the table read, and I got to my friend's name, and I couldn't say it. It got stuck right here. And then my glasses started.
It's a lot of pain to bring out.
Yeah, it started filling with tears. And all the actors are holding my hand. It's okay, it's okay. And so now I've been acting in the play, going back to acting, playing a version of me with high school students, college students. I did it at a high school in Claremont, California, with students, faculty, and school board members. I did a virtual version with Vanessa Williams, Blair Underwood, Hari Neff, and Wilson Cruz. I'm about to go do it in Alabama. So suddenly got thrown back into acting, not by choice, but and I'm really loving it because I get to connect in all these different, very different communities. So I was back in October in my hometown of Detroit, and we did it with Hill Harper from The Good Doctor and some students at a high school in downtown Detroit, and that was very cool and scary and but cathartic in some ways. But it's so beneficial to raise the discussion, and that's what's so important.
It is really important because up until even now, mental illness, the need to not just mental illness, but depression, we're so conditioned. Certainly, I've been conditioned to hold everything in.
Well, especially as men, we are.
Yes, we feel nothing. We are supposed to feel nothing.
That's why I enjoy writing for women, because women can talk about their feelings. When people say, "Why do you write so much about girls and women?" It's because guys, we were like, "No, yes, blah, blah," And with women, it's much more verbal, and it's more exciting as a writer to be eloquent in that way.
But there are cracks in the dam now. There is a movement towards finally coming to the realization that no, we are as feeling. From an emotional standpoint, there's no man-woman divide or the whole, wherever you are on that spectrum. And we all are feeling creatures, and we all deal with things like depression, disappointment, too much pressure, and the whole gambit of things.
Fails, falls, and fuck-ups.
Exactly.
There you go.
I agree with you where when you grind on these negative words, my take on it is a little bit different. I like to point my finger at things and laugh at them and remove the power from them.
Destigmatize them.
Yes. Thank you for the words. That's why you're the writer.
There you go. I don't know.
And I'm the guy who occasionally uses your trash can.
Oh, you're the one. Yes. So I think it's important to have the discussions, but I'm sure you saw recently there was a university that was supposed to be doing the play at about a month ago, and the head of their mental health department said they didn't think they should be doing a play about suicide because it would encourage suicides, which is the exact opposite of where the mental health field is at now. And the play is only an hour, and then I add on a half hour for every show of a talkback with a local mental health professional. So it's very important to talk about it. Did anything trigger you, and those talkbacks for me is the most important part of the play. and it is so beautiful. And the people, because in the play, I'm very open about everything. So I think it encourages people to share their experiences.
Also, your play might be the first. There might be somebody in that audience who are having these thoughts and they don't know how to articulate them and they don't know how to bring them out. And your play may very well be the first avenue that person experiences that enables them to form their thoughts, and it gives them an avenue to express them in a way that can be beneficial to them, as opposed to sitting there and grinding on them. I have to admit, when I saw that your play got canceled because of that, I was saddened, of course. One, I'm serious about it. It is one of the most important things I think you've done. You've done a lot of great work, but this is an important thing that I feel you're doing. And this is a good service to a lot of people, and you are to be commended for that. It made me angry.
The cancellation of it made me push further, and it just got picked up by a community theater, the first community theater to do this play. They'll be doing it in June in Monroe, Wisconsin. So there were some doors closed and then other doors open, but I felt it actually is a part of a bigger discussion of, the Florida laws about, you can't talk about anything LGBTQ. You can't talk about race. I mean, we're in this culture now where you can't talk about actual things that have happened or how you feel are happening. So that's going to lead more kids to suicide, more kids writing notes, which was the exact opposite of what I want to do.
It is weird in the land of the free, the home of the brave, how frightened a lot of people are to confront actual facts.
And it can be messy, but I always have been pushing and leaning into, we need to have more of these messy discussions. And if we just are on our own corners, then we will never get in there and have it. Like the whole thing with the Whoopi Goldberg situation.
Yeah.
And it was like, she could consider that a fail or a fuck up. And I'm like, no, look what the discussion you've provoked. Race and Judaism is such an interesting topic, and so many people have very different views of it. I'm like, her show is called The View. Her point of view is from her point of view. I'm not in her shoes. I don't know how she feels, but I would love to talk and hear why she does think that, and maybe we can explain, no, well, there was the Aryan race was considered a race.
Yeah.
So
it was written into Mein Kampf.
Think of it that way. She may think of race as just color, but maybe now through this whole experience, she'll see, oh, there's all these other sides. And that's what I think is important, have the discussion. But I was kind of shocked. Some people on Facebook, no, she needs to be punished. I'm like, punished? No, or silenced. She needs to be in the town square, having the conversations with everybody.
It is definitely teachable moments, and we have to lean into them as opposed to swatting them down, even if we disagree with the point being brought up.
And it's not like there's some issues, like with LGBTQ rights. To me, there's no two sides to that issue. Everybody has the right to be who they are.
Yes.
As long as their viewpoints aren't causing violence or harm, I think it's important to elevate that discussion.
On the one hand, it has gotten almost to some degree very frightening with the fractionalization of the country, with the polarization. On the other hand, thank you, all five of them. On the other hand, we've seemed to have come so far just from the 80s. As a child growing up, there was nothing where I came from, which was Philadelphia. There was nothing worse that you could call another boy than...
You can say it, fag, yes.
You can say it, I can't.
Okay, yes.
If we lived in what I would consider the perfect world, things like religion, color, sexuality would be about as important and relevant to the daily conversation as hair color or tastes in food, just another aspect of life.
Well, important aspects of life,
yes.
The other side people go, well, you should be colorblind. Well, no, I mean, that's part of your history and how you walk in the world.
Yes.
As so is my Judaism. Even though I don't practice it, it's still a part of me every moment that I get up, every time I use my hands like this.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I do the same thing. No, I didn't mean that.
No, I know.
It shouldn't be a thing. Everything's a thing. But it's like I culturally relate to most people in the exact same way I culturally relate to everybody else. There are pieces of my culture that is totally different than their culture, that doesn't matter. That just gives you an experience to experience something new, learn something new. What I meant is that in the ideal world, somebody's sexuality wouldn't be something that they are judged on. Somebody's color wouldn't be something that they are judged on. We don't live in that world. And I don't know that that world's even attainable because of the history of the one we actually live in. So there is a cultural experience to being Black that I will have never experienced. And I understand that there's a cultural experience to what I have that other people haven't experienced.
But how can we experience it?
Yeah.
So to me, there's this feeling now like you can only write what you are. Like, so that means I could never have written Golden Girls because I am not an older woman.
Of course not.
But to me, I want to use these moments of stepping into those shoes, like I did when I directed my production of Diary of Anne Frank by casting Latinx actors. That was my artistic concept, was these actors were putting their feet in the shoes of those people. How do they feel like? How do they feel different? That the more we can do that, I think. So that's why I
Yes.
cherish writing other kinds of people that aren't like me, because that's a way for me to go, oh, I didn't, or if I'm ever get in trouble, like how do I react in a situation? I was like, well, if I was in their shoes, how would I feel? And I've thought that way for a long, long, long time. So it's a matter of being sensitive. And now,
Empathy,
which, obviously the last administration, that was a negative word. And then there's a big group of people that are trying to make woke a bad thing. To me, being sensitive and empathetic is a good thing, and it's turned on its side. Oh, you're too empathetic. You're too sympathetic. I'm like, how can you be too sympathetic? I just, I feel for other people. That's just my nature.
and it comes out in your work. I was going to mention the Diary of Anne Frank because that is the last play of yours that I've seen in person, and it devastated me. It absolutely, because I also come from a Jewish lineage. The whole idea of having, especially at that moment where ICE was running rampant, it added such layers of commentary without saying an additional thing on this play, and you did not alter the play at all.
I wasn't allowed to change the words, even though Drudge and Breitbart printed that I changed the script and made the Nazis ICE agents, which is how we got death threats. We had to take the poster down from the marquee at the theater. We had to have a drill in case anything happened during the middle of the play. We didn't know.
I remember.
Luckily, people finally got to see it and they go like, "Oh, I get it. Like this is you're celebrating and teaching her life through a different perspective." And that was what was so cool about it. And I hope to, we can bring the play back if schools start having events like this. But when we did school groups coming to the shows, because I found out they don't teach the Diary of Anne Frank in schools anymore in California. It's not required reading. So that's why, when they do surveys, a lot of kids don't know who Anne Frank was.
We're getting further and further away from remembrances of
Yes.
the Holocaust.
So we had, whenever we had school groups come, we had a survivor come speak for a talk back. And that was so cool because those kids treated them like rock stars and they loved it. So they would contact me and go, when's the next one? And, unfortunately, we lost two of the survivors, since doing the play 2 years ago. So that's, that is becoming a memory. And that's why we have to find new ways to do the play. I think, how can we touch other people?
Yes.
And for kids to see other kids going through this, they were like, I think it's much different now because we've kind of been locked away in our homes. So suddenly they can connect more to, oh my God, they understand what that's like. Of course, they didn't have to be quiet during the day. It's a little different.
Slightly. But again, that as I said, not only it's the last time I've been in a theater seeing the play, the most touched I've ever been by a play. Just like when I say devastated, I had to collect myself before leaving the seat to say hello to the actors because I didn't want to bawl in front of them.
Why? What made you? The starkness of it? For me, I loved adding like humor and that you were laughing and you almost forget what's going to happen to them. That's what the people that have talked to me about the play is like you see like, oh my God, all these like weird people trapped in an apartment.
It's so hopeful till the end.
Yes,
It's
and that's
hopeful
how
till
I
the end.
directed him.
And then that last moment where the father, and I can't remember who the actor's name was who played it, when the father came onto the stage and just with such passionate, desperate despair talks about
the death of each one.
the death of these people.
So that's not
even now. I want you to realize, even now, like I am here and I'm on the verge of crying because it was such
well, it was
it was the most powerful moment I've experienced in a theater. You did that to me. God damn you.
With nothing but a black box theater, a white long table that I envisioned as the trains. So I had all the characters huddling under the train. And then that door burst open. Remember, it was a completely black set, and this light came through. No Nazis in the play. There's supposed to be all these Nazis coming in. It was through the light that we saw that. And he stands up, and then as he mentions each name of the character stood up and walked towards the light in silence. And that was just something I created in my brain. It's not at all written that way in the script.
Emotionally devastating to me. It was a stunning way of presenting that, from my opinion.
To me, it's like when you have $1.50 to make the show. How do you do it?
Right.
And I remember the beginning of it is you come in and you just see mounds of black. And from the beginning of the play, those actors I've had underneath black blankets for 20 minutes while you're sitting in the theater. Nobody has ever said, oh, I saw them under there. So they were hiding. And then I started to play it on, if you remember, they were all in hoodies, gray hoodies, because that's what we gave people when ICE took them away. We took their clothes. So I started everybody in gray and black, and then they unzipped it, and you started seeing a T-shirt with a color. And then in Act 2, that whatever their color was, they were in period clothes of that color. And it was a rainbow so like, to me, that's a little bit of my Wizard of Oz damage. Of it going from black and white to color. I'm like, well, how do I do that on a stage? And they also were reading the scripts, if you remember that. And then these families were stuck hiding, and this is how they entertained themselves by reading the script. And then the scripts, they folded them, then they slowly disappeared, and you never saw them disappear. And suddenly they're walking around the stage just doing the lines. And so that was
even when they had the scripts, you lost track of the fact that they had scripts. It started off very much like, here's this workshopping kind of black box production
some
thing.
People were like, I paid money to see people read a script. And then they were like, oh, holy fuck, what's happening here? Yeah, so that was one of them. I think that I felt like I was almost painting with imagery and colors and sounds. And again, they were reading bombs. And then suddenly I added, a bomb coming in. And then we had marching of the Nazis outside. So it was adding sounds and lights and color throughout the piece.
And as you said, a lot of these decisions, or some of them at the very least, was born out of the fact that there just wasn't resources to pay for things. And so a lot of really interesting creative things came out of a lack of resources.
Your friend Tracy, she was selling her white table. She's like, you want it? $10, come get it. And that became our set. So one little old table and a couple of chairs, and you have a play. And that's why I tell people, if you're failing or feeling like a fuck up, buy a $10 table, make a play. You can make your own content. Again, there's so many times in this business where like you're met with no's. No this, no that, you can't do that. Or I've been told, be quiet. You can't do something like that. Or we'll pitch something. We had a big deal at 20th Century Fox, and the executive said, it's never been done. And I left there going, that's not a reason not to do it because it's never been done. That's the reason probably why you should do it. So to me, it's just figuring out ways around it. Always like ways around, people telling you why you can't do it. And that's what keeps me going and keeps me excited about waking up every day and creating content.
Dare I ask, what is your most creative left turn you ever took? Just where out of this isn't working, so I know we're going to do this.
I don't think we ever were like that, like, oh, let's pivot how to do it. It just is something, this excites me. Or, luckily I've been in the business long enough where we've seen sitcoms, they're over, they're done. And so then naturally, all of a sudden, the Brady Bunch came into our life. And all of a sudden, we were doing movies. And then, you know, musicals came in that we just happened to be next door to Zayden and Marin, who were doing the Annie movie. And they were saying to us, you have to help us rewrite the script. And we're like, Annie? Like, why would you rewrite Annie? Just, it is what it is. And we accepted the job, and thank God we did. And suddenly that opened up whole avenues for us of writing musicals. And that was exciting. And so it's kind of cool to, push yourself in different areas. But there's certain ones where I just don't feel like I'm not a sci-fi person. So that's not something I would gravitate towards. But who knows?
I'm sure you would do fine at it, because you do fine at just about everything you do. Or at the very least, it'll be a spectacular failure.
No,
which
it will not be a failure.
No. Will not be a failure. It'll be a learning experience.
Yes.
And then you'll just take something else out of it. I want you to give advice to those. I mean, you do this all the time, but do it here. Give advice to somebody just starting out, be it acting, writing, or just, it doesn't even matter what their dream is. They've got a dream. Give them something to help them on their dreams, Dan.
Keep dreaming. When you're asleep, dream about it. When you're in bed and that, like, I don't want to get out of bed, keep dreaming it. That's what I did when I was a kid in high school. I remember just sitting in my bed and I thought, I'm not a writer, but I have these ideas. If I could find somebody that I could create with, I didn't know the idea of a writing partner. So I was dreaming of that while I was awake, I guess. And I created that. So I keep doing that. I keep literally ask the universe. I know it's very spiritual and woo-woo, but ask the world what you want. And it comes back. I just had this happen literally 2 days ago. I asked the world, I needed this for my suicide note play. 24 hours later, it appeared. I'm like, wow, that was fast. So don't be afraid to put it out there, but also don't be afraid that when it comes back at you, to grab it. Sometimes people say, oh my God, it's here. Like, now what do I do? Or I'm not good enough and I'll mess it up or I'll fuck it up. No, just get in there and do it. Just get in there and do it and keep going at it.
Great. Thank you so much for that. So let's end on you shamelessly plugging yourself. What would you like my listeners and viewers to find of yours, to find you?
Follow me. I love my Instagram, Zimmerman Stan. I love telling the story of my ups and downs. And, I had great grief last year and I talked about that. It's not all, hanging out with celebrities. Or writing this great TV show. There's things you have to, pick yourself up, or you have to stay in bed another day and kind of, lick the wounds and then pick yourself up. That's your question. Not at all. Not at all.
Not in the least, but that's fine.
But just keep laughing and find the joy. I mean, it's just, especially in what we do, like it's fun. It's really fun, and surround yourself with people that see the way you do and laugh like that. And if there are people that are negative, like, that's kind of the world telling you, okay, that's not where you need to be, because there's enough like-minded people that can celebrate you. There's so many people, especially like in this town, that are trying to tear down other people. I think other people are successful. Like, how exciting to watch them, shine. And I love that one. That's why I love teaching so much. When I see, actors that, one actor that just did my last play, have a good one. He dreamed of being on a sitcom, never was on a sitcom. And he did my little 50-seat theater play. And I had the casting director from the Mayim Bialik show call me Catcom. The show closed on a Sunday. He auditioned on Tuesday. The next week, he was in his first sitcom. So say yes and do it, even if you don't see where the road's going to lead. You just never know.
And there's a lot of truth to be said about who you surround you with. I believe the saying is, you are a conglomeration of the 5 people you hang out with all the time. So you want to choose those people correctly.
There you go. See, look what we've done for you already.
I feel lighter in spirit already, Stan.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and best of luck with this project.
Why, thank you. I am hopeful. I am hopeful here. Maybe here too. We'll see where it goes. Stan, thank you for being a friend. Oh, he can turn the world on with his smile. Was there a question that I really should have asked Stan, but I simply didn't? If so, let me know in the comments. And again, follow me on all the socials that you can. I'd appreciate it. Next week, I'm joined by SiriusXM host, as well as the star of the show, Skin Deep with Sharrarne Morton. Sharrarne Morton.
I really just thought it was the end for me, like the end of my life. I didn't think I was going to make it. So much so that I read my will to my adult children.
This week, since I clearly don't know what I'm talking about, I've brought on somebody who just might. So we're going to hit that music, and then we're going to talk to him. Joining me now is Peter Lapp, who is a personal trainer and a postnatal personal trainer, help ladies get back into shape after they've had their baby, and help people like me who are just out of shape from having food babies also get back into shape. Peter, how are you doing?
Bruce, thanks very much for having me on. I'm great, mate. I'm great. That was a lovely introduction. I love that.
Well, thank you. I pride myself on the ability to butter up my guests. I mean, I wanted to present you in the best light I possibly could before we ruin it. I mean, before we get your knowledge out to the people.
Either way, yeah, I'm very happy with that.
How's the weather in your part of the world? Because your part of the world, I'm guessing by your voice, your part of the world is different than my part of the world.
Oh, for sure. This is Scotland. And therefore, I remember saying someone, because you're Pacific time, right?
I'm very Pacific. You can't get more Pacific than me. I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, well, there you go. So you have something called a rainy season, where every now and again it rains. Yeah, we don't have a season for that. We have that year round, and we have something that we call a dry season, and occasionally that falls during the summer period. That is kind of what we're looking at. So it's pitch black right now. It's about, 6 o'clock in the evening. It's been pitch black for about 2 hours. And it'll be light again tomorrow morning at around about 9 o'clock in the morning, and the weather will be back to being miserable. That's kind of
perfect. So basically the night hides the weather so you can pretend that things are nice.
Exactly. Yeah, we all have fireplaces, so it's all nice and cozy. That's where that whole thing comes from.
I'm fairly sure there's a body buried in one of our fireplaces. We can't actually use them without fear of burning the house down, but it's nice to know it's there if we ever do want to burn the house down for the insurance.
And you can sell it as a feature, right?
That's true. You can hide your bodies.
Yes.
And speaking of hiding the bodies, let's talk a little bit about fitness, because there's nothing that makes you want to hide your body more than basically being like me, shaped like an apple with like a stick to hold it with my legs.
Well, we are like two guys talking in hoodies, right? Black hoodies, which hide everything. Yeah.
Mine is dark gray, thank you very much.
Oh, you're much more fashionable, oriented than I am, of course. Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about... Let's jump right off, because the entire purpose of this podcast is to speak to people who sort of resemble what I do right now, which is 40, 50 pounds overweight, and help them get themselves started. Now, you've got this wonderful blog full of deep information, but people can't read when they're hearing us.
No, and we definitely don't want them to leave this.
No, we don't want them to leave this. Please stay. Please, I need you to stay.
We need the minutes, people.
But... getting back to the point.
Yeah.
So let's say, let's use a model similar to me. Pandemic happened, gained 50 pounds because there's nothing more comforting when the world is ending than a lot of carbs.
Well, Twinkies and ho-hos, and that's where it's at. Sure.
My God, I'm so sorry for you that's where you went. You went Little Debbie's. That just...
I went cheap food, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it right. But let's not get into that. I brought on a personal trainer just to talk about exactly what are the right carbs for you to gain weight. Today on French Fry World, we're joined...
French fries and burgers. Yes.
Yes. It's exactly what I said we weren't going to do.
Yeah.
Here we are on French Fries and Burgers. We've gained 50 pounds. How would you start this person who maybe hasn't moved in a couple years, or even worse, never really just had a sedentary lifestyle because that's where society went?
Yeah, sure. Let's. I mean, I always tell them. I know that exercise sucks, right? For most people, exercise just bites, and it's something they don't really want to do. And I think that's important to acknowledge, because quite a lot of the time we have this idea that exercise should be fun. And if you have an activity you like, then that is the best activity for you. That's where I always start, right? So I always ask the people, what are your goals? And I always, when I start training people, I send them out like a little Word document, like a little goals form. I say, okay, have you exercised before? What did you enjoy about exercise? What did you hate about exercise? And the question that usually the responses are the same. As in, I used to be a member of a gym. I hated going to the gym. I never want to see a gym again. I hate doing lunges and all that sort of stuff. But people associate exercise with gyms. And people associate, instead of exercise, associating exercise with movement, they associate exercise with gyms. And therefore, it's January coming up, right? We're about 2 weeks away from, as we're recording this, 2 weeks away, January is coming up. So New Year's resolutions are kicking in. I'm going to join a gym in January, COVID permitting. And, I'm going to exercise. I'm going to go to the gym 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because that's what all the gyms tell me I need to do. And I'm going to start doing weights. I'll jump on a cross trainer a little bit and all that sort of stuff. Or even better, I'm going to get myself a program, because most gyms offer those things. And the program is going to be full of stuff I don't really want to do, and stuff that I have managed to not do before. A lot of New Year's resolutions I've kind of built around this whole sudden discovery of self-discipline that has never really been there before.
Right. It's very much swallowing a bitter pill. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hold myself. I'm going to will myself through this thing.
Yeah. And that just doesn't work. I mean, that's a horrible way to get yourself up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning if you do it before work or whenever. So I always just say exercise is based around movement. That's all you need to do, is just move more. And for some people, they'll tell me, I love a Zumba class. I hate exercise. Well, then don't contact me. You go join a Zumba class. I mean, as you can tell, this is before, I'm a middle-aged white guy. My hips don't lie, and they also don't move. I can't teach you how to do Zumba. I can't teach you any dancing or anything like that. So then just sign up for a dance class. I'm more than happy for people to go. If you're only going to do that 7 times a week, awesome. Why not? You don't. If you don't like running, because that's another one of those. I mean, like I said, I'm in Scotland, and it's going to be pitch black, and the weather is horrible, at least until April, May time. So loads of people say, can we start training? I don't have space to train in the house. Can we train outside? But no, because we're living in Scotland, and you're going to cancel on me 3 times a week because the weather is going to be horrible. You don't want to stand outside, and Lord knows I don't want to stand outside because I'm not even training. I'm just there with you. So I just say, just start moving more from a movement perspective. If you're saying I'm 40, 50 pounds overweight, and I'm not in the best shape that I'd like to be, like cardiovascular, strength-wise, flexibility-wise, then just start moving more. That is where you start. And then if you have a good personal trainer, they'll find out what you like. And that's what I usually do. So I say, okay, so we've discovered what you don't like, and that's being a member of a gym and doing lunges and squats and all that sort of horrible stuff. So what do you like? Well, I'd always fancied kicking the crap out of something. Always fancied punching people. Well, also, let's do some boxing stuff.
That's me. Yeah, that's me. I want, as we said before recorded, I will work out for like 3 hours at a time. A good hour chunk of that is boxing related and hitting heavy bags and speed bags and chasing my buddy around, trying to punch him in his face on principle of just wanting to punch him.
Yeah.
So, and that's the cardio. That's a lot of movement. And I don't, even though I'm exhausted, I don't recognize it as working out because it's a bunch of fun, and the effort is part of that fun. And I think that's a very strong key that a lot of people do miss.
Oh, absolutely. And exactly. And like you said there, if you enjoy something like that, you can train for I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes, and you'll be absolutely gassed at the end of it. You'll be absolutely done.
But happy.
But happy, and it won't feel horrible. And you got some of the aggression or the frustration or whatever out of the way, and it's always fun. Let's not pretend it's not. It's always fun to beat the crap out of something. It just kind of is. Being allowed to punch and kick stuff is amazing. And
there's nothing more satisfying. They're just, I can't stress it enough. I was a pacifist kid. I was bullied. I was picked on.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know how to fight. I still don't know how to fight. I can't get enough working a speed bag.
Yeah.
My girlfriend, who doesn't like to really move in any way, shape, or form, she enjoyed getting a bag and kicking at me, though that might have nothing to do with exercise and have a lot more of kicking at me. I don't know. But she enjoyed it. That's the important part. It's the idea of finding the joy in what you do. I knew a girl who danced her way down 40 pounds. She didn't take a dance class. She just, I think, found videos and learned these different dances, and it stripped her of her weight.
Yeah, going from any sort of sedentary sort of lifestyle, and a lot of us have been for the last, I know lots of personal trainers that haven't had a face-to-face client in the best part of a year. They've just done Zoom. They've just done online. So they sat, like me, they sat behind a desk for 12, 14 hours a day talking to people and watching them do exercise. And at the same time, they couldn't go to the gym. And, it's like there's a bunch of grapes over there, so I'll just eat them in between training clients. And before you know it, you stop moving, you're still eating the same quantity, so they packed a bit of weight on. To just go back to any form of movement is fine. And when if you're assuming you're completely injury-free, so you have no aches, pains, and niggles, YouTube is a phenomenal resource for exercise routines, because there's just so much free stuff out there that you can just go, I want to dance, I want to do bodyweight exercises, I want to learn how to do X, Y, Z. You go onto YouTube and you just pick a random person that you don't hate too much, and you just subscribe to their channel. and because let's be honest, most personal trainers are iffy personalities at best. Everybody stands there shirtless.
Do go on, Mr. Personal Trainer. Tell us about iffy personalities.
Well, yes, it's exactly that. It's everybody's on YouTube with their shirtless sort of physique and all that sort of stuff, and everybody's ripped. And, when you're 20, 40, 50 pounds overweight or more, you don't want to look at that guy, because you're not going to look like him anytime soon, or at least for a lot of people, it's not so much.
I was going to say, it's hard to relate to that, especially since I oftentimes think some personal trainers undersell the amount of effort it takes to get into that shape, to sell the idea that you can do it too. And there's a lot of factors that go into getting a shape like that, a degree of commitment and work that is outside of the normal person's ability to even commit to, because they have a life that is not built around training.
Yeah, exactly. And it's difficult. Like, I've been a PT for the best part of 10 plus years, mainly doing postnatal and some weight loss stuff. And, or at least for the last 10 years, I've mainly been doing postnatal stuff. And the amount of knowledge you build up over the course of 10 years, it's difficult to impart in a 5-minute video. Let me put it that way. And therefore, all these guys that have been dedicating their life to keeping fit, eating well, and let's be honest,
gifted.
A lot of them genetically, they are just predisposed to looking a certain way and all that sort of thing. I always used to say the top 1% of the world always looked amazing, right? Out of 100 people, one person was always like a solid 8 or something like that. There was always one pretty girl or one handsome guy in any village in the world. I mean, you live in LA and therefore you're surrounded by beautiful people, but they all everybody knows that. What's the saying? A Wisconsin 9 is an LA 5 or something like that.
Yes.
Right.
I remember once being told by a casting director that I am considered LA ugly. I would be handsome in other cities. It was like, thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm moving.
I'm just going to go jump off a bridge now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's a remarkably cruel thing to say, but what that means on a basic level is that what we have now is that all these guys have YouTube channels, and all these girls have YouTube channels and Instagram accounts and TikTok
or TikToks.
stuff.
Yeah.
And TikTok is remarkably popular. And of course, like I said, I'm just an old white guy, so I don't do TikTok. I don't get it. I don't understand the concept, and I don't dance. But so my point was more that the 1% of beautiful people are everywhere now.
Yes.
Right? And that gives guys like myself, I mean, at best, I'm an Edinburgh 6 at best. I mean, in LA, I'd be living like
under a bridge.
I'm under a bridge somewhere, yes.
Yeah.
Like some sort of troglodyte or something like that. But we're all surrounded by abnormally beautiful and attractive people. And that gives us a really weird sense of what is achievable. Right?
Yes.
Because when you look at YouTube and you're like, okay, all these guys exercising, all these women exercising, they're all ripped. And all of them are ripped. There are so few personal trainers because we don't follow personal trainers online that look like they're not gods anymore. Because, everybody's a god, and therefore the guy that doesn't have hardcore six-pack abs must be shit at his job. Otherwise, he would have hardcore six-pack abs. It's not about knowledge, it's about looks. And it's exactly like what you said. All these people, they're genetically gifted, they're very dedicated. I don't doubt that they put the time and the hours in. They know how to eat, they have a lot more knowledge, and they have a lot of time that they can invest in this. Whereas most
it's their job.
Yeah.
It's their full-time job. Looking like a Greek god is literally what they do. And when you're looking at the Instagram post and you're looking at the YouTube video, you're capturing that in the Instagram, you're capturing that picture or that 30 seconds on moment. The YouTube. Yeah. You're getting the curated, perfectly lit version of what their life is. So you don't even see that what you're seeing, as perfect as it looks in real life, it doesn't look that perfect to begin with, but it's the illusion you're being fed.
Exactly. And I always like to give the example of Jeff Cavalier, who's one of the Athlean-X. Most people know him from YouTube. He's one of the biggest fitness guys out. And what you don't see, and he's quite open and honest about all the work he puts in. And he's a guy about our age, and he's like 4% body fat year round. I mean, the guy is ripped. He has chocolate cake once a year on his birthday, or a carrot cake once a year on his birthday. The rest of the time he eats clean, as we call it. Now, awesome, if you want to look like that, at least he's honest and he says, this is the level of effort you have to put in. There is not a cookie on a Saturday. I don't have birthday cake when other people have their birthdays. I allow myself a slice of carrot cake, a small slice of carrot cake once a year. Now, when you put that level of effort in, yeah, you look like that. But I don't know about you, but I'm 47. I'm not going to put that level of effort in. You have to be out of your mind, and I think most people aren't.
Where I want to go is I want to be in good shape.
Yeah.
Maybe once in my life, I want to have abs. Like, I've never actually seen my abs. I know I have them in the same way I know that there's a molten core, iron core to the earth. Like the fact that the earth exists and functions, it's there, but I've never seen it. Same thing with my abs, never seen them. But I'd like to see roughly the area they live in.
Sure.
At some point, maybe I would like to have abs, but I know to do that, that would require a very, very ridiculously strict methodology of eating and a high level of working out, specifically cardio, for a long period of time to just breach it. And then literally the moment that I eat even resembling something normal, it's going to all go away. That's why my goal can't be to have abs, because my body doesn't want to have abs. I'm not built to have abs. It's just the nature of my genetics. I accept that tier, as sad as it is. But when you see somebody like that, he literally lives what I would have to do 364 days out of the year. And then on this 365th day, it's a small slice of cake. It's not even it's not even a cheat day. It's a piece of cake. That is an insane amount of dedication. And he's honest about it, but other people do that same thing and they're not honest about it.
Well, that's it. And then, indeed, you add the lighting and all that sort of stuff to it. And so to get back to your original question, right, the 30, 40, 50 pound, people who want to drop that, just realize that you don't have to be as strict as Jeff is to stick to 4%. Right? I think that's a mistake a lot of people make. Again, January coming up. So in the UK, we have something called Veganuary, where people try being vegan for a month. At least a lot of people are. It's one of those fashionable things. Same as Movember, where they grow like a mustache and all that sort of stuff for a charity. And this is similar to that.
We like our packaged concepts.
Yes, we love that, because that way you only have to be vegan for a month, and after that you can go back to eating copious amounts of processed red meat.
As long as it's processed, I'm there.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. It'll have to make it easy to digest. I don't want to chew my food. But as I always explain to people, much like that concept of if you just not eat meat once a week, right? So instead of having a meal with meat, you have vegetable chili once a week or a vegetable curry once a week. At the end of the year, you'll have had 52 meat-free days. Now, you can either suffer for an entire month of going, I'm not allowed meat, I'm not allowed meat, I'm not allowed meat, and end up with 31 days where you didn't have meat, or you can do 1 day a week where you don't have meat, and at the end of the year, which is what really matters, you've got 52 days where you don't have meat. And it's the same with training and exercise. If you, technically speaking, high intensity interval training for cardio is the best form of cardio by a country mile. It beats almost everything else. It's also horrible, and it sucks, and it bites, and nobody really likes it unless you get into that mindset that it's amazing. Or you do something like boxing, where the boxing is kind of high intensity interval sort of stuff, but you don't realize it because it's, and I'm done. Yeah. I'm moving out.
So busy trying to hit that face that I don't notice that I've just been running around for 3 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then you get your 30 seconds or your minute rest, and then you go back in for 3 minutes. And, you'll end up looking like Denzel. Denzel Washington trains that way, by all accounts. That's all he does.
I've been compared to Denzel before.
I can see that. I didn't want to say. You could be a stunt double or something like that. But it's the same with training. If you do high intensity interval training for a little while and you don't stick at it, or you do a Zumba class or a dance class or something like that, which by all accounts is a pretty shitty calorie burner, or you go for a long walk, like you were talking earlier, you go for a long power walk or something like that, and you do that for half an hour every single day, but you can manage that every single day, you'll get much better results by doing the thing you want that is maybe not the ideal form of exercise.
So basically, more of a matter of consistency. One of the things that I've believed is that any individual exercise session doesn't ultimately matter in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't really, and also it doesn't necessarily even matter what you do. What matters is that you do it, and you do it consistently more than anything else. Absolutely. It's life rewards action.
It's that sort of thing. If you take, sometimes the reward is a kick in the nuts, but life rewards action. If you don't move, nothing is going to happen. You sit on the couch watching Netflix all day. I'm not saying that's the alternative to exercise, but if you sit on the couch watch Netflix all day, all you get is an obsession with Stranger Things or something. You don't get anything really at the end of that, and you definitely don't get any fitter.
And also, sitting and watching TV leaves a lot of space to overeat because you do it mindlessly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. For myself, and again, my goal is not to be ripped, but it's just to be able to do all the things I need to do. So I need to be able to lift more than my body weight, and my core needs to be relatively strong. I need to be able, I'd like to constantly, when I'm 80, still be able to reach my toes when I'm doing a stretch. I need to be able to reach things off the top shelf and all that sort of stuff. And I'd like to not be in pain every day. That is pretty much and a decent cardiovascular system. If I can run 3 miles, I'm quite content. If I have loads of rubbish lying about the house, and indeed I start to binge watch several episodes of, or several seasons of a particular series, which is very easy to do these days, then it's very easy to just grab something, because I will sit there and I'm bored, and I'm not even aware of how much I'm eating at the end of that. I always say that if you're going to have stuff in the house, at least be aware when you're grabbing it. When I take out the Pringles or the can of the pack of Doritos or something, I don't bring the bag out with me. Do you know what I mean?
Just a bowl with like...
I throw some in a bowl, and those are my Doritos. And by the time the bowl is finished, I'd have to make a conscious decision to go back for the second bowl. Because let's be honest, even when you're watching television, getting up is a conscious decision, right? You have to pause now because I need to go to the toilet and I need to grab a bowl. But that then makes a decision that's then...
Because I'm doing this thing, I've been getting involved in various weight loss forums. And one of the questions that I see all the time is, how, especially if they're trying to do anything like intermittent fasting or even indeed like a fast, and usually it's like a 2 or 3 day fast, and it's like, oh my God, it's been 6 hours and I don't know how not to like desire to eat. And I've always given the advice that generally speaking, a craving that you have lasts about 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. If you can weather the 10, 15 minutes, chances are the craving's going to go away. So I've always recommended like have a hobby, have something that is intellectually stimulating. Like I build models, I play music, I edit videos, I try to make picture things. I have something that I can immediately hop onto and ride out the craving, because then 3 hours have gone by.
Yeah.
And you've not stuffed your face, where when you're sitting by the TV, you're not, even if you're enjoying what you're watching, you're not engaged in an intellectual kind of way. So it becomes very easy to give into cravings.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're bang on. I think, I always compared it to smoking. When because I used to have a proper job before I became a personal trainer. I used to be a project manager, and in the industry that I worked at, everybody smoked, and therefore I smoked. And I had to give up smoking because, I hated smoking. I really didn't like it. I didn't like the taste of it. But everybody knows that when you give up smoking, you're going to have the odd craving here and there. And one of the things, and it was exactly the same. Everybody I spoke to said a craving lasts 10 minutes. That is all. You just have to make it through the 10 minutes. And telling yourself that, especially when you're fasting, I always say for most people, if they're considering starting intermittent fasting, I always say just do a 16-8 split in the beginning. 16 hours of not eating, 8 hours of eating. Because let's be honest, that's a doddle, and everybody can do it.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of effectively what life used to be, I think, very close to that.
Exactly.
Because it's back in our parents' day, back in the 50s and 60s, it wasn't this constant snack fest. The amounts of packaged snacks and the amount of convenience wasn't there. You cooked for the most part, and you had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There may or may not have been a dessert, but effectively you had a time window. It might have been more of a 10-hour time window, but then you had 14 hours you weren't eating. So doing an 8-hour is very much like what we just simply did, period, as a society anyway.
Yeah, and it really is quite manageable. You pick 11 to 7 or 10 to 6, whatever suits you. I always say focus it around your dinner time, because everybody can skip breakfast for a couple of hours, or at least most people I know. Or they can postpone breakfast for a couple of hours. So if you do that, so first of all, make it as easy as you can. Look at your life and then say, this is what I can actually do. Starting with a 2 or 3 day fast from scratch is like going from 0 to 100, right? It's a difficult thing to do. If I'm used to eating loads of stuff anytime I want, especially, to then go, I'm going to now deprive myself of everything, that I'm going to change my life overnight to such an extreme. Unless I have somebody sitting next to me basically just constantly smacking food out of my hand, it's just not going to happen. It's going to be brutally difficult. I need someone to, I'm old school. I need someone to fat shame me. If I were to do something like that, I need a friend to sit next to me and go, Pete, you're a massive piece of shit. Don't even eat. Pete, you're too fat. Because otherwise, it just wouldn't stick with me. So don't make it too difficult.
Yeah, because I do keto and intermittent fasting, and my fasting window is 6 hours, but I didn't start there. And then I've done real fasts, but I remember my first one. My first one was just, can I do it? Because I've never not eaten in my life.
Yeah.
And I originally intended just to do 2 days. That first day, I spent the entire day panicking. Not because I was hungry, really. I was fine. My mind wasn't accepting the fact that I was fasting and I was panicking.
Yeah.
And then it was the second day, hadn't got through the first day. Then the second day became very feasible, and I did it like a 72. But again, I'm weird. My brain doesn't work like everybody else's.
Yeah.
I don't mind long, complex tasks. I actually did CrossFit and learned how to break stuff down.
Yeah.
But for an average person, if you just decide one day not to eat, I just see it as setting yourself up for failure for the most part. Fasting, you have to ease into things. Now, that doesn't mean ease into such a gentle slope that you never actually stop being at the beginning.
Yeah.
But you can't go from, okay, I need to get into the gym. I am going to do a powerlifting routine 4 days a week, followed by every other day that I'm not powerlifting, I'm going to be running 5 miles. Okay, you're gonna try that for 3 days and you're gonna fail.
Yeah, exactly. And that is how, unfortunately, most people in January, that's how they will start. They'll start their equivalent of that approach. Because we're very much programmed, we're sold that, right? The health and fitness industry, let's be honest, it's completely full of charlatans and hacks and all that sort of stuff. They just want you to buy their program, or they want to buy your likes, or whatever it is.
Ask me what vegetable will take care of arm fat.
Exactly,
I'll tell you if you buy this ebook.
Yeah, or download my free ebook, and then I'll send you 20 emails selling you my next thing, because it's all about creating a funnel, apparently.
Sorry, that's funny, because I've been spoken to a lot about creating funnels, and I go cross-eyed and sad.
Yes, it makes me cry on the inside a little bit.
Your funnel to tears.
And gyms are obviously set up for you to get a membership and never use it, right? I don't know about in the States, but in Scotland and in the UK in general, every gym has an average of 4,000 to 5,000 members. Every individual gym has an average of 4,000 to 5,000 members. And they can accommodate maybe up to 100 people at a time. And that is not because they expect there to be, the 4,000 people won't come in at the same time. No, they expect you not to come in. I used to work for, let's say, a high-end gym in the high-end gym in Edinburgh. I won't mention the name because I don't want to name and shame and all that sort of stuff. But I worked there, and I printed out a report in the beginning because I thought, I'm a upstarting PT. I need clients, and the best people to be clients are people that never use the gym, even though they pay, this is the equivalent of $200 a month. So I'll remind these poor people, listen, you pay 200 quid a month. How's about you come do a session with me and see if we can get you something out of your membership? I thought that was solid. Right? I thought it was a good business idea. I thought that makes sense. So I went through the membership database, 4,250 people. Guess how many people have more than one visit a month out of 4,250 people?
Probably under 5% of them.
Yes, much, much lower than that. It is the average gym use, and this included the coffee shop and all that sort of thing, because we couldn't break it down to how many people use the gym, how many people just use the pool and all that sort of stuff, was 0.8 visits per month per gym member.
Wow.
Now, that is low, right? Considering you're paying $200 and considering...
Usually it's an annual membership too. It's not just...
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, you pay up front and you have a 3-month cancellation period and all that sort of stuff. So you can't even just quit when you're done using them. So you spent a lot of money. So I emailed these people because I thought this would be clever. And of course it wasn't clever. I was immediately called into the GM's office saying, what the hell are you doing? You're reminding all these people. And I'd asked for permission from my sports manager, but the GM was like, you reminded all these people and that they have a membership that they don't use. And 2 things will now happen. Either these people will start using the membership, which you don't use because we can't really accommodate these people, or they'll start canceling the membership. Either way, it's bad news for the gym. And so the gym industry is built on you signing up for a membership without using it. So they're not really incentivized to find you an easy way into gym use. So what they usually do is they set you up with an introductory meeting with a personal trainer or a coach or whatever you call them there, and they give you a little program. And they usually give you a really crappy basic little thing. So they're like, here's some easy machines. I don't need to show you how to do anything. This is what a chest press machine looks like. Here's a treadmill, and off you go. You'll get results here. Now, first of all, you won't get results, right? That is just but at least you'll make it to the gym, so you're moving. What they don't tell you is that if you do that routine for 4 weeks, you need to step it up. Because it's like you said, if your slope is that gentle that you're stuck in beginner mode the whole time, you're not going to get any results. And the only way exercise works is if you make it a little bit tougher, or you mix things up every 3 to 4 weeks or so. If you just keep doing the same thing, your body will adapt. So people come in with either the expectation that they'll do everything themselves, and they'll go the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm going to get up at 5:30. I'll get to the gym for 6. Smash out a great routine for an hour. I'm going to go home and get changed, and then I'll go to the office or work from home or wherever, and I'll be set. And I don't know about you, but I don't wake up at 5:30, and my alarm goes at 5:30. I want to kill the world, and I'm definitely not going to train, right? And let alone 3 times a week. So I need to. So that's not happening. So those people immediately fall off. They've signed up for the gym membership, and they're like, I'm going to be at the gym for 6 o'clock. Those people already fall away, and they're stuck for a year. Like you said, you paid the gym membership for a year. And then you have the people that show up at the gym. They do about 3 weeks. It takes about 3 weeks to create a habit, is what we always say. So if you're really into stuff and you stick at it for 3 weeks, then after 3 weeks or so, it becomes more automated. In the same way that I always said that when I still worked in an office, if I said to people, everybody always at Friday, 4 o'clock on a Friday, they're like, hey Pete, are you coming out to the pub with us? And I changed. In the beginning, it was yes, of course, I'm one of the boys. And then after a while, I started taking care of my health a little bit better. And no, guys, I'm off to the gym first, but I'll join you afterwards, right? And every Friday, hey Pete, you coming today? Hey Pete, you coming? And after 3 weeks, me constantly saying, no, guys, I'll be there after the gym. The question was different. The question was, hey Pete, are you coming after you've been to the gym? Right? So now other people have already accepted that I have changed my routine. And then all I need to do is exactly what you were talking about, how you started walking a lot and fasting and all that sort of stuff, is once you're in the zone, it's just what you do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not motivation. It's not motivation driven. It's routine. It's a Monday at 7 o'clock in the evening. Therefore, I'm at the gym because that's what I do on the Monday at 7 o'clock. In the same way that if I'm in a not ideal state of mind or something like that with my diet, then if I walk through Tesco and I always walk past the bread aisle, well, it's Monday and I always have a croissant on a Monday evening, or almond-filled croissant, something like that. Stuff that I don't really want to eat, but I buy it because it's a Monday, or I have a takeaway on a Friday because we have pizza on a Friday. Therefore, every Friday I have pizza, even if I don't really feel like having pizza. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the once you're in the routine, it's very easy to just go with the routine. When prior to pandemic, my routine was working out 6 days a week for about 2 to 3 hours, but it was an automatic thing. I got out of bed, I got in my car, I went to the gym I was training at. Oftentimes before my brain was online enough not to go, like I was still half unaware of what my reality was because I just had that really vivid dream. And for some reason, my friend was really proud about getting himself killed by 4 ninjas on a beach. And I'm concerned about my friend having just been murdered while going to the gym. And this isn't sorted out until I'm already, going from various weights to machines to whatever that day's thing was.
Yeah, so there isn't even, it's not about when you bump into other people and they ask you, how do you do it? When you're in that mindset, it's not motivation. It genuinely isn't. It's not like I'm going to get up tomorrow and at 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to do this and train for 2 hours. It's just what happens. Right? You just create that. It's the same as walking the dogs. Right? I was just saying, got my 3 dogs. If they don't get their walk every day, then come rain or shine, and it rains a lot here, like I said, and every morning I wake up. This is my morning routine is like this. 7:30, my alarm goes. At 7:50, my dogs are sitting at the door saying, "You're supposed to walk us now. Off you go." So we're out.
Pointing at their watches.
Yeah, oh yeah, just going, yeah, and don't be late, because by the time we get back from our walk, we get a treat. And therefore, so I have to, and it can
Don't
rain,
make me poop in your shoes to make the point.
Exactly.
I will do it. I will feel bad, but I will do it.
Yeah, and they won't even feel that bad.
That's like, I was being nice as a dog.
And it's exactly that. It's something. Some things in life have to be done, and I think walking the dogs if you've got dogs, exercising if you've got a human body, and taking reasonable care of it. I'm not saying perfect care. I'm not saying eat spinach and kale for the rest of your life. I'm just saying eat like an adult human being should eat. Right? So that means eat your veggies. I'm not saying go vegan, because I'm not vegan. So I'm just saying eat your vegetables. There's nothing more depressing. And we get that a lot, because our generation is really raised on you see this a lot, where people come to me and say, I'd like to eat healthy, but I don't like vegetables. And I just have to go, well, are we 5? Come on, if your kid spoke to you like that and said, Mommy, I don't want to eat the vegetables, then you think, you have to eat them. As an adult, if you say that, that's just slightly embarrassing. Right? So you have to do certain things. If you have a body, you need to take care of it, especially if you've got a wife and kids, right? The realization for me, that was a really big one, is that I've been married for like 14 years now. 14.
Congratulations.
To 15. Yeah, well, we just stick at it. Actually, it's my wife that grinds it out, to be fair.
It's back to the routine thing. We've established.
Yes.
We got married. We got past the 3 weeks.
Yeah, and now
it's a routine.
Yeah, this is just what we do. And, I realized that fairly early on, because for the first, say, 3 or 4 years that we were together, I was a project manager. And I was working 80, 90-hour weeks as standard, even working on holidays and all this. I was that guy. We went on holiday, we went to New York, and then every afternoon my wife would go, what are you doing? I'm just going to clear out some emails. And 2 hours a day I would be working. I just spent a lot of money going to New York. It's not the cheapest place to go to. And I'm sitting there working like a jackass, whilst my wife is sitting in the hotel room going, well, I hope he's finished his work soon. Right? Because I'm an asshole. I was completely selfish and self-absorbed, because that's what I thought I had to do. And then I realized that part of being married is that I promised to take some sort of reasonable care of myself. It just is. It has to be. My wife, if I have a heart attack by the time I'm 50, and it's self-induced through stress and shitty diet and all that sort of stuff, and my wife has to wipe my ass, or because I've had a stroke or something like that by the time I'm 50, that's not fair on her. Right? It just kind of isn't. So me exercising and me eating properly and taking a bit of care of myself is not really optional, because I have to be fair to those who love me and those who are around me, if not to myself. And I think always, it always starts from a wanting to feel better for yourself. Like I said, I'm a selfish guy. I'm a middle-aged white guy, like we were saying. And the standard is that we have everything. We'd like to keep it because we're selfish that way. And me being happy is one of those things. Me feeling content within myself. Me feeling comfortable within my body. And I don't just mean that from an aesthetic perspective, but also mean that I can do all the things I think my body needs to do. I'm not walking around in pain all day. And because if you have injuries, a lot of guys our age have back pain and all that sort of stuff. As in constantly, my back hurts, my knee hurts or something like that. If you walk around with chronic pain, sooner or later that's going to piss you off, even if you're aware, whether you're aware of it or not. And if you have kids or a wife, they pick up on that. Even if I'm not saying you take out your day on them, right? You've got small dogs.
It affects you. If just moving makes your back hurts, it takes a toll on the psyche.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I've mentioned before on this podcast is one of the arguments against working out is I'll be sore, I'll be hurt, I'll be in pain. You don't get and when you talk about not being in pain, you're talking about like not having chronic back issues or whatnot. Basically, the way I look at it with working out is your body hits homeostasis where you don't feel anything for maybe a 2-week period. But you have a choice. You have two choices of pain. You've got the choice of the pain from not working out, which is you've got the back issues, you've got knee issues, you've got your joints are hurting and just moving hurts. Yeah. And then you've got the pain from putting in a good workout, which is you're still a little bit sore, and you can have workouts where you're not that sore, but there's always going to be some degree of soreness, but it's a much more bearable, much nicer, a more pleasant degree of soreness. It's a better choice of pain. So, and also it comes with a little benefit of an endorphin rush. When you are doing physical activity, it gives your body releases a bit of endorphins. You feel good afterwards. Yeah. So it's not just this miserable slog you got through and the reward is, hey, great, you got through it. Go, there's a nice feeling that comes at the end of it. So you're either in a lot of pain from not moving or you're in a little bit of pain from moving. And it's a choice.
Yes, exactly. And I have never, and this is one of those shitty sayings that we've probably all seen online. I've genuinely never had anyone who who did a workout come out after that workout going, I feel a lot worse than I did now. than I did before I started the workout.
Pete, this was terrible. I feel so much worse than I got in here.
It never happens unless you do your back in or something like that, which again, the chances of you being injured are much higher if you never exercise than they are if you do exercise. I hear a lot of people say, I don't really want to do squats or deadlifts with weights because my back might hurt. No, dude, if you have back problems, you need to start lifting stuff because your body needs to get used to that movement and build up the muscles to protect it, right? Because people think, but deadlifting causes back injuries and all that sort of stuff. As soon as you get above 100 kilos, deadlifts cause back injuries. I know 16-year-old girls that can lift that, right? And I know 40-year-old guys that can't pick up a parcel that Amazon dropped off, and they can't pick it up from their porch without their back hurting. And that is not right. You should be able to do those things in life.
Yeah, that's a matter of having with the lifts, certainly with the squats and the deadlifts, it's a bit about having the right person show you how to do them correctly.
And that's what I always say. I said, if you can swing it, if you can afford to do it, just take one session with a PT. If you're not injured, so if you don't have any rehab stuff, just pay for one session with a guy that can show you the basic stuff. Don't take the free program at the gym. You go to the gym and you find the guy or the girl that seems to know what they're talking about. So again, don't go for 6-pack abs because all that person's probably done is not eating anything for months whilst chugging down loads of protein powders and all that sort of stuff. If someone reaches for the protein powder, don't train with them unless you're going to be a bodybuilder. But go for the person that has the knowledge. And just go, this person sounds like they're nice, because you need to spend an hour with them. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend an hour with an asshole. No. And so I go with someone I kind of get on with. And then I say, okay, can you show me how to really do this? And I'm not talking about powerlifting level sort of deadlift technique that takes hours and hours of training. Just show me how to pick something up off the floor safely. And how can I then build this up? And if you do that with the right person, it'll cost you, I don't know, LA, what's the average PT
It probably
rate?
costs anywhere from $60 to $100 an hour. But if you're talking about you've invested in a gym membership, you want to do these exercises, spending the $100 just to get the form correct so that you know.
It's a no-brainer, right? Yeah.
And oftentimes if you're in the gym and if somebody has spent an hour with you, if they may at some point just pop over and throw a tip at you from time to time, just to keep you on track, and also maybe to hope that you'll take another class with them.
Yeah, of course. And what I found for a lot of PTs is indeed once you've built, they like personal trainers in gyms, especially. They like relationships. Mm-hmm. There's nothing worse as a PT in a gym to stand there in your shiny new uniform and no one says a word to you. It's horrible. You stand in the corner going, I finished PT school. I have a lot of knowledge that I want to give to people, and nobody even says hi to you. It's horrible. Just if you talk to people and you say, give me a session, show me how it's done, they'll talk to you forever. Not just in the hope, being a PT is a boring existence in the gym because you're there for 10, 12 hours a day. You train maybe 6 to 7 people, so you've got 5 hours of nothing to do. 5 hours of standing there, and the choice is cleaning a treadmill or client engagement. Right? I do both of these things. Client engagement gets you kudos from your gym manager. Either that, or he's going to come up to you with a mop and a bucket and go clean the treadmills or clean the bikes or whatever. Dude, PTs want to talk to you and give you tips.
So it is in your best interest to even if you're not going to take the class, I guess, to approach one of the people and go like, hey, really quick, can I ask you a question for 5 minutes? You're
genuinely doing them a favor because they don't want to stand there and do nothing. Because gym managers, generally speaking, just want them to constantly be selling. Now, most personal trainers don't want to be selling you anything, right? They just want to go, because the nice thing is, say you signed up for the gym, you walk in January and you come to me and say, hey, how you doing? I'm Bruce. I just signed up to the gym here. Can you show me how to do a squat? Because I'm told it's a dangerous exercise and my knee hurts a little bit. Okay, awesome. I'll show you how to do a squat because like I said, I'd rather be doing that than clean a treadmill or something like that. Even if they're already cleaning a treadmill, interrupt them and just say, hey, dude, can you help me out? Nobody likes cleaning stuff. If they've trained to be a PT, they don't want to be cleaning stuff. They just have to do it. So then you say, okay, and so they'll show you that. And the next day you come in and all of a sudden it's, hey Bruce, hey Pete, how you doing? And how you getting on with the squats? And you build up that relationship. The nice thing from a personal trainer's perspective, if there are any personal trainers listening to this, is that if you ever get to the stage, let's say you get a promotion or you live in LA, you get cast for a role or something like that. If you're into that sort of stuff, if you're into acting and all that sort of thing, you're like, I need to do better. I've got a couple of $100 to spend. Who are you going to go to? The guy that you don't know standing in the corner? Or, hey, I've been talking to this guy for 3 months. It's a no-brainer. You're going to come to me without me selling you anything, me just helping out and you doing me a favor by dragging me away from cleaning the treadmills.
That makes a lot of sense.
So I think for people that sign up for gyms, people that are not used to exercising, that think a gym is a scary environment, right?
It can be it's very foreboding, especially when you walk in, you haven't worked out and you feel bad about your body because there's a wide range of bodies in there, but there are some really nice ones. And you see those people. And I think there's a unrealistic thought in a lot of people's head that these people are all judging you. You walk into the gym and every single person who doesn't have who isn't heavy, every single one of them sees you and goes, there's one of those coming in. And nothing can be further from the truth. Everybody's engaged in their own world.
Yeah, and also what you find with a lot of PTs and gym staff, and even the real gym bros, the guys that are there the 12 times a week, so they're in the morning for their cardio. People like yourself who train 2-3 hours a day or something like that. People are there all the time.
Yeah, we want to help.
Yeah, they are genuinely the nicest people. And even if they're assholes about it, even if they're complete douches, they want to show you what they know. Right? So even if you go up to the most ripped guy, unless he's in the middle of a set, right? If you're just standing there checking his phone, and you come up to, and you're the biggest person in the world, and you go up to that guy and say, dude, you look amazing. How do you even do that bicep curl? They will spend half an hour talking to you about bicep curls. Because they love telling you that this is how you do it. And if you squeeze this up, oh, dude, look, feel that bicep. And they will talk you through all that sort of stuff. Yeah, and on the one hand, they're always in their own world. Because nobody, and I suffer from this as well. I think most people suffer from this. So this is not a judgment, but I am much more important in my mind than I am in real life.
It's not as important as me. It's understandable.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the nobody cares. Nobody cares that much about you. In other than your loved ones, nobody cares that much about you. That if you think that you walking into a building makes everybody in the room go, ooh,
or
then you have a massive overinflated sense of self-importance or
just that feeling of
something.
self-loathing and just judgment, because you feel
It's all in your head.
Yeah, you feel bad about how you look, so you think that everybody else feels bad about how you look.
Yeah, and people genuinely don't.
People genuinely don't, and most people, especially the people working out, like if you see somebody on their phone on like the butt crunch machine, they're probably not somebody who's going to want to talk. Like they're not judging you, but they're going to be taking up 25 minutes on that machine, and they're not going to be helpful. But if you see some dude moving from machine to machine and he looks in pretty good shape, chances are if you went up to him and was like, "Hey, I'm just started. I'm a little lost. Can I ask you a question?" They'll be thrilled. I had memberships to 24-hour fitness a while ago in it. And at our 24-hour fitness, you had your machines, you had your free weights, you had the cardio stuff, but then there was a corner that had things like slam balls and kettlebells
and stuff. Yeah.
Now, having come out of CrossFit, I know how to use a kettlebell. Actually, even before CrossFit, I had a buddy who took a training class on using kettlebells, and he showed me. So I know how to use a kettlebell. And oftentimes, kettlebells are wonderful unless you don't know how to use them, at which point they're highly dangerous. They're not unless you don't know. But if you don't know, you can really hurt yourself faster than anything else.
Sure.
And I saw this one girl who apparently had a trainer who showed her how to use kettlebells, and she couldn't hinge her back more. It was amazing to watch because I was expecting her spleen to squirt halfway across the gym. And I'm not paying attention to anybody, but that caught my eye and I saw her and I was afraid for her back. So I went over to her and I was like, "Hey, I know you don't know me and I'm just approaching you to say, I see you using the kettlebell. I use them too. Would you be open to a suggestion? I just want to help out." And she was like, "Okay, sure." And I was like, "I'm afraid you're going to hurt yourself. Here, let me show you how to pick this thing up so you don't strain your back." It took something like that for me to notice. Otherwise, I'm just like going through and it's, "Are you in my way? Yes. Okay, I need to avoid you. Are you not in my way? Great, I can move around you." And that's the extent, and that's how everybody is. And I'm somebody who wants to help because, as you can tell from how long it took me to tell that little story, I love to talk.
Well, yeah, no, I'm exactly the same. I can talk for hours and hours and hours, especially like you mentioned with kettlebells. And this is another thing that people think that gyms, especially new people to the gyms, they think they're like meat markets or something like that. They think everybody who walks up to you, who says, "Hey, can I help you out with something?" they're either hitting on you or they're judging you. And they're genuinely not. They just said, "Listen, I've got a bit of advice." Gyms are some of the friendliest places in the world still, I think, where you can walk around and genuinely everybody just kind of is. No one makes fun of the fat guy on the treadmill. That is just a rule, right? Nobody does that because the guy on the treadmill is working on himself. It is one of the few times as a bigger person that everybody around you, when you walk into a room, knows that you are working on yourself. That you are doing something about it. Whereas if you one of my clients was, he started with me about 3.5 months ago, and he weighed in at around about 400 pounds. The scales gave up. They said 401, and then they said error. And I found out afterwards that scales in the UK don't go above 180 kg, which is 400 pounds. So he started with me at that weight, and he's now down to 336, right? This morning he weighed in at 336, so whoop-de-doo for him. Well done, right? He's crushing it. Again, like you said, keto, doing a bit of fasting every now and again, and just moving. If he went to Five Guys, which is a burger chain over here. I'm not sure it's in the States. It's a burger chain. So he went there, he got the keto burger. Now you see that guy sitting at Five Guys as a 330-pound guy. You think that fat piece of blah, 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 or at least that's in his head.
He's in a fast food restaurant. What the hell is he? How do you get that way?
What's he doing there? He shouldn't be eating this stuff, right? Nobody in that moment sees that guy as someone who has dropped a tremendous amount of weight already. You know, when they say a picture says more than 1,000 words, it really doesn't anymore. These are snapshots. Because if that guy walks in the gym tomorrow, everybody just goes, "Hey, that guy's working on himself." There isn't a more supportive environment for bigger people than a gym environment. There just, in my opinion, there isn't. And I don't work out of a gym, so I'm not saying that to sell anyone.
But the point being is, when you're my 5 listeners, whoever you are, if you're contemplating, I want to go to a gym, but I'm afraid of being judged, you're not going to be judged. In fact, you're going to find more support there, because these are the people who are focused on their health and their fitness, and they want nothing more than to see you succeed. And if somebody walks in who has that kind of journey to go, when they're not in their worlds of them working out, they're thrilled to see somebody making the effort. They respect that.
Yeah.
They are welcoming of that. They want to support that. You shouldn't be afraid to go into the gym.
No, and that's exactly right. That is exactly right. I also think, I always say, you work with experts wherever you can. This is my biggest piece of advice I ever had in my life, was go to the guy who knows, or go to the girl who's in the know. Gyms are full of people who know much more about weight loss, much more about exercise than, say, random people on the internet. And I'm a big fan of the internet, and I'm a big fan of YouTube. But I can spot the bullshit in a YouTube video. I can spot the sales pitch a long way out in a YouTube video, because I'm in the industry. And therefore, I can say, yeah, okay, this sounds like it's something, but it really isn't. And therefore, I find that going to where people with knowledge hang out is probably more productive than randomly looking at stuff yourself. Making a small investment in yourself is exactly like what you're saying. It's making a small investment in yourself, spending a bit of money to either sign up to a gym and ask people that are in the know there, or invest with somebody that knows what they're talking about, will save you so much hassle and so much time in the long run. Because most people that I know, especially people that are trying to lose weight, have wasted a lot of time trying to lose weight. It's all trial and error type stuff. So they'll say, okay, I tried Atkins, that didn't work for me. And that's fine if it doesn't work for you. It's fine if it works for you. Keto, very popular, but keto isn't for everyone. No. Intermittent fasting isn't for everyone.
Nothing's for everyone.
No, exactly. Yeah. But these things, if you sign up to a keto forum or to a keto subreddit or something like that,
it is the only thing that, it's the entire world. And I'm saying that as somebody who does keto and it works for me. But when you go to any particular diet forum or any program, you had several blogs about Weight Watchers versus something that's not in America, but the thing was basically an all carbohydrate form.
Scottish Slimmers, all carbs are free foods.
You have to find your diet, and anything that is specifically branded or that you're getting information from a branded source is going to be very invested in that source. Yeah. So I go to keto forums and I read the information, but I take it with the grain of salt that this is the people who are deep into the Kool-Aid. You can't be, even if it's the thing that works for you, you have to have your peripheral vision. You have to see, and you have to adjust for yourself, because what works for me will not work for you. Even if the general shape of it might, you've got to find your piece of it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You have to, especially when you get to the lifestyle that we are all accustomed to having now. We have to fit stuff in around our life. It is fine for me to tell you that spinach and kale is amazing, but if you hate spinach and kale, then what's the point? Right? You're never going to stick at it. So if you're like, but I like different vegetables, awesome, eat different vegetables. Who really, at the end of the day, who am I to yuck your yum, so to speak? I don't give a crap what you eat, right?
Talking about branding, yuck your yum.
I only heard that on a comedy series once, and it kind of stuck with me. I have no idea.
It's really good. I've never heard that before, but I have to say that it gets the point across.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing worse than you making the best meal that you enjoy, and you sit there going, "This is going to be amazing. I'm going to love this. This is my treat for the week." And someone walks into the room and goes, "How can you eat that filth?" Because immediately you go, "But I love this stuff. Leave me the hell alone." Right? And it's the same with diet. If you say, I'm on a keto diet and I do intermittent fasting, for me to then go, oh, Bruce, you're an asshole, you should be calories in, calories out, that's me being a douche. There is nothing else to it. That is, if it works for you, that as long as you're healthy, because that's the thing about all these diets, right? Mm-hmm. If you say to me, I'm going to do slim fast and I'll only drink shakes for the rest of my life, then I would probably say, well, I can probably think of a better approach, right? If you're Joe Rogan, God forbid, if you're Joe Rogan and you go, no, I'm going to eat elk for 3 months, and I'm going to go carnivore diet. This is something he did, right? Oh. So and he said, I shat myself for 2 weeks. His words, I shat myself for 2 weeks, but afterwards I felt wonderful and I feel great. And the carnivore diet really works, man. I supplement with loads of stuff, so take all my vitamins from somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And other than that, I'm just eating elk. I'm like, yo, you feel great because you're completely empty, Joe. This is a no-brainer. Any sort of diet that has you crapping yourself for 2 full weeks is probably not a healthy diet. So I'd probably go in and say, dude, you probably need to get your vitamins from somewhere. But unless you're at either ends of the extreme, then it's all good. Just whatever fits. As long as you get your nutrients in there, so you get, same for vegans. Every vegan in the world accepts that they have to supplement with B12. They do. Every vegan in the world accepts this. So they can say that being a vegan is by far healthier than being a meat eater is, which is debatable, right? But even they then go, but it's not ideal unless I supplement with B12. So if I then hang out on vegan forums and all that sort of stuff, and I don't because I'm not quite crunchy enough to do that, but it's if I'm a hang out there, it's very easy to fall into this is the only way to live. And I will now start judging other people for not doing it that way. And that, I think, is always, for anyone dealing with anyone trying to improve themselves, dude, you're trying to improve yourself. Who am I to judge? Right? That is, you can do that any way you want. As long as you're not hurting other people, you're taking care of yourself. It's a beautiful thing to see in people.
Very common sense, very practical advice. And I think that's very much sorely lacking in the fitness space because everybody packages and brands whatever their thing is, and part of that is packaging and branding their advice of diet. And I've had that experience where I was trying to follow a particular diet that's meant to slim you down. And I'm sure if I stuck with the diet, I would have lost weight. But the problem I had with the diet is that its lack of fat, its lack of carbohydrates, just the way it was, gave me no energy. I went from being able to work out for many hours to not being able to handle 30 minutes. And then I would come home and sleep all day because I simply didn't have energy or focus and I was fuzzy. And it was what you would consider a very healthy diet. It didn't work for me. It made me feel like I was going to die. So after a month of that, it was like, clearly I'm not adapting to this. Clearly my body doesn't work with this. Mm-hmm. I've heard of other people having wonderful results from it. They had the results. You have to give yourself the permission to figure it out. One of the other problems I find with the whole weight loss thing, and I suffer from it too. God damn it. I want to be down 40 pounds tomorrow. Peter, it's not happening. Why isn't it happening? Your advice is shit. I'm not lost 40 pounds by tomorrow. Mm-hmm. You have to let that go. You have to accept it is not a 1 week, 2 week, 1 month thing. Just like you didn't gain whatever your weight is over the course of 2 weeks, you're not going to lose it over the course of 2 weeks, no matter what you do, be it insane or sane or whatnot. Yeah. You have to give yourself the permission. Okay, I'm starting here. I want to get here. It's going to take a while to go. And any individual day doesn't matter. As long as you're good, or if you've made a mistake, you recover from it. The individual day, the workout you did, the food you ate doesn't matter on that day. What matters is a consistent pattern of following whatever program you need to do and sort of gently go down the slope.
Yeah, it's what they say in all the recovery groups. You do the best you can on any given day. That's all you need to aim for in life, and that is sound advice, not just with diet and exercise, but just going through life. Try not to be a jerk, right? Just try being nice to people. It doesn't always work, but you try to be the best version of yourself every single day. And if you do that in all aspects of your life, you will get the results you want every single time. And that is without fail. That is just how it works. You will build better relationships. You will have a better diet. You will lose a bit of weight if you have weight to lose, or you will gain weight if you have weight to gain. You will gain muscle if you have muscle to gain. You will lose fat if you have fat to lose. Improve cardiovascular fitness or whatever. You will probably function better at work if you just go in with I'm going to do the best I can today. That doesn't mean working 12 to 14 hours every day. It just means that today I'm going to do the best. And if you take that approach with you through your health and fitness journey, I have never come across anyone that failed if they did that. Assuming they indeed, like you said, take a personalized approach. And you can't fit yourself into a box that other people fit into. We have to. I had a talk with. I'm really big on the gut biome and the microbiome and all that sort of stuff. So the germs that live in your gut and all that sort of stuff. As in, I take good care of mine, and apparently it's a thing and all that sort of stuff. And you'll be healthier if you do that sort of thing. But a lot of that research says that we are all different, and therefore what works for me can't possibly work for you. Right? It might well, but things work for 90% of people. For 90% of people, all the advice is the same. Weight loss is calories in, calories out. Right? It just is. That is the law of thermodynamics applied. Now, how you manage to lose that weight is completely individualized. And for you, that is keto, and for me, that is something else. And for other people, that's intermittent fasting. And for other people, that is just to have a little bit less of everything, and just whatever suits. It really doesn't matter. For one of the professors that wanted to prove it was all calories in, calories out, he did the McDonald's diet, and he ate 2,000 calories of McDonald's every day for a month. And he lost weight because his base metabolic rate was 2,500 calories. So yeah, you're going to lose weight. So the basic rule applies. But how you fit into that sort of thing is completely individual. And it's like you said, that's a really difficult message, because it's like you said, it's all about branding. Yeah. And branding is all about consistent messaging. Right? And the problem for me
and something pithy to sell.
Yes. Oh yeah. You need a nice slogan. Yuck, you're young would fit in that. And you need a consistent message. And a consistent message of do what suits you best doesn't sell, because there's nothing to buy. Do you know what I mean? I can't sell you do what works best for you, because that means I'm not selling it, because that means you have to figure stuff out for yourself. And that means indeed like giving yourself permission to try keto for a month. And if you're like, dude, this just doesn't fit in my life, then you switch to something else. Doesn't matter. You don't have to go keto. You don't have to fast for 2 or 3 days. You don't have to do Weight Watchers or whatever it is. Don't buy into someone else's Kool-Aid. It's exactly that. And there are a lot of people on Instagram and social media. Instagram seems rife with it, but I see that more because I get sent stuff on Instagram of people that tell you that this is the way to do it, and intuitive eating is the way to go, and or you don't need to improve yourself at all. Or one person will say you have to go completely vegan. The other person will say, no, have red meat 3 times a day. They're all out there. And they can't all be right. Right? But their message is this works for everybody. Whereas that is clearly not correct, because otherwise we'd all stick to the exact same diet, get exactly the same results, and be exactly as happy and with it as other people would be.
It'd be a wonderful fantasy world.
Yeah, but then we'd all be eating spinach and kale, because that's what we were told 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
You have to eat spinach and kale. You need to make smoothies, and there has to be kale in your smoothie. And no one could tell you, really, when you asked them why there had to be kale in your smoothie. Not a single person went, why kale instead of spinach? Because kale is horrible in a smoothie. I mean, you live in LA, you must have tried one.
Oh God, no. I do not do stuff like that to myself. I respect my life far more than drinking kale. Kale doesn't have much moisture to begin with. Like I had iguanas and I fed it kale. So I know the texture of kale, and that kind of rigidity is from a lack of moisture. It is not something that goes into a drink, from my opinion. If it worked for you, wonderful. I was totally unwilling. Not you, I'm talking the general you to the people, or also directly you, but apparently from your statements, I would guess that it didn't.
No, kale is, there isn't a single person out there, even in the crunchiest parts of LA, in Orange County and all that sort of stuff, where anti-vaxxers congregate and talk about the wonders of kale, they would readily admit that it doesn't do well in a smoothie because it doesn't blend well, right? And
more fiber than raw twine, but it does not blend well.
Exactly. And that's why kale is good for you. It's the fiber content, because it's through the roof. But no one asked, when we were told we need to eat more kale, no one asked why specifically kale. No one asked. No, and by no one, I mean, on Instagram, it wasn't really questioned because it was sold on Instagram.
Right, it was a fad. It happened, and fads just get accepted wholesale. So this is the thing we're doing. This is the thing we're doing.
And that is why fad diets are such. I always say, just steer clear of all that stuff. If you hear something popular, I don't even know what the new thing for next year is yet. I mean, I'm sure I'll get emails from people saying, should I be trying this in the new year? And the answer is almost inevitably no. Because what's the point? Human science changes and science progresses, but the human diet hasn't changed that much over the last 30, 40 years. The message around diet has. We went from low fat
I would say
to
that
low
the
sugar.
human. I would argue. I would push back against that and say that part of the reason we're in this big obesity epidemic is because the diet has changed incredibly in the past. What we need hasn't changed in thousands of years.
Yeah, but what we eat has.
But what we eat has absolutely gone in an incredibly different direction.
And that makes losing weight so difficult. Yeah.
Your point stands, though, that whatever next year's cabbage soup or keto or carnivore or God, I can't even come up with a bad joke for it, but whatever flavor it is, will have its early adopters, will have its, generally speaking, its champions, most of which will have a financial stake in whatever the thing is. And then
this is why, exactly. This is why I always say, don't buy a diet book around Christmas. Don't buy any cookbooks around Christmas, because they're all the same. They're all next year, this is the thing that will help you lose weight. Dust off your old ones. Not like you never really used to. I don't know, but if you buy diet recipe books at all.
There's a South Beach sitting somewhere on the shelf.
South Beach diet, that's another one. It's beautiful. Any sort of cookbook is just, you take 2 recipes from it and then you throw it in the bin, right? But every year, personal trainers, first of all, they're terrible dietitians, right? Personal trainers don't know anything about diet. Generally speaking, we are the worst and the most gullible and the most bro-science-y diet people in the world. We don't have the qualifications that a dietitian has, and we sell Herbalife and that kind of, and Juice Plus and all that sort of shit. That's what personal trainers do. And that pretty much says all that you need to know about where a PT is on the food advice scale. It's an incredibly hacky industry, is what I'm saying. It's full of people selling you stuff you don't need because, it makes us a couple of shekels, and it's nice. But if personal trainers bring out a cookbook, don't buy their cookbook. I always say, in the UK, we have a 2 Michelin star chef called Tom Carriage, and the guy is phenomenal. Oh man, he runs a 2 Michelin star gastropub. So he basically does burgers, and he gets 2 Michelin stars for the bloody things. Right? Unfortunately, he's also 900 miles away from me, so I can't visit him. And even if I could, I can't afford 100 quid for a burger. Right? It's just not going to happen. But I'm sure it's worth it. Now, he went from being a very big guy to a much slimmer guy, and he then brought out a cookbook saying, these are the recipes I make. I buy his book, but not for weight loss. I'd buy his cookbook because he's a 2 Michelin star chef.
In theory, they're going to be good.
Who gave me all the recipes going, this is how you make a burger. And I'm like, this dude knows how to make a burger because he charges 100 quid for it. I'm not talking about sprinkling salt in the fancy pose. I'm talking about this guy makes a proper burger, and that's what I want. And you can make that keto. You remove the bun, and it's a keto burger. Who gives a? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that's how you do it. Don't buy the books from people that know what they're doing. So not personal trainers, not fitness coaches. I know several dietitians that have books coming out about stuff that they have no experience in, exercise plans and all that sort of stuff. Just don't. Right? Dietitians do food, chefs cook food nicely. Dietitians know about ingredients, as in what the calorific content is and what it contains B12 and B6 and vitamins and minerals and all that sort of stuff. Chefs know how to make nice dishes. So cookbooks come from chefs. They don't come from dietitians, and they don't tend to come from personal trainers and any sort of health and fitness guru. Kim Kardashian can be out the cookbook tomorrow. I'm sure it'll sell millions, but I'm also sure it'll be a really shitty cookbook. Or she hasn't had anything to do with it.
Yeah, I can't argue. And that'd be the latter for sure. And I can't argue that part. So all of that is very good, practical advice, very actionable. Do you have any final thoughts for my listeners as getting started, focusing? I mean, you gave a lot of good information, but do you have any cappers?
Yeah, so really simple. Just keep it simple. Exercise isn't complicated. Exercise isn't scary, and neither is diet. So start doing the small things. Start doing the things you can do. Right? That is always my first thing. Just do the things you can do. And for a lot of people, some of my clients have gotten their simple solution to exercising more was getting a dog. Because as long as you don't go completely mental, you walk your dog 3 times a day. Or at least you get an hour's walk in. Get a small dog. Don't get yourself a husky or anything like that. Especially not if you're in California. Those things hate the heat. Yeah. And they need 4 hours walking a day. But get yourself a nice small dog. Get yourself a Yorkie or a Maltese or a Bichon or something like that. And those things are happy with 3 20-minute walks a day, but they're delighted with an hour. So that's your hour exercise in. And it's fine if that's a saunter. If that's what you can manage in the beginning, that's cool. Secondly, eat your veggies. Just do it. Cook your own food. Actually, if you can do anything simple, start cooking your own food.
Whole foods are definitely better than any kind of prepackaged things. I keep saying, shop around the perimeter of the supermarket. Avoid the aisles as much as possible.
Yeah.
If it comes in a box, generally speaking, don't get it. But like when I do keto, I don't do keto meals out of the freezer. I do steak. I do spinach. It's out of the vegetable department. It's out of the meat department or out of the dairy department. It's never really.
It's exactly right. Yeah. When you just very, very quickly for this. When I was growing up, so a long, long time ago, one of those when I were a lad sort of deals.
Back when the moon was slower in the sky.
Back in the days, yeah. Before Neil Armstrong had polluted the moon by leaving his coffee cup on there. It's one of those, when you walked into any supermarket in the world, the first thing, and by in the world, I mean any supermarket in Holland, because that's where I grew up. You walked in, the first thing you saw was the fruit and veg section. And when I studied consumer studies later on, I went to uni, did a consumer studies degree. They said the reason they do that is because they want you to associate the shop with freshness and the marketplace, as in going outside to the marketplace where you have tomatoes and apples and all that sort of stuff. And I don't know about you now, but when I walk into a shop now, first I walk past some aisles to get to the fruit and veg. And then by the time I walk out of the shop, I also need to pass several aisles of prepackaged and convenience stuff, because we've already been conditioned that that stuff can be at the back. So 20, 30, 40 years ago, that wasn't the case. The supermarket couldn't set up the way it is set up now. And it's a really big science, customer routing. right? So it's like you said, you get in the supermarket, have a plan. You go to the vegetable section, you go to the meat section or the deli, and you go to the dairy section or whatever, right? Buy as little prepackaged stuff as possible. If you cook, it always astounds me. If you, for all your listeners, I like you to go to, it's what, Friday evening. When does this podcast come out usually?
This Friday comes out Tuesday at noon.
Tuesday at noon. Right, so you're going to do your weekly shop on the Friday or the Saturday following. I'd like you all to go to the frozen pizza aisle. I'd like you all to go there. And not, instead of buying a pizza, look on the back of your pizza box and look at the list of ingredients. And notice how there's potato starch in pizza instead of cheese. A pizza should have 4 or 5 ingredients. You go to a good Italian, they a bit of flour, a bit of tomato sauce, and some eggs on there, and they put some mozzarella on there and pepperoni and all that sort of stuff.
Right. The crust is yeast, a touch of sugar just to get the yeast started,
yeah,
and flour.
That's it. So why are there 60 ingredients plus on your frozen pizza? None of them have anything to do with actual making a pizza taste nice. It's all about making the food cheaper. And the problem with all that stuff is that A, it's less healthy, but it's also much higher in calories. Right? I'm always surprised when I go out and buy, if I look at a pizza like that, and how are there 2,500 calories in a pizza? As in, I'm talking about a reasonably sized pizza. How are there 2,500 calories in it? Because when I make it, it's 6. And this really ticks me off. I can shave off at least 1,800 calories by eating a tastier pizza just by making it myself. And that's my daily. Imagine going over on 1,800 calories every month. Every week. So you have a weekly pizza and 1,800 calories over. That is you gaining effectively 1 kilo, so 2 and a bit pounds every single month just from store-bought pizza. If you don't make your own food, you have no chance of being healthier and losing weight. Or at least you're making it very difficult for yourself. So that's my second, much more longer point than you were asking for, to be honest.
That's what editing's for.
Yeah, exactly. Just cut it all out. Pete said something about making pizza.
Why was his tip just to go to the pizza aisle? That seems counterintuitive.
That was a really strange one, yeah. And so we have move when you can and do what you can and cook your own food. Those are the first 2 things I would genuinely start with. As a third, if you can swing it, and this is just if you can afford to do it, and work with someone who knows what they're talking. And I get that in New York, that's more expensive than it is in Wyoming. And, I get that working with someone, realize that someone who is fresh out of school, so to speak, especially when it comes to exercise and diet, so they've done a degree in this stuff. So I'm not talking about personal trainer 6-week courses or NASM sort of stuff that you can do within a 3-week intensive stint, but someone who's got a degree in this stuff, when they're fresh out of school, they are much more likely to have retained a lot of scientific knowledge than someone who's been in the business for 20 years, who's started to buy into various little, it has to be low carb, or it has to be Herbalife, or it has to be XYZ. And those guys are usually cheaper as well, because they're just starting out. So there's nothing wrong with working with someone who's just starting out. Like, for myself, I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm slightly more expensive than someone who's just starting out. So if you can't afford to work with someone who's been in, it's fine to work with someone who's cheaper. Just don't work with the 60-year-old guy who's been doing this for 40 years who still only charges $10 from his garage, right? That guy probably, unless they're doing it from the goodness of their own heart, and they want everybody to have access to stuff, that guy probably doesn't really know as much as the young kid that has a good degree. So yeah, work with someone who knows what they're talking about, that if you can afford to do it. And otherwise, find reliable sources online, but treat everything you see online with the skepticism it deserves, including everything I've just said for the past hour.
Remember, we are all full of shit.
Yes, Fundamentally, yes.
Yes. Fundamentally, that's the way it goes. Those all were very nice, practical steps to give, and thank you so much.
Oh.
So, Peter, where can people find you when they are not finding you here?
That is an excellent question, Bruce. So they can, if you just want to read some blogs and all that sort of stuff, you can go to castlepersonaltraining.com. Like you were saying, there's 100 plus blogs on there, and I've kind of done it. That is my personal training page. So if you don't live in Edinburgh, you can't train with me. It's that simple when it comes to PT. Because, unless of course you are Kim Kardashian listening to this thing and you're willing to throw a bit of money my way, I'll happily come out. But, I have to walk my dogs 3 times a day, so it's a bit of a tricky commute. If you are into postnatal exercise, something like that, healthypostnatalbody.com is where postnatal women can find me. And that is it's just my dinky little website that that I built. Where I do some postnatal programs and give postnatal advice. And that's the only places I'm at. I'm also on social, but if you contact me on social, you'll never get a response because I don't really check it all that much.
But if you would like to leave a link or two, because I will put them into the show description.
Sure. Oh yeah, sure. I will send you a little email with a couple of links. And oh yeah, by the way, I keep forgetting to do this. I've also got my own little podcast, which is the Healthy Postnatal Body podcast. It'd be a shame not to listen to that, because if you thought I waffle on here, this is me on my best behavior. And Bruce runs a tight ship and he runs a tight operation and he knows what he's doing. I don't edit my stuff, so I just waffle to myself for half an hour. Or I have guests on and then I don't edit anything either. And then I'll waffle to myself for an hour.
I've got a compulsion to get rid of all mouth noises, so it's just something I've got to do.
Well, good luck with that.
Well, thank you. I need all the help. I need all the luck I can get. So, cool. That's your connections. As for me, I am the fittest fat kid and you are finding me again right here. I have socials. It is at Fittest Fat Kid at Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. The Facebook page is also Fittest Fat Kid. If you have a question, a comment, if you have a story you would like to share with me, or if you have a question and you don't know who to ask and you didn't know Peter existed, you can ask me. And you can ask me at hi there at fittestfatkid.com. If you're enjoying the podcast, please leave a like, a comment, subscribe, depending on the platform you're on. Always appreciate it. So, no matter who you are, no matter where you are or what you're doing, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding. And I'll talk to you next week. Well, the horrors of the holidays are upon us, and today I will talk about how that has affected me. On top of that, we will talk about how to get a workout when you have no equipment and no place to go. How do you start? We've talked about it before, but we're going to talk about it again. So, cue the music, and let's get this started. Joining me today, once again, is my boy, Jonny Bloozit. Now, I'm asking him to join me today because if I'm going to confess the horrors of my Thanksgiving meal, which was last night, I feel more comfortable doing it to somebody who really, really can insult me to the core of my soul and can just stomp all over me because we've got that kind of relationship.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Somebody does. And on top of that, he's going to give you some really good pointers on how to get yourself started with no equipment and possibly how to get some equipment if you don't have any. And that all starts right now. Jonny.
Bruce.
How was your Thanksgiving?
Oh, my Thanksgiving was all right. We actually didn't do a traditional Thanksgiving meal because, as you know, I'm, Mediterranean and wasn't really raised in this culture, and so I don't actually like the traditional Thanksgiving meal. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike it. I just don't like it enough. Like, if I'm going to have a cheat meal, I'd just really much rather enjoy a fettuccine Alfredo or fish and chips with a pint of Guinness or something. Like the turkey and the gravy and cranberry and candied yams just doesn't do enough for me. So we made a meal that was pretty much like we'd make any other night, grilled salmon and such, and I liked it, but, most people probably wouldn't want to do that for Thanksgiving, understandably.
For me, it was a return to going to my buddy's house for his derelict Thanksgiving meal. So basically, I have a friend, Matt. In case you don't have a friend, Matt, for yourself, I have one.
Excellent. Everybody should have a Matt in their life.
Yeah, and I've got several.
You may need a spare. You never know.
That's true. If I run out of Matts, I definitely got myself another one to pull out of the closet and partake of. But this Matt in particular lives in a very nice big house. And so what he does around the holidays is anybody who doesn't have a place to go, they go to him. Now me, as you know, I create some of the most delectable food that exists on the face of the earth. Healthy? No. Did not master that skill. But if somebody's going to pack the weight on you, it'll be me, but it'll definitely taste amazing. So it's Thanksgiving time. We haven't done this in a couple years because of the pandemic. I made 4 dishes. I made my apple cake. I made my cream cheese kugel, which is kind of like a slightly savory version of a cheesecake. The raisin kugel, that is my aunt's specialty, and my caution bow ties. This is food that I only make once or twice a year, and it's Thanksgiving, and everybody's making these amazing dishes. So I've discovered something about this weight loss journey going off, but also specifically going off for a holiday meal. And that is when your capacity goes down, how your body's going to react is much more severe. So unfortunately, I made the mistake of trying to keep pace with Matt, his buddy Seth, and I was eating to match them. By the time I left to come back home, I was nearly passing out. I've never felt so in danger just driving back from a friend's house because of the sheer amount of food and sugar in my system. My vision was blurry. I felt like I literally felt like I was going to pass out. It was horrifying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I noticed, like, the older I get, my ability to handle cheat day seems to be going down and down. Last time I was on, you made a comment about how atrocious my cheat days are, and that used to be more true than it is now. I just can't take it. The last cheat day that I tried, there were certain atrocities in the bathroom that I'll spare you the gory details of. But when you start eating... It was a violation of the Geneva Convention, man, a crime against humanity.
And yet my mind had to go and fill in the blanks. Thank you, John.
Oh, no problem.
For that. Oh, God.
But yeah, I kind of run out of steam after 2 cheat meals on a cheat day now, and oftentimes don't eat dinner at all. I just can't.
Yeah, I just never had that experience where suddenly there's a color shift in my vision and I just feel the world sliding away. And of course, I'm doing that while I'm driving down the 101 on a holiday night. That was somewhat scary.
That sounds bad, yeah. When you see Aztec temples sprouting up out of the pavement and, then you're really in trouble.
Quetzalcoatl is coming for your soul. And
that's right.
But on the one hand, I have to say, I don't fully regret the Thanksgiving meal, because on the one hand, I'm still early on in this journey, and any meals off, any break is a bad thing. However, we are talking the holidays, and I do feel that you have to be some degree of a human being, so that if people are making all this effort for you, it's okay for you in that one moment to break a little. You just have to make sure you're being sane about it and counterbalancing.
we're actually going to my aunt's house for an after Thanksgiving meal, and I kind of saved my cheat day for that. And my Cuban uncle is going to be making all kinds of things. I don't know what he's making this time around, but in the past he's done ropa vieja, and he's done the fried plantains and all that good stuff. And Hootie made some peppermint bark and stuff I really like. So I saved my cheat day for that, and that's going to be awesome.
And that's probably tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow is what they call the leftover party.
Yep.
Because Liz didn't go to Thanksgiving, I was told, if only one of you can come, send her. Which, that makes you feel warm and fuzzy.
And even if you can come, please stay the hell away.
Yeah, even if you can come, you served your purpose. The dishes are here. We don't need you.
Right.
But it's going to be more of the same. But these are the 2 times in the year that any of these dishes come into my realm. So there you have it. So I guess the update for this week is that between the pneumonia, Thanksgiving, and the amount of cooking I've done, that effectively I was not on program at all. And that'll change come Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, what you said the last session about you don't want to be that weird guy with all kinds of food issues at gatherings, that's very true. And so cheat day for me is somewhat movable, especially around the holidays. So if there's like a birthday or a wedding or a holiday or something, I'll just move cheat day that week and save it.
Right. You then participate. Nobody's going, well, he was turning his nose up at everything and just ate 2 pieces of chicken and then looked sadly at everybody else.
Right.
I mean, there are people who do it, and even some people who manage to do it with grace, though that tends to be rare. Most people who are so stuck on their programs that they tend to make a big deal when going to family functions. It tends to be a little more visible than people realize. And
right.
That's where you get the whole discussion sort of like, well, Bill's doing his own thing. We still feel compelled to invite him, even though we know he's going to hate it. So we love Bill. Bill's special.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Pearl says he tries not to use food as a social thing, but I mean, I don't see that as being very practical. Food is a social thing.
Food is a very social, societal thing. Almost every special occasion is built around food. I think it's built into our DNA to some degree.
Yeah, unless everybody you know is a bodybuilder, which for all I know, that may be Bill Pearl's case. But for the rest of us, yeah, it's just not practical.
Well, speaking of bodybuilding, as I've been talking about on the podcast for several episodes, how do you get yourself started? What could be a basic workout? And of course, people don't really know what to do. Very recently, I was on a message thread and somebody was like, I'm going back to the gym for the first time. What do? I don't want to look like an idiot. I don't want to look stupid. And, I gave him my advice, which was, 1, nobody at the gym is looking at you. When people are at the gym, they don't care what you're doing. They're into what they're doing. So mostly am I going to look foolish? That is almost completely in your head.
Yeah, I mean, I've never belonged to a gym except for the martial arts clubs that I used to belong to when I was younger. And so I thought what might be a pretty good topic is how do you get started with no equipment, no money, and no space?
And that's exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, because a lot of people may not have a gym within reasonable distance of where they live, or may not be able to afford to go out and buy all this equipment, or may be able to afford it, but might live in a tiny apartment in the city and don't really have space for all this stuff. So some of the techniques that I've blundered across or developed over the years I thought could be helpful here.
Cool. So let's get this rolling. Here we are. We have our small efficiency apartment. Our TV serves as the barrier between our kitchen and our bathroom. What kind of workout can we get in this space?
Well, I wanted to start with the minimal equipment workout before we go to the zero equipment workout. And weights, especially the old 1-inch style plates that aren't sexy anymore because there's all this new gear out there. Those plates can often be had for the price of carrying them away. And that's how I got every single plate that I have. Older relatives who have fallen out of weightlifting have given me stuff. On Craigslist, you see curb alerts where people are moving and they don't want to take it with them, and they'll say, just come and take it away.
By the way, that is the free section in the for sale.
Right. You also get sites like FreeCycle are specifically there to give away stuff.
Is FreeCycle throughout the entire United States, or is it kind of specific to various areas?
I don't know offhand. Much like Craigslist, they have different like subsections for geographical areas, but I don't know how good their coverage is. I've seen stuff out at the curb on trash day. Believe it or not, I've trash picked an old-timey barbell that I cut down in half into like an old-timey strongman sort of one-arm lift dumbbell. And you can get a lot of stuff that way. And I actually might be fixing to be one of these people shortly because of a bicep tendon injury that I tweaked, and it's still in some degree of pain months later. I've been just doing body weight exercises. And I've been contemplating actually not going back to the free weights because I'm going to be 52 years old this year. And it seems like nowadays when I hurt myself, I'm down for months, whereas in my 20s I was down for a couple of days. And when I lift weights, also, I'm a lot stiffer and in a lot more pain, my back especially, trying to bend over. And so at this age, the greater virtue might be to try to train consistently and not get injured and be more flexible and not be in so much pain. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, once my bicep feels better, I'll try out the weights again and see how it feels. But the world is full of people like me who just age out of their equipment and are looking for somebody to give it to. And if you monitor the classifieds at Craigslist or, your local, whatever your local board happens to be, you can find that kind of stuff.
Well, that's a good way to get started. You have no equipment. You can take somebody else's because somebody is going to be stopping using it.
And contrary to popular belief, you can get pretty far with just a pair of dumbbells, and I'm skeptical that you really need anything else. Bill Pearl has a training regimen that's called the Basic Fitness Dumbbell Program or something like that. You can find it online. It's a basic sort of all-around routine, not for any particular sport, but just someone who's trying to get general fitness that only uses a pair of dumbbells and nothing else. And I really like dumbbells a lot more than barbells because barbells lock your elbows into position, and that grip may be too wide for you or too narrow for you or just not at the right angle. Dumbbells allow your hands to move independently, so it's a lot easier on your joints because you can position your hands where they need to be instead of being locked into the bar.
It also, for some exercises, works a lot more of the stabilizer and the connective tissue.
Sure, and even curl bars never really helped me very much because my shoulders are wider than they should be proportionately to the rest of me, and I always found the grip to be too narrow. So the bends in the bar where you're supposed to put your hands are never in the right spot. So just use a pair of dumbbells and then you can put your hands wherever you want them. So
we've covered how to try to get some equipment if you have no money and would like some. What program, aside from the Bill Pearl program, what other programs would you suggest?
That is really kind of it. The only program I've ever used with the dumbbells. At times, I've thrown in some old-time one-arm military presses and old-time strongman type stuff. And I've trained with kettlebells before, and kettlebells are actually a brilliant all-around solution if you're only going to have one piece of equipment. The non-adjustability of them limits their usefulness a little bit. There are adjustable kettlebells out there that load with plates and have various other mechanisms. But those have their pitfalls too, because with a lot of those, the distance from the handle to the center of mass is too long. And so they behave a lot more violently than a cast kettlebell is supposed to. So with cast kettlebells, they do have their limitations, but you can sort of knock out your strength training and your cardio all in one fell swoop. The only downside there is you are absolutely going to have to get instruction because the lifts are kind of technical and you can hurt yourself with kettlebells actually rather easily. And they're not as technical as Olympic lifts, but they're still too technical to where I wouldn't just take the thing and start throwing it around.
Absolutely, especially on the most basic of the exercises, which is the kettlebell swing. If done incorrectly, you can severely injure your back.
But moving on to what the topic was, the promised topic, what it was supposed to be about, is how far can you get with no equipment at all? And in addition to the reasons that we already mentioned, there's also some people travel a lot for their job. And you can get a membership to the YMCA and try to find a Y in every city that you go to, and that's a solution too. But another solution is to just have a routine that requires no equipment whatsoever. And I bumped into a phenomenon called prisoner workouts. And I'm not endorsing imitating prisoners holistically, but prisoners have not very much space. They've got a lot of time to think about how to solve this problem. In prison, being fit is kind of a survival, oftentimes life and death issue. And so prisoners have developed ways to try to stay in shape without having any weight equipment. And if you Google prisoner workouts, deck of cards workout, deck of pain, you'll find all kinds of stuff online. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. The deck is what I'm doing now because of my injury and I haven't been doing weights. Only I prefer to call it the deck of joy rather than the deck of pain.
Whatever survival mechanisms you need to go through to get through it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the pain is short term, right? So I'd rather not focus on that. Over the long term, it brings joy. You know, you have a goal and you have a means to get there. So that's a cause for joy.
So you do a deck of card workout. What is a deck of card workout?
So a deck of card workout is when you take an ordinary deck of cards and you assign a bodyweight exercise of your choosing to each of the 4 suits. So every time you draw a card from the deck, the suit is the exercise that you're going to be performing, and the number of the card is the number of reps that you're going to be doing. And so I treat Jack, Queen, and King as 11, 12, 13. Just continue the numbers from there and treat Ace as 1. For the deck of card workout that I'm doing right now, I'm doing wide push-ups, narrow push-ups, sit-ups, and leg pull-ins. But there's nothing holy about that. I chose those 4 at random. It can be any 4, and you can alternate arm routines with leg routines and kind of switch it up however you want. When I first started, I was using a short deck because getting through an entire deck is kind of a feat, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get there, honestly. So at first I was starting with the royal cards and the 10s, starting from the hard end of the deck. And then, so that's 20 cards total. But lately what I've been doing just to switch it up is drawing 30 cards at random. So that way the actual workout itself and the difficulty is randomized as well, not just the order.
So a good shuffle, then 30 cards out, and here's what I have.
Right, and whatever the gods of luck tell you you're doing, that's your routine. And I don't always get through it, because depending on how the cards fall, you can get a couple cards representing the same exercise in a row, and then it's difficult. If you're drawing 30 cards at random, you can get a narrow push-up heavy workout, which the narrow push-ups are the exercise out of that lot that I find the most difficult. And when that happens, I'll crap out on that one sometimes. And if you look at some prisoners who advocate these exercises, some of them are in fantastic shape, doing nothing but body weight exercises. And there's a growing body of evidence that suggests that everything that's going to happen happens on the last rep, and that it doesn't make any difference how you get to it. So if you're doing a heavy lift with a lot of weight on the bar, your last rep might be number 3, and then you get to failure pretty quickly. And if you're doing a body weight exercise, you might fail on number 30, but that doesn't make any difference at all. Failure is failure. And so some of these guys are getting results that they say are comparable to what they'd be getting with weights. And if you look at their physiques, it seems like the claim is plausible. Personally, I feel like I was a bit stronger when I was using weights, but I'm also getting older, so it's really hard to know.
So the deck of card workout is one very effective way to get an overall body workout. It has a large degree of adjustability because you can throw any 4 exercises in. Another variation that some people do is instead of you do where Jack is 11, Queen is 12, King is 13, but there are some people that simply do face cards as 10. So you've got a lot of flexibility, and I love the idea of just drawing a random amount of cards and whatever they are, and that totally randomizes what your workout will be day to day, which is good for body confusion. So your body really doesn't get a chance to adapt. So that's one full body workout you can do. Do you have any other full body workouts that you also do or recommend?
A lower body workout that was developed by Mike Tyson when he was in prison. And when he got out of prison, he attributed his subsequent successes in the boxing ring to having done this routine, is a set of squats where he lays out 10 cards in a row on the ground. And so you squat down and pick up the first card and place it on top of the second card. And then you squat down, pick up the first card, squat again the second card, placing them on top of the third card. Then you squat down 1, 2, 3, move the 3 cards over to the fourth card. And so you're doing 1 squat, 2 squats, 3 squats, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way up to 9. Each time you take a step forward, you're taking the pile that's directly in front of you and moving the cards one by one.
So question for clarification on that. So we're on cards 2 to 3. So do I squat down, pick up a card, take a step forward, squat down, put it down, get back up, step back, squat down, so that you're kind of going back and forth, back and forth?
Yes, except the cards are close enough together typically that you don't actually have to step back and forth. You can generally reach, but the idea here is that if you have a pile of 3 cards and you're placing them on top of the fourth card, you want to do 3 squats. You don't just want to squat down once and stay down there and then move the 3 cards, 1, 2, 3. So the idea is you're doing a set of 1, then a set of 2, then a set of 3, then a set of 4, all the way up to 9. And this will kick your ass, my friend. It sounds a lot easier than it actually is. And you don't really need the cards for this, but the reason why the cards are kind of helpful is because it just makes it a little bit more like a game of solitaire and sort of gives your mind something to do and stops it being quite so boring, and also keeps track of where you are in your sets.
It does sound to some degree similar to doing a ascending. Well, this is very much an ascending with just mnemonic with a mnemonic device where you'd be like, all right, we're doing push-ups. We're going to go 10 down to 1 or 1 up to 10.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And, again, the cards aren't doing anything except just keeping your place and keeping it a little more interesting.
So how often do you do that? How often did he do that?
He did that, well, Mike Tyson being Mike Tyson, and then he was kind of in his prime. He was just doing those constantly. I don't even know how many he was doing in a day. Personally, me, I can do 1 set of those, and I'm working on trying to do 2 sets. The bottom line is it's your workout and it's your deck, and you can do anything you want to with it. You can rig it any way you like. The cards are just there to entertain you a little bit.
A full body workout that I've done is where I've done descending of 3 exercises, or 4 exercises. One of which was doing squats, push-ups, crunches. It's 3 exercises. 1 for the leg, 1 for the upper body, 1 for the abs. And then I would go 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, and all the way down to 1. You can get a very easy and very effective workout that way. And again, if you want to make it harder, you start 1 and then work your way up to 10. And by the time you get there, it's very, very painful.
Well, you can do the Tyson squats in descending order as well, instead of ascending order, where you would start with a pile of 10 cards, and then you would do 9 squats to take 9 cards off the top and put them in the next pile, and then do 8 squats to take 8 cards and put them in the next pile. And so then at the end, you'd end up with a row of 10 cards on the floor.
What else have you got up your sleeves?
So this idea was developed, as far as I know, by England's most notorious prisoner, a man who was born Charles Salvador, but then bizarrely changed his name to Charles Bronson. And, why Charles Bronson? Who knows? But we're not talking about Charles Bronson, the actor. We're talking about Charles Bronson, the prisoner. And this is a guy who's such a bad guy. He's spent most of his incarceration in solitary confinement. And when other prisoners need to be protected from you, that's a pretty bad guy. What he discovered is that you can take an ordinary chair or a stool, and if you hold it by 2 legs right at the end and hold your arms all the way out so that you're completely straight, you'd be surprised how much resistance this gives you. The torque that it exerts on you is really heavy. And so you can swing your arms around in arc-like motions and use the chair itself as a resistance device.
You're talking about holding it like fully out, which of course on camera, so like fully out.
Right.
And then basically just trying to control it like that.
Right, and you can go side to side, you can go up and down, you could go over your head and all the way in the back to try to hit your triceps a little bit. Just anything you feel like doing. And Sounds like a joke, use a chair as a resistance device, but try it sometime. It's no joke.
If you just kind of hold your arms out and give a little bit of resistance, you can feel how just by moving the torque on your back, and that's just with your arms out, just holding them tight.
Yeah, it might be wise maybe to start with your arms a little bit bent and to start with your grip maybe halfway down the leg instead of all the way down to kind of ease into it, because it really is a lot heavier than you think it's going to be.
Yeah, and anything where you're locking your arms out, you want to be careful because you do run the risk of hyperextension. And you do that even if that's why if you throw a punch too hard, you've overextended, injured the elbow. So yeah, in starting, you would definitely want a little bit of a bend.
Yeah, that's worth saying that when we say arms extended all the way out, we don't mean locking the elbow. Even when your arms are all the way out, you have to keep at least a micro bend in your elbow so you don't hyperextend the joint. That's very important, yeah.
If you have a chair at your house and it's heavy and you try to pick it up and you barely can, don't do this. Get yourself, go find yourself a folding chair of some kind. Always approach anything with a weight with a degree of respect and sensibility, because you can injure yourself at any time, especially when you're just starting something, you don't know what you're doing. So every time you pick something up, treat it as if it can hurt you and learn what you're doing.
Yeah, and if you're a beginner and you're just getting started, maybe don't even start with the chair at all. Start doing push-ups, and if you can't do those, start doing box push-ups with your knees on the floor.
You can even, just by pushing your arms against yourself, the isometric kind of exercises, get a towel, pull it apart, try to pull it apart. You'd be surprised at what you could do. Hell, just even pretending to do it, I can feel very much all of my muscles tightening and locking in. And if you do this for a long enough period of time, pulling at a towel, you are engaging the muscles, going back to hitting that degree of failure. Doesn't really matter how you get there.
And speaking of a towel, another thing that you can do with a towel, which was also discovered by prisoners, is you can twist the towel up and form it into a kind of rope. And if you have a partner, you can hold one end of the towel and your partner can hold the other end and give you resistance. So you can do curls this way, or you can hold the towel behind your head and have your partner stand behind you, and you can do tricep extensions. You can do all kinds of things with a towel. And this does require a partner. If you have a roommate who wants to train with you, that's great. If you have kids, that's great. Of course, in prison, people have cellmates.
So there you go. There's a variety of ways that you can work out at home, even if all you have is nothing, including not much space. There's also another fundamental exercise that everybody should do. That's walking.
Yeah, walking is great. And as I recall, the Philadelphia police turned you and I into great walkers, so I guess we're indebted to them for that. Philadelphia under Mayor Rizzo in the 80s was a bit of a police state, tough on crime. And so being young and male was de facto illegal, So if you were just kind of standing around, the cops would come around and go, "Hey, you, yeah, what are you doing there? You can't stand there. Move along. Get out of here." But if you were walking, they'd leave you alone because it looked like you were going somewhere. And so when we wanted to talk about something and didn't want our parents listening or just wanted some private time or whatever, we'd just walk. And I remember the half mile turned into a mile, turned into 2, 3, 4, 5. And eventually one night, I remember we did an 18-mile walk to a pizza shop just to see if we could do it. You remember that?
Yes, actually, it wasn't to the pizza shop. That came after the goal. We walked to a place called the Neshaminy Mall, and we did it from a place in northeast Philadelphia called Welsh and Bustleton. It was about a 9-mile walk. And not a completely paved, easy kind of 9-mile walk. It was along one of the most dangerous streets in the United States, which is Roosevelt Boulevard, Route 1, where there are so many car accidents all the time, usually fatal. It is another point of pride of Philadelphia. But we walked to the Neshaminy Mall, and then as we were heading back, we stopped at the Pizza Hut along the way and had dinner, and then finished the walk on an incredible amount of pizza because we were teenagers, and that's what you do when you're a teenager. You stuff yourself with pizza.
Yeah, now nowadays I wouldn't recommend starting with an 18-mile walk, and I definitely wouldn't recommend stopping at Pizza Hut of all places. But walking is definitely more stimulating and a better experience than walking on a treadmill. And I find riding a bike that goes somewhere a much better experience than riding a stationary bike. And if something is a good experience and you can find your zen and get into your peaceful zone, you'll find yourself more inclined to do it. And even to this very day, whenever I want peace of mind or just want to unwind a little bit, I always find myself taking a walk. And if you live in a place that has bad winters, there are oftentimes indoor malls. Hopefully the pandemic is winding down, fingers crossed, and indoor spaces will be more usable again. But there are malls, like we used to have one in Philly called Franklin Mills. Was that what it was called?
Yep. Not just the Mills, but yeah, Franklin Mills.
And it was just this giant loop. And on days when the weather was bad, you could go there and just walk around the loop. And there were some sights and sounds and smells and whatnot, and just something to keep you somewhat stimulated as opposed to just going on a treadmill like a hamster.
It wasn't actually a loop. It was about a half mile. It was shaped like a lightning bolt because it was the whole mill thing was each of them were themed. And for Philadelphia, it was the Franklin Mills, Ben Franklin. So there was like a big clock where every hour Ben Franklin would vomit out various things. And there was like a TV stack and there were lightning bolts all over the place. They've made it a bit more tasteful now, if you can use tasteful and malls in the same context. But yeah, you'd walk up and down the lightning bolt. There was various things to do and things to see. Even now, when I go walking, I will go to, because I don't like being out in the sun. I burn really easily. So when I'm going to do a long stretch of walking, I really do want to do it indoors, but I don't want to be on a treadmill. So my methodology is I go to a place called the Glendale Galleria, which is a very large mall. It's laid out in such a way where you can get loops going. And I can figure out ways of walking so that I'm seeing different things. So it's still a bit engaging. And I can get miles of walking in fairly quickly while being covered and not exposed to elements, which is what's important to me because, as I said, I don't like being in the elements.
Right.
But walking is how I originally lost my weight. I had weight at 280 pounds at 11, and it came off by me walking all over the place. There wasn't much in the way of diet because I really wasn't dieting back then because, well, what 12, 13-year-old does? I don't. So it was all just from constantly walking. Walking sort of hits a sweet spot with weight loss. You're going at a certain pace where, your body can easily access the energy that's in it. Anybody can walk unless you're extremely heavy. And then even then, you can probably manage little bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, and if you are extremely heavy, particularly if you're over 40, let's not have a heart attack in the act of trying to lose weight. Like cleaning up your diet and losing some weight and starting to move, first of all, ease into it before you start doing heavy athletics, and walking is perfect for that. You may want to get clearance from your doctor, you may want to do something kinder on your joints and lose some weight before you get into the really heavy stuff, and walking is great for that.
So John, any other thoughts that you might happen to have?
A thought actually crawled into my head this morning, which was relevant to something you said in the last session where you described yourself as a professionally trained comfort eater, and you could out-comfort eat the best of them. And comfort eating is something that's a particular problem for all of us around the holidays. But the thought that crossed my mind is that you might actually not be a trained comfort eater. We might have instincts that have evolved to be the way they are that are now maladaptive but once served a purpose in and around comfort eating. So if you think about the three stressors that existed in people's lives, things that gave them anxiety starting from 40,000 years ago up until maybe 100 years ago, the three stressors would have been famine, that there just is simply a shortage of food, not enough to eat. The gathering and hunting didn't go very well this past couple of weeks. Or it would have been weather, impending winter. Winter is coming. Jon Snow. Or it might have been number 3, impending violence, that either we're going to go out for a hunt tomorrow or we're going to war. And in each one of those 3 cases, fattening up is a reasonable thing to do. Right? So if there isn't enough to eat and you're starving, then eating anything you can shove into your mouth is reasonable. And if winter is coming, fattening up to the tune of 50 pounds would have not even been possible back then. Like fattening up for the winter probably meant more like 5 pounds. And that also would have been a very advisable thing to do. And if you're going on a hunt or you're going into war, you would want to eat a big meal and keep your strength up. Make sure your glycogen supplies are full. Make sure you have enough fuel to go. So eating as much as you can, which wouldn't have been very much in any case, would have been a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And I wonder if there isn't an evolutionary component to why now when we feel stress, we want to eat.
For the most part, for a lot of people, I think for a majority of people, when stress happens, it does create the desire to consume. And for me, though, I will say, I will push back on, I'm definitely still well trained. There could be a biological component to it, but I am by far well trained to do this.
Well, there is training, definitely. I mean, if your comfort food is Krispy Kremes or White Castle, you've obviously been trained to do that. That stuff didn't exist in the tundra or on the savannah. But the training is training you to do, I suspect, something that your body sort of wants to do anyway. And that's why it's really easy to train people to do that.
Well, a lot of our based instincts do work against us in a modern society. The things that attract us, the things that draw us in, are now constantly being used against us to get us to buy things, which is the whole commercial and the way commercials are presented, the way the entire online game thing. It's all supposed to hit the same instincts that make gambling addiction so easy and food addiction.
Yeah, that's right. The hyper-palatable processed foods have rooms full of engineers working on making them hyper-palatable by piggybacking them onto things that we're evolutionarily designed to like.
Yeah, we are evolutionarily designed to desire sweetness because it was rare and it was a ready source of food. It was a ready source of energy. And so when you found a beehive full of honey, you would eat the entire beehive full of honey and you would put all that on as fat because you're going to use that fat. It's in the modern society where it is sedentary lifestyle, abundance of food in a way that never existed before in humanity, and there was no way of evolutionary predicting such a thing.
Yeah, so I don't know if this makes any practical difference, but maybe it helps to some degree in combating these urges, having some idea where it is they come from and why they're there.
It can, provided the circumstance that you're going through allows you the brain space to do so. So when for example, I understand how I process things. I understand where my bad instincts come from. And yet Sunday, when we were running Daisy to the emergency vet office, unable to breathe, and I was afraid that I was going to lose my dog. And I don't know how much I've mentioned it on the show before, but my dogs are very much, I'm one of those people who's like, my dogs are my children. I love these animals more than I love life itself. And that's just the way I am. For the first time in the entire time I owned her, I felt there was a possibility of her dying. Did not have the capacity to do anything once she was in emergency, then go off and get something to eat to comfort myself, which in turn turned out to be Indian food with rice and bread. And I wanted the rice and the bread. That's what I wanted. I could logically understand why I was reacting that way. But at the time, I had no brain space for it. All I was thinking about was, am I going to lose this precious thing to me that I've had since she was 3 months old? So, would it have helped if I could have thought about it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the bitch of it, is there's always something. Probably shouldn't say that's the bitch of it. That's the thing, is there's always something. There's something big, there's something small, but life is never smooth. There's always something.
You have a better chance of weathering small things if you can condition yourself. And the more you can condition yourself to weather the small things, the greater your chance might be at the big things. And it's funny what hits you, because my mom's funeral didn't hit me. My brother's funeral didn't really hit me. But the potential of Daisy dying did. So, sometimes you just have to roll with it a little bit and be a little understanding that, okay, I screwed up. Let's not do that again, or let's try not to.
Yeah, I mean, back when I sold my motorcycles and I realized my 17 years as a biker were coming to an end, which now seems kind of stupid to me now, but at the time my identity and a big chunk of my life and everything was wrapped up in that. And I came home and, I said to you, I remember saying, I'm not a big fan of soothing emotions with food, but today I'm going to do it. And I broke off a big chunk of chocolate and poured out a glass of scotch on the rocks. And that was that. So I do it too, but hopefully not too often.
Considering where you started, you are shockingly disciplined about your diet. I've always admired that about you. You have the control. I don't think it's necessarily easy for you, but you certainly make it look a hell of a lot easier than I'm capable of handling it. So I've always admired that.
Well, a lot of it is luck in how I'm wired, in that my compulsions and urges aren't big enough to get me to actually leave the house. So all I really need to do is make sure I don't have the stuff at home. And that seems to work for me. If somebody else were hardwired with compulsions that are so powerful that it'll get them to drive across town, then I don't even have an answer for that.
Right, and that's me. My compulsions can be are wired to such a degree that if I'm not on top of myself, then it's like, I want a burger and I want fries, but I want fries from here and I want a burger from there. And I will do that. And that's ridiculous. But it's also, there's a reason I'm the fittest fat kid you know. It's not because I've got dietary control without a lot of effort.
I wonder if a part of that is situational as well, because living in the LA area, you're used to driving a lot. And so you drive everywhere you go and every time you need anything. And so you don't see it as an effort. Whereas in the Boston area, I typically don't drive anywhere. And if you do, you have to take your life in your hands because every street is shaped like a corkscrew and they're all one way going the wrong way.
I don't think so. I have to admit, I don't think so, because it's still the effort of, look, at various points in my life where I've gone up in weight, there was a Wawa 2 blocks down the street. I could walk to the Wawa. There is food to be delivered. I don't need to go anywhere to indulge. I don't need to get in the car to indulge. Now, granted, that's more recent thing because, even hell, I don't even think like 5 years ago did you find things like DoorDash. This is, maybe you did, but it was just kind of starting up. Right now, it is far easier than ever before to get whatever you want brought to you at a moment's notice.
Right.
It's 10:30, 10:40 in the morning, I could have a big ass pizza right in front of me within 30 minutes without even thinking twice. Though, in fairness, pizza was one of those things that you could always do that with. But I could even have every grocery I want delivered. So it's more of the impulse control than it has anything to do with easy or hard. Because even for you can DoorDash something right now. It's easy. You don't have to go anywhere. But it's not in front of you. So you can let it go.
Yeah, I guess that's true. And we're, way off script at this point, but it's like the topic of compulsions could probably make a whole episode right there, but you need to find a psychotherapist who treats compulsions, probably as a guest.
Possibly. But, in these discussions, I think one of the important things is there are people out there dealing with these things, and they have the voices in their head, and they think they're abnormal because of the voices in their head. So to know that this is something that is not good, but it's also not unusual.
Yeah, I think everybody has compulsions to some greater or lesser degree. It's very rare not to. I only ever heard of one guy. A guy I used to know had a boss that every day after work he would go home and he would have 1 cigarette and 3 M&Ms. So it's like this guy had the discipline of a samurai, but I've never met or even heard about anybody else like that. Everybody else struggles with compulsions to some degree or another.
That seems, the 3 M&M thing, it seems odd.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Though I guess the idea is he wanted the taste of chocolate. Though if you were going to do that, why M&Ms? It's, if you're going to have, you're going to have one small little taste of something as a reward to yourself. You have the 1 cigarette, which, fine. but you're going to have chocolate. Would it not be like one piece of Godiva? Would it not be one piece of a fine Belgian chocolate? 3 M&Ms.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make an...
Yeah, if you like M&Ms, more power to you. I occasionally have had M&Ms. My mother loved M&Ms. But the thing is, we're talking about you're distilling this experience down to this one degree of reward. And you've chosen 15 calories worth of M&Ms.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something to the M&Ms and the cigarette. I mean, I don't want this to sound like an endorsement or anything.
This is not an endorsement for either cigarettes or M&Ms. Specifically not cigarettes. If you smoke, stop now.
Yeah, who knows? But anyway, the point is that that's the only guy I've ever heard of in my over 50 years on this planet with that degree of discipline. Like the rest of us are struggling with some degree or another of compulsive behaviors. So, you know, if you, the listener, are as well, that's not at all abnormal.
So, John, aside from the fact that I needed to confess my Thanksgiving gluttony to what I would think is a sympathetic ear, even though not as sympathetic as I feel you should be, you bastard. You have, and I'm so happy, I'm so proud of you. You have your first art book being published.
The book is called Creatures of the Dying World, and it's a bestiary for a role-playing game called Merkborg, but could be easily used in any role-playing game you like. And there's 21 monsters that are all lovingly illustrated in all kinds of crazy mixed media. And it just went into stock on exaltedfuneral.com, and that is a print copy plus a PDF copy, or you can get the PDF only at itch.io.
The links will be in the show notes. And let me just say, John's skill as an artist is he has a style all of his own, and it's incredibly fun to look at. I'm going to throw a couple pictures into the video for you listening. You may or may not even hear that statement, but you can use your imagination. And so, John, I am really excited to order my copy, which I'm going to do once I get off this recording. And everybody should order it. But aside from that art book, where can people find you when they're not finding you here?
I'm Bloozit pretty much everywhere, Bloozit. You can find me on Instagram. On Facebook, I'm on the Boston Urban Sketchers, posting as Jonny Bloozit. You can see my portfolio at behance.net/Bloozit. And that's about it.
And as for me, you can find me everywhere at Fittest Fat Kid. All the socials at Fittest Fat Kid, including Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, the Facebook page at Fittest Fat Kid. If you want to reach out, the email address is hithere@fittestfatkid.com. Still no website, but I do promise at some point there will be a www.fittestfatkid.com, or I'll just make it a thing where I just keep saying that. At any rate, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding. And I'll talk to you next week. Today on the Fittest Fat Kid You Know, my buddy drops by to repossess your heart, along as your car if you fall behind on payments. My buddy Matt Burch is going to be talking about how he lost 100 pounds, cleaned up his mindset, cleaned up his diet, and got his fitness back on track. And also he's going to brighten your day because that's just the kind of guy he is. So hit that music and let's get this party started. Joining me today is a man who since the moment I've met him, has really been an inspiration to me. And I don't just say that because he's sitting across the room from me and he can beat me up. This is a man who has, throughout his life, worked hard, but with my own eyes, I watched him put in the time and the reps well before anybody else would dare turn up at the gym. I thought I was the early one, but I wasn't. It's my main Matt. Matt, how are you doing this fine afternoon?
I'm fine. How much better can life be? We're here in the Hollywood Hills with this beautiful view of LA. I'm here with my good friend today. I don't think life gets much better.
It really doesn't. Depends on what food comes later, but
yeah, there we go.
And food is a big part of what we're going to talk about. And speaking of food, Matt, a quick update. So this week, I weighed in at 242 pounds, 0.2. That's down from the last time I weighed myself by 4.4 pounds. So some progress. As I said last week, this was my girlfriend's birthday week. We went away. I was off diet for about 2.5 days because we were up in San Luis Obispo and there was some amazing restaurants and it was celebrating her birthday. So I took the time off, had cake, had Italian food, and then came back onto a 5-day fast. And did a lot of walking, not a lot of lifting, but I was out of town. So that's my update. I'm pretty happy with the progress. But when we're talking progress, the reason I wanted you here today, Matt, is because the last time I saw you was pretty much at the start of the COVID pandemic. So it's been a while. But you really made an amazing amount of progress since I last saw you. I mean, 2 weekends ago, when I saw you for the first time in a while, when you magically appeared out of the back weightlifting room, which in the way that you do, silently somehow. I don't know how somebody with your build moves like a shadow through the world, but you do it. But you had dropped, like overall from the time I first met you, you've dropped 100 pounds.
100 pounds.
100 pounds. But I think from the time I saw you last, it was more like 60 or 70, which is still an amazing amount of weight in the period of time. How did you do it? What were the steps you took, both from a diet perspective and a physical perspective? Because I think you were not always overweight. You got there relatively recently. Mm-hmm. And maybe let's start with that. Tell us a little bit about your fitness progression into your, let's call it your nadir, your low point.
All my life, I had been in shape. Wrestling team in high school. I started weight training at the age of 13 years old, and I'm talking old school weight training. I learned from the pro bodybuilders of the time period. My brother was associated with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Dave Draper, so it was all old school training, and that happened all of my life. And it was the one avenue I had that I could progress on myself. Because in weight training, in this lifestyle, you're only as good as what you do. You're not depending on somebody else to do it for you. You have to do it yourself. So all of my life, I had been in shape. Even throughout my career on TV, in shape, doing my thing.
Like you were like a jacked bodybuilder type.
I was about 275 with a 32-inch waist. I was a wrecking machine. I was a pure wrecking machine.
Professionally so.
Yeah. That's what I did. Well, not only was I on TV, as you know, I repossessed cars and was a bounty hunter. So my life has been very physical.
You are definitely the baddest ass teddy bear walking the face of the earth. It is an amazing contradiction, like, because you are a tough SOB and yet one of the nicest, absolute sweetest, big-hearted guys.
Well, I find it much better to talk people out of a situation than to actually get in one. But it's nice to be able to have both the abilities to be able to talk your way out of something or fight your way out of something. I'd rather talk my way out of something, though. Yeah.
So all of your life,
in shape,
jacked, in shape,
So you're asking what happened.
Without asking what happened,
No,
I'm asking what
okay.
happened.
So, back in 2017, 2015, everything started collapsing in my life. Divorce from the love of my life. The TV show was ending. Everything in my children, my adult children, were now moving on with their lives. I kind of gave up. And then of course the stroke. I had a stroke.
I didn't know that you had a stroke.
Yeah, I had a stroke, and after the stroke, I had to have my shoulder rebuilt. And it's just, it was one series of events after another, and I will admit that I gave up. And I ballooned. I went from, I had dropped at that point in time. I had been down into around 225, 230. I ballooned up to 325, 330. I think that's when you met me. I had just started to get back.
So when I met you, you were just at the beginning.
Just at the beginning, yeah. I just started coming back because I literally took 3 years off.
When I met Matt, I was just starting on my fitness journey, and I began going into a martial arts thing called XMA. And I would go in at 5:45 a.m. in the morning. I was the only person there aside from the woman who cleaned the place, who also would work out on the treadmill. But I was there like a half hour before the class started, and I thought I was the only one. Suddenly, silently, there's this man there. Big dude, but he's moving fast and with purpose and friendly as all hell. Like, hey, how you doing? Just automatically, I might as well have known him for 5 years, just the way he was talking to me. And he used me, Matt. Used me as his rest break. He would vanish off into his cycle, come back, and he'd be by this boxing ring where I was stretching and working out. And he'd be hanging off doing some weird ab exercise and just talking to me, chatting as he's catching his breath for the next round. But I had no idea that was like the start, because at the start, you were intense. You were intense.
Well, you think I had discipline for being there that early. What it was about, let me tell you why I was there that early. One thing I learned when I gained weight and when I got large was how absolutely obnoxiously mean and terrible people can be, both friends, family, and strangers. Okay? So I was at that point where I'm going to go in when I don't have to deal with a soul. I don't have to deal with anybody coming up to me and like bragging on me or talking crap to me. So that was why I came there that early at the time, was to avoid that kind of confrontation with people, because I just didn't want to deal with that.
It is tragic. And one of the themes of this podcast, of course, is I'm trying to talk to people who are in that same situation, the way society basically feels it can talk down, judge, and belittle people who are heavier in weight or having various body issues. I think they also do it to people who are severe ectomorphs, where they can't put on weight to save their lives. But there is a general stigma and just overall nastiness, because clearly there's something wrong with you. You're doing something wrong. And not that there aren't things that need to be worked on, but overall, the permission to be cruel is very pervasive. I mean, even for somebody like you, who before that happening to make you want to shut down, shows how bad it can be.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. That's a fact. And like I said, it wasn't just from strangers. It was from family members. It was from friends of mine that would, like off the collar, just insults, and, from people that, by the way, from people who had never picked up a weight or done a calisthenic in their entire lives. And now I understand why that was, though, Bruce, because I understand why people do the things they do. I hate to say it, it is jealousy. I always hated that concept of jealousy, because I'm like, who am I to be jealous of? But apparently I was. And the fact that I had fallen down really gave some of these people a lot of great joy and happiness.
He's been so good, and now look at him groveling on the ground.
Yeah, look at him now.
Let me just put my boot on his throat and make him feel it.
Yeah.
But no, I as I said, I don't know anybody or anyone or anything I walk around in blissful ignorance. But very warm, friendly guy. And you worked hard, amazingly hard. And it was sort of like, you always were, seeing you, because our relationship is entirely built around this gym, as are most of my relationships. I will live a weird life. But I would see you, and it would make me happy because I could see what you were doing, and you just had this, what I read as like this positive energy. You listened to the right kind of metal, which was always nice, and you were always up for putting on a request.
Yes.
And I will eternally appreciate that.
Mr. Ozzy Osbourne fan.
Yep. Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Here was somebody who, basically professional badass. And he slipped. And this is the story of how he slipped and how he's working his way back. But if he can slip, you shouldn't feel too bad about you slipping, because anybody can. And it's natural. And it happens. So you trained to be a professional wrestler. You were fit your entire life.
Right.
You fell off because you basically got hit with, let's call it what it is, an avalanche of
life.
An avalanche of the absolute nadir of life's experiences,
right,
including a stroke.
So both mentally and physically, I was both hit mentally and physically. So, and you're absolutely right. When you talk about slip, when you talk about fall, everybody, this can happen to anybody. It's not about the fall. And I don't want to say corny. There was a line that Sylvester Stallone said, "It ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and get back up."
Mm-hmm.
And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this, the fitness industry, who you are, it's you. It's all about you. It's all about your tenacity, your perseverance. Okay? If you want it, go get it. You don't have to worry about anybody. You don't need permission from anybody else, but you need permission from yourself. First, forgive yourself for the things you've done and the way you feel. Shut that off and start getting back to what you need to do.
Always acknowledge your mistake, understand it, and then move on from it.
Move on. Worst thing we do as human beings is we dwell in misery and self-pity. Okay? And
it's addictive.
It is. And every one of us has that friend that every time we talk to them, oh my this, oh my that, oh my wife left me, oh my girlfriend's this, and this is okay, by the way, for about 5 minutes. But when it goes into every time you see them, and this is something else you need to do too, people, when you have a friend like this, you know what? One of the best things that ever happened to me was my stepdaughter telling me, "I'm sick of hearing this, Dad. I'm sick of it. You know what to do. Stop acting like a victim. Get off your ass and get back to what you need to do." At the time, it was like a bitch slap in my face because this is one of my favorite kids, right? And I felt a little hurt by it, but then I realized she did it because she loved me and she wanted me to stop doing this. Dad, it's just getting old. Knock it off, And sometimes maybe when you have these friends that are in a position like that, when it goes on and on, maybe one of the hardest things for you to do is give them a good bitch slap. Okay?
Well, a lot of people never get past that stage.
Yes.
One of the things I carry in the back of my head is the fact that both my mother and my brother didn't live particularly good lives. And most of the reason for that is there was always an anger thing. There was always a resentment thing. There was always a grievance in the back of their head that they couldn't let go of. And because of that, they couldn't move past situations and they couldn't take a degree of control. And it truly, in a very real way, crippled them and they were never able to move on from it. And I think everybody has that tendency, but some of us have it a little more than others.
Absolutely.
And because it's in my family, I have to remember that I am always one step away from just collapsing into self-loathing.
Right.
And if I do that, nothing gets done. So it's an active choice to not do that. It's not something that you magically do, or like for some people it's easy. Probably not. It just looks easy externally.
Yes.
A lot of things that look easy are the result of a lot of determination and hard work and pushing forward. It just, since you didn't have to make their decision for them,
right,
you don't see that process. It's never easy, even for the people that make it look easy.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
But the important thing for you is you made that decision. Let's talk a little bit what that decision was in detail. So you made this decision, you had all these issues, you gained all of this weight, and probably felt the worst you've ever felt in your life.
It's terrible. It was terrible. The self-loathing, the shame,
mm-hmm.
and the shame, just your own self-shame. And then, not to mention when people are mean to you. My God,
it reinforces the bad voices in the head.
My God, I'll never forget the worst. I'm standing in line at a restaurant when the COVID thing. I remember we had and this guy I didn't even know comes up. He goes, he says to me, "Wow, looks like you could like use a diet." And I'm like, I wanted to literally punch this man in the face because who the F do you think you are? You're a complete stranger, And I guess because I would never, in a million years, talk to another human being like this way. It devastated me, And it sounds so ridiculous that a guy like me would have such a thin skin at that point in time, but that's what happened. I was brought to that level. I just remember getting up one morning and saying, did you have another question about that?
No, you continue. I was like, I'm here. It didn't happen to me, but it easily could have. I'm here angry and horrified on your behalf. I want to hit this bastard on your behalf.
Well, someone asked me, I guess the number one question is what did you do and how did you do it?
Diet and exercise is individual. It's one of the big lessons I try to keep putting out there.
Yes.
Is what works for me may not work for you. And even if it sort of works for you, you're going to have to adjust from what I'm doing.
Bravo. I'm glad you said that.
But what I want to know is, one, from an exercise standpoint, which is important, but not nearly as important as what did you do with the diet?
Okay.
Because working out builds you up,
right,
but losing weight, that is almost completely diet.
Okay.
So let's start with working out, because
working out, and keep in mind, I'm 59 years old now. Okay. The biggest thing I will say to people, men and women over 40, okay, that are training is take your ego out of the equation. Okay. Take your ego out of the equation, go slow. A lot of my friends that are in the same category as I am are overweight and given up because they refuse to go back to the gym, and because they know they can't do what they used to do. Okay. And I'll just give you, for example, I would go into the gym when I was younger. I could go in, I could throw 225 on a bench, and I could crack out 30 reps with 225, which is 2 plates on each side. Now I come in and I literally, I'm not kidding, because I start with the bar and I warm up. And when I do lateral, I don't worry about weight anymore. I worry about quality of workout and consistency of workout. Okay. And that's the most important part. Take your ego out of the equation, get your butt back to the gym, go back into your own gym, back to whatever gym you're going to go to. Be there, be consistent, and don't worry about what the guy next to you is looking at. Like, if you're doing 5-pound lateral raises, so what? So what? You do your thing, let him do his thing.
And also remember, if you need to start off at 5 pounds, eventually you can build that up a little bit. It's not like, what you can't do is start, if you can only do 5 and you try to grab 20s, you're going to tear your shoulder, and then you're not going to be working out for 3 months.
There it is.
So
there it is.
And also, it's not a race. It really isn't. Or if you're going to look at it as a race, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Yeah, it's a marathon.
And so you need to really, really pace yourself. But back to your advice.
We talking about? Are we still on?
You were talking.
Or now
we're talking. You're still going. You're still talking about how you work out. So let's talk to this theoretical person that I keep talking to, who is a guy who is trying to make the decision to start back up.
Right.
He wants to go to the gym. He doesn't know what to do.
Right.
What would your advice be specifically to him? Here, you're going to go into the gym, and if you listen to what I say, here's what I say you should do.
Is this gentleman ever been acclimated to weight training at all?
Let's assume he's not.
Okay. So I will say this. I think it is worth the time and worth the money to invest in a private trainer to get you started. If you have no concept of the weight training and it can be a very intimidating place, as you know. I mean, even for guys like me that can be an intimidating place once you even to restart. So if you know nothing about the gym, I would suggest either you find someone like me that you can talk to online, or you get a private trainer and spend a month, 2 months with that private trainer, get acclimated to the gym. Then, use that trainer as long as you want to. But I always feel that you need to wean off a trainer. That's just my personal opinion on private training. You need to get to a point where you can get in there by yourself, because the bottom line, this is you. This is all about you. That's it. Focusing on yourself. That's just my opinion. I'm sure a lot of the private trainers out there would be mad at me for saying that. But I think use your trainer for a period of time. Then every once in a while, you go back and touch base with that private trainer. But I guess maybe because the gym to me is a very personal, it's a private, personal thing for me. Do you understand what I mean by that, Bruce?
I think so.
It's my time. It's my church. It's my meditation place. So I guess I don't really need people around me. I don't need a trainer. I don't need people around me to motivate me. I'm self-motivated in that direction. Not necessarily the rest of my life, but in that issue, I'm very self-motivated.
Let's take a moment and assume maybe this person doesn't have the means.
Okay.
Like they can afford themselves a membership to 24-hour.
Okay.
Or generic gym X down the street, but they're going to be going in there alone.
Okay.
I've given thoughts before on how this person might start. But if he couldn't have the trainer,
okay,
which is a great idea, by the way, having somebody show you how your body is going to adapt to this is a wonderful thing. I definitely endorse that.
Okay. So you start like any of us did. If you go into a gym, and this is where the social thing comes into play, watch somebody that's doing something. Whatever, like say they're working their chest, or they're working their bicep, or their whatever it may be. Most of the guys in the gym will be more than happy to give you a little advice. Most of the guys I've met at the gyms, in fact, you probably run into guys that want to over-advise you. In fact, but if you're not too shy, walk up to somebody and say, hey, what do you do to get a chest like that? And I'm telling you, they will take the time. Some of them will take the time to tell you, but a lot of them will take the time to even show you. But it's up to you to take that first step, though. And that's the rough part, guys. The rough part is taking that first step. It's just like going out on the dance floor and asking that girl to dance. The dance isn't hard. It's asking that girl, can you dance with me? Right? So, yeah, that's what I would do. And now that the video, now that the online thing is happening so prevalent now, you can reach out, and there are people out there that you can go online too. I'm sure you can find Bruce online.
I always give you my information at the end of these
videos. You can
videos.
find me online. You can find people online, and even on Facebook or on Instagram, and write them a little letter. Hey, I'm very impressed with your physique, or you've inspired me. What can you tell me? How did you do this? How did you do that? And I'm telling you, a lot of people will take the time to write back to you, and they will tell you what you need to do. But like Bruce said, though, training, it's all a matter of individualism. And what works for me may not work for you. And that will take time for you to figure out what works for you. Somebody asked me one time, what is the best exercise, for building your tricep? I said, the one you'll do. And they said, excuse me? The one that works for you is the best exercise. Because the one that works for you may not work for me. The one that works for me may not work for you. That's something you got to figure out.
There's definitely a degree of, I like this exercise. Like for triceps for me, I like an exercise called a skull crusher, where you lay flat on a bench. Right. And we have a bent bar, but you can do it with a straight bar. You can do it with dumbbells. But basically, from the flat bench, you are bringing them over your head and then pressing them out, which is a weird angle. Right. I'll do a video on it sometime at the gym just to show you, because I can't show you in this chair. It's going to make no sense. But afterwards, I can really feel it, and I know that makes a difference. And I like doing them. And that's the key is, hey, this is fun. Because ultimately, you want to get into either a spiritual spot, as Matt does, which is the gym is my church. I find my Zen there. Or for me, it's like a play around social, and I just happen to be really good at torturing myself. So I in a very weird way enjoy it, so I can spend hours doing it. But you find your thing that you connect to, and then that makes the gym much more possible for you to get the growth you want out of it. Because if you view it as, oh God, I've got to go there.
Yeah.
It's not going to work for you. If you hate every moment doing it, then it's hard to advise past that. And that's a matter of finding the right exercises. Because I think if the goal isn't not to build your body, like to really like boom bars out your chest, and it's just to become like fit and healthy, really the actual exercises don't matter that much.
No, they really don't. It's all about getting movement. Mm-hmm. It's all about, that's it.
And you find the ones you like, make it a hobby, make it fun. And you might really enjoy bench pressing, where you might really hate you might enjoy barbell bench pressing. You might hate dumbbell bench pressing.
Yes.
If you're not trying to, like I said, build little this humongous breastplate, and you just want to get some tone and fitness to your body, doesn't matter which one you do.
No, I agree with you 100% on that. Again, ironically, that one exercise that you like the most, I hate. That tricep,
the skull crusher.
I hate that. It hurts my shoulders. I don't like it. I'm scared when I'm coming down, because if it slips and hits my head, blah, blah, blah. Right? But you're
got to
right.
preserve the prettiness we got. I understand. I understand.
So it's funny, ironically speaking, that's funny. The one that works for you, I hate the most,
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of tricep one-arm tricep kickbacks.
And that's and that's my favorite. And that is my favorite. Or overhead.
I had a feeling. I'm neutral on overhead. Overhead, I just feel like fully kind of extended in a weird way from here, and I don't like that.
You don't like it. I get it.
Right.
I get it.
But again, the universe has provided us with so many options to go for through this. Another one I like is just like the push downs. Right. That one's just fun.
You've seen the commercials now for, I don't want to put brands on blast, but Peloton and the intense high volume workouts. I think, I'm sorry, I don't agree with the pushing until you're going to fall down routines that these people are pushing.
Only so many people can adapt to it.
Exactly.
Like I can get into that kind of thing. I find the culture of these companies to be a bit bourgeois-y, so
yes.
it doesn't suit me, where I kind of like having to chase Scott with my gloves. That like you saw me, and he's got me doing things that me just going back to the gym I don't have the endurance for, but I will plug through them. And if I've got to stop in the middle of them and take 5 deep breaths and then continue, I will.
Right.
That's my speed. Or when you saw me in the ring doing rolls and flips and just going as much as I possibly can before it becomes unsafe.
Yes.
But I think for a lot of people, that kind of like just keep going until you like as far as you can thing is bad.
Well, I do, because then the average guy or the average woman will look at that, and then when you can't do it, you feel like this big ass loser because you see all these, these people like, come on, let's push this 30 minutes and let's rock and let's move. And I know it hurts, but keep going. I'm sorry. And then a lot of people cannot keep up with that. I'm telling you, I would have a hard time keeping up with that now. And I'm probably in better shape than I've been in years, but I'm not going to push it. And I'm not going to let somebody else push me. I'm going to do what I'm going to need to do to get back in shape and to feel better about myself. But but again, that is just an opinion. That's an opinion of a person that's been training since 1973. So, excuse me. Yeah, since 1973 is when I first picked up a weight. And like I said, when I was on the wrestling team, they really pushed. I mean, we really pushed, where you're dying and the whole bit. That's okay when you're a teenager. It's okay when you're in your 20s. But I don't agree with it when you're in your late 30s, late 40s, and 50s and 60s. Just take like I said, take it slow and enjoy yourself. It should be an enjoyable time. It shouldn't be, oh God, I gotta,
If it works for you, it works for you, and that's fine.
Right.
But if it doesn't mean that you've somehow failed.
There it is.
It means that you're either trying to go too far, too fast, too soon.
Right.
So don't, because you can build towards that if that's what you want to build towards. But if you, because like right now, and I'm sure you had your bugaboos when you started back up, like you're 100 pounds overweight, you start moving again, and now you've got weak points that you didn't have before that you're just encountering. And I'm willing to bet one of those weak points were your ankles.
Believe it or not, it wasn't my ankles and it wasn't my knees. It was my hips that I was having trouble with. And it's funny now because some of the workouts I do now, when I'll carry 70, 80 pounds on a walk, just
Farmer's walk.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I was carrying around 100 pounds before. And now I'm carrying around 60-pound dumbbells, 60 pounds worth of weight. I'm like, holy crap, this is rough, and so.
Somebody asked me, was like, when you're training, are you going to put on like a weight vest? It's sort of like, I've got a 78-pound weight vest on me all the time. I don't need to do that right now.
No, yeah.
Like right now, I would just love to get a pull up. I don't need to put on a weight vest and try it. It's like for me, my ankles, because I'm trying to do a lot and it does require, and there's a bunch of agility involved.
Right.
So I'll feel it in my ankles, and specifically my left Achilles right now. And that really sucks. But, so right now, not the time for me to train to run a 5K.
Well, by the way, I will tell you that, by the way, I'm going to tell you something. Injuries are going to happen, and you're going to be stiff and you're going to be sore. You have to know your body. You have to know what you can push through and what, I better not do that again. That's a whole, and this is something you're going to have to learn. I can't teach you this. Bruce can't teach you that. No one, not your personal trainer can't teach you. This is something you have to figure out. But I guess what I'm telling you is it ain't going to be easy, but it is worth it. It is worth it. I'm telling you, it is worth it. And I'm telling you this because now we can reverse health issues now with nutrition and proper diet, proper exercise and proper mental attitude. And all of these things coincide with each other. The proper mental attitude, the proper diet, proper exercise. They all work out together. You need all three of these to make it happen. But you can change. Like, for example, when I was 100 pounds overweight, my blood pressure was through the roof. They wanted to put me on blood pressure medication. They wanted to put me on cholesterol medication for the rest of my life. After I've lost 100 pounds, my blood pressure is 128 over 67, 68. My cholesterol level has dropped, and without any medication whatsoever. And because we all know guys my age that are on 12, 13, 14 different prescription medications. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not downing prescription medication, but there are things that you can take over and change yourself. You just gotta stop being lazy. I'm sorry, and there's no other word around it. Stop being lazy. Get off your butt. Start moving. Now I'm gonna when Bruce talks about the diet, I want you to get your pad and pencils out because this is going to be very intense, and it's going to be very direct, and you're going to have to write it down.
Of course, this is also going to be on video, so you can listen to it over a couple times. So yeah, let's transition into your diet. Your diet.
Are you ready? Are you have your pencil and pad ready? Are you ready to take all this valid information down? So here it is, folks. Just have some common sense about the food that you put into your body. Period. It doesn't get any more complex than that. Okay? Find out a basic diet. There are many of them out there. When I say diet, I'm not talking about deprivation, by the way. I'm talking about proper foods that you eat. The amount of food you eat.
Things along the perimeter of the supermarket, not down the aisles.
There you go. Stay away from canned foods of any kind whatsoever. Period. Anything processed, stay away from. And here's the biggest one. Write this down. Stay away from soda pop. Alleviate that from your diet. It is pure poison. Ladies and gentlemen, stay away from it. Period. Get more water into your system. Like I said, I'm not telling you, this is no great secret from the gods. Use common sense, okay? And my biggest thing, if your schedule allows it, stop your caloric intake after 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Completely. After that last meal of the night, stop it. And when I say your last meal of the night, make sure it's try to eat 2 hours, 3 hours before you go to bed.
3 hours. 3 hours is the better window. So
exactly.
let's leave it at 3 hours.
2 to 3 or 3 hours before you go to bed. And what that means is you can't go sneaking back to the refrigerator and shove something in your mouth before you try to do that.
The reason and the reason Matt is telling you to do that is when you go to sleep is when your body does the majority of its changes. That's where you get muscle growth. It releases human growth hormone. And there's a bunch of other various hormones that get released. Having an insulin spike going on in your body at that time disrupts that entire process. So you need a good 3 hours for your insulin to come back down and not disrupt these processes. That's why the 3 hours is incredibly important. And I just wanted to give that little bit of clarification.
I dropped the majority of my weight by not eating after 7 after doing that 3 hour window after eating at my last meal of the evening. I dropped 60 pounds without doing cardio. By just doing that alone. Also, how many of you out there know that person that's overweight and said, well, I ate 1 meal a day and I'm still gaining weight? Well, we all know why that's happening now. The body's a very unique piece of equipment, okay? If you do that to yourself, the body goes into what we call starvation mode. What I'm telling you is this is all basic information. You may not even know it, but it's all basic information. So anything that you do eat, if you're eating 1 or 2 meals a day, the body stores in fat. The body will store it in fat, and now you'll gain weight. Even if you're working out, even if you're only eating that 1 or 2 meals a day, best way to do it. I eat 5 to 6 meals a day. Now I eat a decent breakfast. Now when I say a very common sense breakfast, 2 eggs, usually 1 egg white, and 1 piece of toast. You'd be surprised, by the way, the amount of food Americans eat at breakfast. You ever gone out and watched people eat at breakfast?
I mean, I just did that like last week. So.
A slab of hash browns about that big, 3 eggs, 4 pieces of toast, and I've seen people wash that down.
Have you gone to Lancers?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Lancers?
Yeah.
Have you gotten the corned beef hash and eggs?
Yeah, see how much food there is on that plate?
Yes. I've never ever successfully
Finished
I
it?
have never successfully finished that.
Yeah.
And you can substitute the toast for 2 pancakes. And not little pancakes, an actual thing. Which if you're going to do it right, you got to do the substitution.
And there it is.
But that literally is potentially a 2,000, 2,500 calorie meal.
And if you're drinking coffee with creamer, or most people now are drinking Coke with their, like having a Coke with their, you're raising it well up into the 3,000 range,
And that's breakfast.
And that's breakfast, by the way,
Most people, I don't think most people realize that even when you're doing something a lot more sane than Lancers, which is just about anywhere else you might go,
right?
It's still, most meals that people are having range into, if it's eating out, range somewhere from, if you're low, 700-800 calories to probably around 12 to 14.
Well,
and that would be just like your normal.
Well, most when I go out on a date, by the way, if we go to a restaurant, like
he's sitting on me right now.
Like if you go to Black Angus, or if you go to the bigger restaurants, there is literally enough food when they bring one meal out. There's enough food for 2 people. So I've done that when I've gone on a date. What are you having? Well, let's share. And if they can't share what I'm having, I'll share what they're having. And there's more than enough to satisfy 2 people. So if you're wondering why most of America is overweight and obese, the amount of portions that we have become the norm. And that's when that's the part you need to change. Now, like I said, literally in the morning, I have 2 eggs, an egg white and a whole egg, 1 piece of toast, a half a banana, and a glass of orange juice, or like a half a glass of orange juice. That's my breakfast. And I'm perfectly satisfied. 2 hours later, I have another small meal. 2 hours after that, I'll have lunch. 2 hours again, I'll have another small meal. And 2 hours after that, I'll have dinner. Okay. But I probably eat less food in a day than you will eat in 3 days. Most of America will eat in 3 days. Excuse me.
Yeah, I was going to say the math.
But you understand what?
Because those are some pretty big meals. If that's like, but what you meant is that what you're going to eat in 3 days would amount to what the average American eats in 1 day.
1 day. That's okay. Yeah, that's what I was really trying to say. And portion control is the biggest thing, and it's a very hard psychological thing to break too. Because
here's a trick for that that I don't personally do, but I've heard about is most plates that you have are dinner plates.
Right.
So you psychologically want to fill that plate.
Right.
Use a smaller, like a little salad plate, or even.
That's what I do.
Yep.
That's what I do.
Another little trick is get smaller silverware. These are psychological tricks, but they do work.
Absolutely.
If you're going to eat the way Matt eats, this helps you psychologically satisfy yourself. It's sort of like if you're going to have a bag of chips, which is not encouraged, but if you get yourself a small bag of chip, you'll eat the bag of chips.
Right.
If you get yourself a big bag of chips,
eat the whole bag.
You'll eat a bag of chips.
Yep.
So if you don't want to eat 1,000 calories worth of chips, you get the 200 calorie bag of chips. It is the whole thing with portion control.
By the way, carbonated beverage, even Perrier, even seltzer water, the carbonation in a beverage when you're drinking it with food slows down the stomach acid when you're eating. So what does that do? When you're eating and you're slowing down your stomach acid, it's making that food sit in your stomach that much longer before it breaks down. So I would say, I'm imploring you out there, try not to drink a carbonated beverage while you're eating. You can have one of these Perrier. You can even have when I say don't drink soda pop, I'm not talking about alleviate it completely out of you. I mean, you can have a couple of these things a week, But try, especially, like what is the biggest thing we do as Americans when we order pizza? What do we wash it down with? One of the biggest carbs that we're eating is pizza, and we wash it down with Coke. It just sits there and rots in your belly for that much longer before it gets processed through. So stop drinking carbonated beverages with your meals, if at all possible.
I have to admit, I'm sometimes guilty of that, though. My big drink is iced tea. Unsweetened iced tea is my jam. So,
well, I don't see how that's bad. I mean,
I don't see how that's bad either.
Unsweetened iced tea. These Crystal Light products. Yeah, okay. I would. Those are, but even those, keep those down to 1 or 2 a day. I know people. I drink 8 or 9 of those a day. I mean, the bottom line. Let's face it. It is chemical.
It is chemical.
It's a chemical, and
it's even
it's better than Coke, but
at best it's neutral. At worst, who knows? Because who knows?
Yeah.
Basically, it's real foods, whole foods, not processed foods.
Nothing processed. And I alleviate carbs after the second meal of the day. I do alleviate carbs after the second meal of the day.
And how that helps him is he has 2 meals where he's getting an insulin spike and an insulin spike, at which point his other meals are not producing nearly as much insulin reaction, which effectively gives him a 14 to 16, possibly even an 18-hour window where his insulin isn't peaking.
Right.
And that's part of the key to how he lost weight, because if he was insulin spiking throughout the day, he probably wouldn't have been able to lose the weight he was able to lose.
The irony of though is now that I've gotten back down to 220, the funniest part is losing this. I'm going to drop another 20. Losing this last 20 pounds has been, I forgot to tell you guys about this, by the way. Once you do get to a certain goal and you want to drop a little more, it's going to be harder. It's harder and harder. You know what I'm talking about, Bruce.
Yeah.
When you get there, like I said, I wanted to drop this last 20 pounds, and it's been holding on like an ex-wife, it's been holding on like a bitter ex-wife. And again, it's all about perseverance. You have to look at it and go, you're not going to beat me. I'm going to beat you. But it's all on you.
Oh, he's
not to downtrodden. No, I'm not. Yeah, not to downtrodden the women in my life, but
send all legal comments care of Matt Burch at we're gonna burn his house down.com. Well, when you're talking about the last 20 pounds, the further you have to go, the easier it is to lose it.
Right.
Partially because even though muscle is a very active tissue where fat is not.
Right.
But still carrying it around requires energy. So your energy needs are going down as you're losing weight. And you can counterbalance that with how much you work out.
Right.
But your base level metabolism does kind of drop. So somebody who weighs 400 pounds is going to find that first 100 pounds to lose much easier than you did at 300. And of course, at 300, much easier than it's going to be at 200. So the last 20, and also there tends to be your body hits what's called homeostasis, where your body wants to be this weight.
Right.
You've always been a big beefy boy throughout your entire life. Chances are 220 is kind of, even though you've got some more that you can go, your body probably is quite happy. It's probably hit a degree of homeostasis. So now you're a little working against what your body naturally wants.
Exactly. You up the cardio a little bit. You up your game. It's all about upping your game a little bit.
Yeah. Do you have any other fitness, diet, or mindset advice you feel would be pertinent?
When I'm closing out today with you today is stay positive. Alleviate, if you can, alleviate the people in your life that are negative and toxic.
So let's talk a moment about that, because I really like that topic, because there's a lot of people who find themselves being held back because of the people they've chosen.
Yes.
And even more than chosen, sometimes it's family.
Yes.
And you feel like you owe your family your loyalty and allegiance no matter what they do to you. And nothing could be further from the truth.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Family, exactly. And family, can be some of the worst. I'm going to give you an example. When I was a kid working out, and I met Arnold, and I met, and my brother, of course, was a bodybuilder. And I remember I was 13 years old, and what did you want to be? And I said, I want to be an action movie TV star bodybuilder type guy. And my mother and my dad and my sister told me I was ridiculous, that not many people make it in that industry, and I should be going into something else.
Accounting.
Whatever exactly. So, and it literally, I will often wonder. Now, I did attain some notoriety as I've gotten older, okay, but it took me years of deprogramming negative behavior. But I often wonder if I would have had an ounce of positive feedback when I was a kid and pushing me in the right direction. Could I have been a Van Damme? Could I have been a Schwarzenegger? Could I have been a Stallone? I think so. If you see pictures of me when I was younger, I could have been one of these guys. If I would have had an ounce of encouragement, So my thing to you people is if you have negative people in your life, alleviate them. I'm sorry. And even if they're family, and sometimes it's hard to do that when it's family, but you only have one life, and you can't worry about what these people need. You have to worry about what you need. You have to be a little selfish sometimes, because it's one life and you have to be happy.
And you have to also remember that you are the aggregate of the people you surround yourself by. You will be affected by who they are, their attitudes, and they will shape you. And either of these are people who are making positive additions to your life, or they're making negative additions to your life.
Right.
And ultimately, you can withstand a lot of things in your world. But if the people closest to you are just negative and pulling you down, you will never, ever outrun the gravity of that negativity. Just like if you're surrounded by a bunch of supportive, positive people, you will go further than you are capable of going on your own.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
And it's one of the fundamental facts of your life. And it's one of the things that if you don't change it for yourself, if you just keep surrounding yourself with negativity and your life is not good, which chances are if you are surrounded by negativity, your life is not good, it's never going to get better. And it's a hard fact, and it's a shame that that's how the world works. But either people are lifting you up or dragging you down, and you have to identify who they are and make some hard decisions there. It's just life.
Yes, I agree 100%. I agree. So, and oftentimes we're so worried about hurting these people's feelings, okay, that we're worried about hurting their feelings, and we're being downtrodden by them, but we're worried about hurting their feelings. Because I know you've been there. You've done it. I've done it. And I'm not saying you should go tell your sister to go F off, or what I'm saying is comfortably distance yourself from people. Like I said, doesn't mean you have to be an ass about it, but distance yourself from these people, whether they be friends, family, acquaintances, coworkers. Just distance yourself. Have as little to do with negative people as you possibly can.
Yeah, you can still be kind.
Yes.
And you should always strive to be kind.
Absolute fact.
Because ultimately, people will respond to more positive energy and will see you in better light. Don't be a doormat, but don't be an asshole.
Don't be a victim, but don't be an asshole.
Yep. Do you want to talk a little bit about, you had mentioned to me, like when I asked you, hey, Matt, you want to come on?
Yeah.
You felt sexy, man, you. And you were like, yeah, I want to talk about this. Like, there's this thing I'm thinking of doing because I want to encourage people as they're getting up there in age. Do you have like a plan in mind, a project in mind?
Well,
is there something you might want to talk about?
What I wanted to do was do something like what you're doing here and have an open forum, especially for guys over 50. Because, to tell them that it's not over. You're 50, because you ever watch that show Barney Miller? Did you ever watch the show Barney Miller?
I'm aware that it existed.
Okay. There was a scene in there, and there was a guy named Abe Bagoda. There was a scene in there, and he was talking, I'm a 63-year-old man, and this guy looked like he was in his 90s. He says, I'm a 63-year-old man, and I can't do this anymore. The guy was 63, and he looked like he was in his 90s. Okay? I'm almost 60, and I can outdo a lot of guys that are in their 20s.
I've watched you do that.
Okay, so, right? You know what I mean? And that's, by the way, that's not my goal to outdo these younger guys. That's not my goal. But
there's a little bit of pride happening there when he does it. He's being modest.
But what I just like to do is get a forum for guys and men and women. By the way, I'm not prejudiced towards women. I love women. But
no, it's just natural to talk about guys because that's where you come from.
Yeah.
But I think what you want to do is have this it's about the people reaching their sunset years without, basically building their box around them at age 50.
Yeah, because a lot of people give up at a certain age. They do. And again, I believe it's because of the diet, because their diet was crap, because they weren't exercising, because they weren't doing things. You can change it, but I'm telling you, you can change it around. All you got to do is have the want and the know-how.
So, are you just like it's early stage or?
Oh, but it's
just an idea.
It's conceptual right now. It's like I said, I want to be able to reach out. I want these people to be able to reach out to me, and I can individually talk to them for a few minutes and tell them what, give them some encouragement,
Basically sort of like a Discord server for the older age, and you might be going.
And by the way, if you think this is easy for me, let me tell you something, okay? I have had the left shoulder rebuilt. I have a titanium left shoulder. I have a titanium right hip. I've had a compound fracture of the tib fib. I've been shot twice. Okay. I have had a number of injuries over the years. This is not something, well, Matt, you can do it because it's easy for you. No, it's not. No, it's not. The reason I bring all this up is not to brag about these injuries, but to tell you, injuries are not an excuse, by the way. Okay. I've seen guys in there with prosthetic limbs, working out. I mean,
I saw somebody with
phenomenal shape.
I saw somebody with cerebral palsy in a wheelchair doing shoulder presses.
We probably know who the young man. I think I know the young man. You're
I mean, I actually did a set with him simply because it seemed like something to do because he was there, and you may not, wherever you're at in your life, you may not be able to rep out 500 pound chest presses, but you don't have to. It doesn't really matter where you start.
Right.
It just matters that you start.
And I say these injuries because most of these things happen to us after 40 or after 50. The body breaks down. Let's face it. But I'm telling you right now, it ain't no excuse.
And also, as the body is going to break down more if you don't build it back up, you have two choices with pain. You are either going to be in pain from building yourself up, or you're going to be in pain from breaking down.
Right.
And one seems easier because it doesn't require the direct will of putting in the effort.
Right.
So you can just simply sit on the couch. But then everything in your life gets progressively harder.
Yep.
You either put in the time acutely or you pay the price over a much longer period of time.
And that's about as simple as it gets. It's all about movement. Again, guys, it's all about movement.
And it's not as hard as you think it is.
No, it's really not. And like Bruce said, you don't have to be you don't have to be Arnold Schwarzenegger when you go into a gym. It's not, just be consistent. Just get in there, do your thing, have a good time. And I'm telling you, it's worth the effort. I'm telling you, it's worth the effort. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I was on my way out. I'm not kidding, Bruce. I was on my way out.
No,
I'm not. I was really on my way out when I decided to get back into the. When I say on my way out, my health was. I was in a sorry state of affairs, and I have literally done a 180, taken that and done a 180 with it. Okay, and I plan to be here. So I just got this hip done 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
2 months ago. Yeah, and you see,
he still has the warranty.
Yeah, well, the doctor said I'm going to get 30 years out of it. And I'm like, and I plan to use each. And so that'll put me at 91 years old when, and I plan to use every single one of those years, by the way. I have 2 grandchildren. I plan to hang out with them. I plan to walk both of them down there when they get married someday. I plan to be here for quite some time to come.
And putting in the effort to make sure that it's quality.
I'll be here. I'll be here. And I'll be here to help you out too. So if you want to ask Matt, I'll be here.
Well, speaking of that, Matt.
Yeah.
One, thank you for being here. And where can people find you when they're not finding you here? Again, in my living room.
Well, I do have an Instagram page, Repo Matt 64. I do have 4 Facebook pages. You have to be careful. I did a TV show for 12 years called Operation Repo. So there are a few people out there that have fake pages. But if you
We're going to put direct. So what's going to happen is I'm going to get the direct links from you, and then they're going to be published in this episode. It'll be on the YouTube, and
they can find me from there.
After they'll be able to click from there. Yeah. But still, you should be saying where you're. You should still be laying it out here.
Well, like I said, Matt Burch. If you look up Matt Burch on Facebook, you'll find who I am, and please friend request me, and I'll be glad to talk to you. And again, you can find me on Instagram.
And of course, I am the fittest fat kid you know, and you can always find me here on my podcast, The Fittest Fat Kid You Know. All of my socials are at Fittest Fat Kid, including my Facebook page. And as Matt said, reach out. I am here to answer questions. I am here to commiserate, to advise, to sympathize, to make fun of, to make light of. And you can email me at hithere@fittestfatkid.com. If you've enjoyed this podcast, please leave a like, comment, subscribe. Watch us on YouTube. I'm always around. And so, once again, hold yourself accountable, but do it with kindness and understanding. And I'll see you next week. Peace. Hey, take a moment and imagine that you had gotten your weight over 400 pounds, and you did it through a very specific applied application of bowls of mac and cheese and angel food cake servings. Now, imagine that you got yourself back from that brink, only to find yourself with the big C, cancer, and you overcame that too. Well, you don't have to imagine. I'm going to talk to the very guy who did it. So let's hit that music. And let's get started. Joining me today is Matthew Getic of the Happened in the 90s podcast. But we're not here to talk about the 90s because that's his job. But we're here to talk about his fitness journey, which when he was younger, at some point, he tipped the scales at 400 pounds. He did get control of that. And then his body said, oh, you thought that was hard? Try this one on for size, and developed leukemia because why not? And he beat that too. So Matt is joining us today to talk about that. Matt, join us. Talk about this.
Wow. I mean, there's so much to uncover here. But yeah, we got an interesting episode, Bruce. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem. I had nothing to do this morning.
Just, nice Sunday. Why not? Let's talk about being fat. Why not? But yeah, it's definitely, I've had an interesting 2 decades. Let's put it that way. So let me know. What do you want to know? What can I lay on you right now?
Well, let's start with how you got to 400 pounds, because that is not an easy number to hit. Well, I mean, it is an easy number to hit, but it's not a normal number to hit. How did you get there?
Well, I came from a family. We're all big people. We're from the Midwest. And growing up, I had a very doting grandmother who had like candy jars and cakes everywhere. And as far as like eating habits go, I was never really given an education in that. You know, both my parents worked. I had an older sister who was way older than me, so she was out of the house. So whenever we ate, we just ate a lot, whatever it was. Good stuff. We didn't really eat good stuff, but I'd say the beginning of it was that.
Give us an example of young Matt comes to dinner.
Well,
is it just like a big pile of Lunchables and Hot Pockets?
I mean, not even that. I mean, I'd stay with my grandma when my mom and dad were at work. So my grandma would make her own macaroni and cheese, and I'd have multiple bowls of that. She'd had angel food cake on the table at all times, and I would have slice upon slice of that. There was no, hey, stop, you know. So whatever it was,
you're a growing boy. You need your food to grow.
And I remember being cognizant that I was getting heavier. I moved from Pennsylvania to Ohio when I was 10. And when I was in Pennsylvania, you know, that was your group. You grew up with them. And there was never any, hey, fatty, or you're fat. But when I moved to a different place, I started hearing that. And I was like, am I fat? And my parents, of course, are like, no, you're going to grow up. You're going to stretch it out. It's going to stretch out. You know, you're not, at some point, you're just going to hit a growth spurt and you're not going to be fat anymore.
Clearly, your parents were biologists.
Exactly. They clearly had a real firm grasp on science. But even then, you know, that just continued. When I got older, having no real eating education on how to eat healthily or even somewhat healthily, you know, you go to college and that just exacerbates the problem. So to go from, I'd say when I went to college, I was probably in my maybe high 2s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was chubby, but I wouldn't say I was like obese, like morbidly obese. But by the time I started wanting to and needing to lose weight, I, you know, was just pounding. I would go to work and have like a triple cheeseburger from Wendy's, a double cheeseburger, biggie sized fries, a nugget, and probably the equivalent of like a 12-pack of soda a day.
Yeah.
So the fact that I didn't get cancer or some kind of crazy like heart disease by just doing that and also smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
That's helpful.
So I wasn't really hitting the marks.
Nah, for real. So when you went to college, were you living at home going to college, or did you go off to college?
I mean, I was 20 minutes away from my mom and dad, so they were always there to like, you know, I could go there, but I lived in the dorms.
Okay.
Yeah, we had on-campus restaurants, and this is another way I probably gained 100 pounds. We had like a restaurant in the bottom of our quad that doesn't exist anymore. It was burnt to the ground.
And that's not a commentary on the food at all.
No, I mean, this was just just a haven of degeneracy. Like, I think my college knew the kids that just wanted to party, so they put us all in the same like general vicinity. They had a restaurant called, I don't even remember, the Galley, I think. And all they served was mozzarella sticks, anything fried. So when I was at school, I'd eat that and I'd come home and eat whatever my parents had. So it was just, you know, I should have just been eating Crisco, essentially. You know, it was just one of those things.
And they do make flavored Crisco, so that is an option. So it was at college that you tipped the scales over 400 pounds. What was the moment that made you turn that around? How did you get to that, oh my God, if I don't do something soon, doorways will no longer support my form factor?
It's actually two things. One, like a general thing, and then kind of a heartbreaking situation. But one, you know, I was a young guy, and you get friend zoned by enough women because you're not the ideal. And that gets in your head a little bit. So I would say that was probably like 75% of it. I was always just like, knew I needed to lose weight. You know, if I did go to a doctor, they would tell me I needed to lose weight. And just being, you know, you can see yourself.
Yeah.
You know, you're not the pinnacle of fitness. So there was that. But there was this one situation where I lived in a house with a bunch of people, like me and I think 4 other guys. And we would have parties, you know, as you will in college. Mm-hmm. And we had a pretty strong, big group of friends that were from the town that would come over from time to time. We were all very close. And at one party, and this was probably like a month before I really drilled down, was like, I can't do this anymore. Um, I walked out of my room, and these people were like facing away from me, and I was just sitting there smoking a cigarette, and I could hear what they were saying, and they were talking about how fat I was. And these were like my people I considered acquaintances. Like we hung out a lot, but I wouldn't consider them like my best friends. But I remember, I mean, to this day, when I think about it, my heart hurts. And when I heard that, I was like, okay, I'm not doing this again. I mean, I did more. I screamed at them and said, F you, get out of my house and stuff like that. But from that day forward, I didn't immediately like go out and like hit the ground and start running or anything. But that just made split some kind of switch in my brain.
Now I want to ask you this as well, before we get into how you reversed this. When you were, I was also heavy I wasn't heavy around in that time frame. When I went in my early 20s, I was normal, but I was at 11 years old, I weighed 280 pounds, and being heavy imprinted on me being very shy. Did your weight gain affect were you a shy person before? Did you become shy?
I've always been kind of shy. Yeah. I mean, but I was definitely not, I always surrounded myself with people who were more outgoing than me, maybe to test myself to like be like them or use them as like a model of like, maybe this is how I should act in public. Like, this is how I not pull in on myself. But yeah, I'm still kind of shy. I mean, you can ask my wife. She just, I need prodding, but it's much less so now. Much less after I lost a lot of weight. I got a lot of confidence after I did that.
Well, let's go into that. So your friends were talking about how fat you were, and they were doing it behind your back, without knowing that you were there. When you decided to take the steps, what steps did you take, and how easy was it for you to take those steps?
Well, it wasn't easy. It was, I got, I don't know how many people share this that are heavy or have been heavy, but I got to a certain point where before that, all that stuff happened, I explained, I almost was dejected and like, well, I'm past the point of I can't reverse this. I'm fat and that's who I am. So I just need to accept that. So I think when I heard them say that, again, that like flipped something in my head where I need to do something about this. And as far as like the physical steps I took, I was always an active, even when I was heavy, I was like, I don't know if you've ever watched like Chris Farley movies, but he was always sort of an athletic fat guy. He can run around, do very physical stuff. So I would do stuff like that. I played basketball. So I thankfully did have some supportive friends, and I have two friends that I always name specifically, named Ryan and his nickname's Doghouse. These two guys that were in shape, and his real name's Nate, but
it's not even worth going into. We just leave it at Doghouse, okay?
He'd love that, but before I really drilled down, I remember that they took me to a local gym, and it'd been years since I've been in one, and they took time, like a couple times, to show me like, this is how you work out, do these things, do this on a treadmill, lift these weights, and this is how like the beginner sort of mentality of lifting weights and stuff. So I attribute a lot of it to them. And I didn't continue in a gym at the beginning. What I did was I would just leave and go on walks because I couldn't even run. I had bad knee problems or knee pain because I was heavy.
Right. At 400 pounds, you should not be running.
Yeah.
Not at the start.
And it just sort of, I'm sure a lot of people share this. You start walking and a block becomes 2 blocks, becomes a mile. And within a few months, I started taking little sections and trying to jog. Like I'd be like, well, maybe I can get to that stop sign. And then, that grows.
Start playing that game.
Yeah.
That little game of, okay, I'm going to get at least to there. And then you know what? I got here. If I just take 4 more steps, I've gotten 4 more steps past.
And I mean, that's a lesson you continue to like. I hate running. It never is easy. It just gets less crappy. It gets less painful. But I've gone through that cycle where you stop running, you lose it, and then you have to go through that again. But yeah, at the beginning, that's kind of how it started. And then, I stopped drinking soda. I realized drinking 2 12-packs of Mountain Dew a day was not healthy. And just doing those things, the weight just started melting off. I didn't even really adjust my diet too much. I didn't eat as much of the bad things, but I just moved my body and didn't drink soda. And I'd say within 3 months, I mean, I was getting noticeable differences where people are like, oh my God, what's the secret? Which then you really sort of realize, oh, this is working. So that's when I just kept going.
And then you've got the positive feedback loop. Your clothes are getting looser, your friends are complimenting you, and you're like, okay, this is working and I can do this.
And then you get a date, you realize like, oh, like some of these things that I was worried were never going to happen for me are happening because I'm doing all these things. And that, it just kept going from there.
I want to touch on that date point for a moment. Self-image is so tied into how we see ourselves with weight for most people. How much weight did you lose before you managed to get this first date happening? And what was that process like? The confidence, the girl, how did this all come together as you're on your downward slide?
Well, I actually was, even with all the things I'm saying, I was able to get dates. I feel like, you have like you get crushes on people. And it seemed like when I was heavy, those crushes never materialized in anything. But I was, and hopefully continue to be, a charming individual. And, but when I first started losing the weight, I remember specifically there was just this one girl that I'm not going to name, but she gave me an opportunity, and it probably took like 3 months where I think I lost, like, it happened real quick. Cause I'll be honest, Bruce, like as much as I sound like, inspiring, the diet side of it, it's something I still struggle with, but I crash dieted. I was like, well, if I eat less, then if I eat nothing and just drink coffee and, this is all going to work. And it did. And that's not healthy.
That's not the best way.
Yeah. I lost probably like 60 pounds real quick. And, but I'd say within like 3 or 4 months, maybe a little longer than that, a lot of like the problems with women and like my confidence in like, going out and just like maybe approaching somebody I normally wouldn't, they went away. And yeah, something, probably in that time frame. But as far as like what weight I lost, like I went from 400 and I got down to in my initial weight loss, I'd say I got down to like 260, which is a very radical, you look radically different. So even if I wasn't necessarily like, The Rock, to me, I was like, I'm here. Like I'm here. I'm shredded.
That's a human being. That is an adult human being worth of weight. Like you've lost another human being at that point. How tall are you, by the way?
I'm like 6'3".
Oh, okay.
I'm a tall guy.
You're tall as well, so there's that. Okay, well that does make sense. So you always had, even though you had shyness, you did have a bit of confidence in the background, and you knew you were charming, and that does help. Because I know a lot of people don't necessarily know that about themselves. And by the way, if you're out there listening and you feel like you have these difficulties talking to women or even just talking to people and you're shy because of your age or you're just shy, a little suggestion I like to make is take an improv class. Don't get involved in the world of improv, because that's an entirely different thing, but just learn how to be a little bit humorous, because that goes an incredibly long way. And it's actually very easy to learn how.
I didn't do that, but I took a lot. I used humor and in high school and stuff. That was my defense mechanism. I think a lot of people do that, or you like, you're self-deprecating. So you sort of steal the thunder from people, that Eminem 8 Mile mentality, basically. I use that. I didn't take an improv class, but that is good advice, you know, and also just finding like anything you can do where you're interacting with people. Cause I was lucky enough in high school that I lived in like a very Mayberry type situation in a town called Perrysburg, Ohio. And I lived on a block where it was me, like 3 buddies that were guys. And then we had all these, like, there were girls that we hung out with. And, you know, whether or not I had the confidence to approach them, which I didn't, I still had the reinforcement like, oh, you're so funny, you know, stuff like that. So I was always had a little bit of confidence in that regard. So that did help.
Such a nice guy. You remind me of my brother.
And I heard that. Oh my God, my heart's breaking right now.
Yeah. I know. Nothing like having someone. I once had a teacher tell me, oh, you know, there was somebody I would allow to date my daughter. It's you. It's like,
no.
How do you take that? What is that? What is she actually saying there? What she was saying is I'm harmless. Is that good? Is that good? I don't think that's good.
Oh
but this
God,
is not about
PTSD
me.
PTSD right now, Bruce. I'm sorry. I might go into a PTSD flashback right now. I'm not your best friend.
So rapidly you got down to 260, which while still being, well, I mean, at 6'3", we're like, for me, I'm 5'8", so this is still not good for you, even though it's not great. You're now within human proportions. You're now shaping up. What did your weight finally end up being?
The lowest I ever got was 185, and it was through. I went through two. I have like 2 versions of fitness, Bruce. I went through that in my early 20s, and went through life, and I gained and lost weight in a lot of, you know, period after that. But I had a relationship fall through in my late 20s, and the aftermath of that, I went into revenge body mode, and I basically worked out 18 hours a day. I worked out at work. I had an office job that was in like a warehouse that had many empty rooms. So I would go into an empty room, bump out like 20 push-ups whenever I could. I'd run at lunch. I'd run 2 miles to the gym that was halfway between my job and my house because I didn't have a car in Los Angeles.
Okay.
And then when I got done working out for an hour and a half, I'd run home and eat. I had 1 meal, and it was a disgusting meal, Bruce. I ate a can of beans, 5 eggs, and a bag of steamed vegetables that I would just put in a bowl and I would eat it. Maybe with some chicken. If I was feeling like it was a banner day, maybe a breast of chicken, but my roommate hated it. You know, Kendra, my wife, saw this and she was like, you need to live your life, Matt. So, but through all that, I kind of also attribute that I might have hijacked my internal whatever and maybe weakened my immune system, which may have led to getting cancer by overexerting and not feeding the machine. But at one point I did have I have a before and after photo of me at my fattest and then me with a 6-pack that I used on online dating profiles like a douche.
But it's a hell of advertisement there.
But it worked. I mean, it was something that I while I make fun of it, I was highly motivated to work out, and I would just listen to like people that I found inspiring at Joe Rogan at one point, or like people where he would have fitness people on talking about these different modalities. And I would just take a lesson from that, add it to the program, and just keep just killing myself by working out as much as possible. So I did get down to 185, but it's unmanageable.
Yeah. And also, since we've been throwing around a lot of numbers, just to reiterate this for the audience, weight is just a number. It's how gravity is pulling on your body at a given time. What you should be focused on is how your clothes are fitting you and what your body is like. But numbers just provide a metric. Don't obsess on numbers.
Yeah, you shouldn't even really. You should look at your weight just to see what the fluctuation is, just as like a examination of where you're at. But I did become fixated on it, especially this is something I still am fixated on, my waist size. But it's more about how you feel. It really is like you just have to once you get to that point, I wish I could have stuck in that sweet spot where when I first started losing weight, where I was getting those compliments and just like whatever that feeling was, I was like, this is it. Like I've done it, you know?
You mentioned Kendra, your wife. Did you know her when you were dating this other girl that triggered you, or how did she come into the picture? Where were you at, both with this obsession with working out and like the revenge body, and then the leukemia? What's the timeline?
Well, the timeline from between me getting like into that mode and like the other relationship dissolving and meeting Kendra, there was probably like a year. So it took like we lived like literally a few blocks. So I lived in Van Nuys. You said you live in LA. So I lived in
Sherman Oaks at one point years ago.
Okay. So I lived off this street called Victory. And if I used to, like I said, run to get to work or get from work. And I would actually jog past her house on my way to work. And I just never knew it. But I met her like probably a year. I did a lot of online dating and we met online.
What was your app?
Okay Cupid.
That was one of my apps. Yep.
I used them all. I say Tinder, and I did use Tinder, but it just, if you online date in LA, it can be great because I met my wife there, but it can also be a nightmare. So I sort of fluctuated and got frustrated, and she was one of the I in my head I remember this saying like, if this the one doesn't work out, I'm done using these apps. And thankfully I was done using the app because I met my wife. But
right.
I met her and we started dating. And then I think it was like 2 years into our relationship. I was living with a guy who was my business partner and he had to leave town like most people were doing in LA. My friends, they just, at some point you became so broke. You were like, I can't do this anymore.
What's the rough year of these going-ons?
I would say me meeting Kendra was like 2014-ish, late 2014, 2015. And then we moved from that area into the South Bay because I got a job in El Segundo. And that was in 2016 at the end of the year. So we were there for about 2 months. Job's going great. I'm staying in shape. We live near a gym. I'm jogging. I still don't have a car, so I'm jogging everywhere. Everything's going great. And then on December 31st, I had buddies over, and I walked them out to the car. I felt like I got struck by lightning down my spine, and I was like, it stayed there for a second. I registered. I still remember it. They left, and then over the course of about a month, from like December 31st till January 28th, I had this insane lower back pain that was growing. It was just getting worse. It became first just like a daily thing where I was like, I probably pulled a muscle. I work out consistently. It's probably just like a muscle thing. So I'd sit in a disgusting 24-hour fitness jacuzzi and try to like maintain. And
I've done it too.
I thought it was working. I would like apply obscene amounts of like
Tiger Balm,
icy hot, all the stuff. And it just wasn't going away. And then I started like waking up and just like pouring sweat. And then I started noticing like bumps. What I later became to know were my lymph nodes starting to swell.
Huh.
And this whole time I'm saying this cannot be anything. Even I can't sleep. I was trying to go to work, but it started to become where I couldn't even do that. So I went to a couple of like urgent cares in the South Bay. And those places, they really don't do much. They don't want to do a blood test. They did x-rays and they're like, well, your spine's fine. There's nothing wrong with your spine. So, here's some pain pills, I guess. And those weren't working. And my wife has always been of the opinion that, we were broke for so long and she's experienced that throughout her life too. And she's like, just go to the ER. Like, even if we can't pay for it, screw it. We'll just throw the bill in the garbage until we can pay it. So I went to the ER with back pain in Torrance Memorial, I think it's called. It's in like right by the Del Amo Mall in down there in the South Bay. And they did a bunch of blood tests. And the doctor, his name was Dr. Kennedy, came in and he's like, dude, you got leukemia. So I didn't know what that meant. Like I remember you sort of you've seen in movies like it's like that Saving Private Ryan thing where like you can't hear anything, you're just like
the C word was mentioned and
yeah.
And you get tunnel vision.
Well, I just remember being like, am I going to die? My wife's like sitting there and we're both sort of crying. And that lasted about 5 minutes. I called my mom and dad and told them. And then I don't know how in depth you want to go, but I had a crazy situation because that place couldn't do what I needed to get done. I'd waited too long. And they were like, you got to get someplace that has a leukemia expert. Like we have nobody on staff that can help you. So
you need a specialist.
You have to get to UCLA in Westwood and you have to get there immediately. And we can't get you there unless you have insurance and you don't have insurance. So I had some like guardian angel tell me to call this lady. This lady calls me back from UCLA and she's like whispering on the phone because she's at work and she's like, I'm not supposed to tell you to do this because I could lose my job. And I shouldn't even tell this on the pod, but it's fine. And she's like, you have to get here. Don't tell them I told you this, but just say that you talked to a doctor. They said you have leukemia and that you need to be admitted to our, the hospital for this. So I did all that. And I don't know. I still don't know how close I got to death, Bruce, but let's put it this way. If there's one lesson I can tell people that's not associated with weight loss, if you think something's wrong with you, like health wise, and it's getting worse, just go to the hospital, like get it figured out. Because if you wait too long, like I put myself in a real bad position doing that. So it was crazy, but I'm here. So,
what was the recovery like?
Well,
when you got there, what was the doctor's reaction?
Okay, so I get there. And what happens is I had to go to the ER because that's sort of how I had to get fast tracked into being admitted and getting into the actual cancer ward and stuff. So I go to the ER, and what sets off them knowing you have leukemia is a white blood cell count. And whatever the normal one is, I don't know what that number is anymore. Mine was like it was like 300 times